everybody who is here, and welcome to the stream once again. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I had so much to try to finish up. There are some last minute people who were asking me to read their article, not asking was it too late, and trying to make sure I get everybody who I have permission to read. And yes, I do have 60 articles, over 60 articles left. So I don't know how many I'm going to be able to get through, but I'm going to try. It is 8 p.m. in the Eastern time zone, so I do not know how long the stream is going to last. If you have to drop out for any reason, that is totally understandable. And if you are here and you are one of those last minute people who wanted me to read your articles, please do let me know by shouting yourself out in the chat. I do see Celia is here, pulls up chair and shares the popcorn. Hello. Thank you for bringing popcorn. I love popcorn. We are going to need a lot of popcorn for these articles tonight or this morning or wherever it is, wherever you are, whenever it is, wherever you are. But yes, we'd better get started. Celia says, I think I'm the only one. It's telling me there are 2 viewers at the moment. So I don't know. Celia is here. There may be somebody else who is lurking. But whoever you are, lurking, hello. If you're too shy to say anything in the chat, understandable. Some people may have left because I was taking way too long to get this started. But yeah, I apologize for that delay. I was just trying to make sure that I had everything organized so that we can continue. And it was supposed to start at 8 p.m. and it's 8:17, which shows that I'm not exactly on time. But Celia says, tells me 1 must be a secret agent. Maybe it is. I wonder who it is. But let's see. Oh, Giabralter Prime says, sorry, making tacos. Yummy. Giabralter Prime is here. Thank you for joining us. And I believe that you were one of the ones who wanted me to read your article. Is that correct? It's okay that you are making tacos. Yummy. I love some myself. But whenever you would like me to go over your article, I can try to, because I do know that you were one of the people who messaged me. And thank you so much for trying to show up. And I want to make sure I get your article first because we have 60 to go. Over 60. So yes, let me know whenever you're ready for me to do your article, Giabralter Prime, so that I can go ahead over to it. I know if you're making tacos right now, you might not be able to pay full attention. So once you're done, let me know so that I can jump to your article. I want to make sure that I'm able to do it while you are able to watch. So many articles on this spreadsheet here. So we'd better get started. If you are one of the Ambolites who are, wanting me to read your article, please do let me know. Giabralter Prime says ready. So yes, we will search your article, and I believe that your name is the same on World Anvil. Hopefully it is. Gonna use my handy spreadsheet and try to find you. Is this you? General Seqrene Tau? I believe this is you, Giabralter Prime. If not, please let me know. I believe that is your article. So I will post it in the chat here. If this is not your article, I will try to do yours next. But this is the thing that is coming up when I search for Giabralter. So, oh, yep, great. I thought so. Now, I have posted the link in the chat so that you guys can read along. If you are unfamiliar, this is the great leaders of their people, and I am supposed to be reading through all these articles and seeing which one I want to choose for the winner, because I decided to sponsor that prompt in summer camp. So this is an interesting art, and this is art obviously credited Gwent Witcher card game, the Witcher card game. Okay. So General Seqrene Tau. Not sure how to pronounce it. There's no pronunciation key, but that's fine. Just let me know in the chat if you'd like me to, if there's a, mispronunciation issue or something. While the pharaoh rules over all of Kemet, he has delegated ruling the kingdom to vizier and generals, while he rules at a higher level. General Seqrene Tau, and there's a misspelling of the name, not sure which one is correct, is one such man. He has served under Pharaoh Psamtik II and his father, Pharaoh Necho II. At 20, he joined the pharaoh's army against the occupying Fordwaith forces. He was a brilliant tactician, and the harrying triple wave of cavalry archers and skirmishers became known as the Tau Avalanche. This is another picture of the character by P. Glodek, so it's great that these images are credited. At 32, he became a general under his leadership, forced the Overking Urid to retreat from Kemet. After 6 years of war, General Tau is bestowed land in Elephantine so that he is never far from the pharaoh's side. He used some of the land for a great stable and created a training ground for the next generation of camel riders, as Pharaoh Necho II decreed that the kingdom shall have a standing army against the next aggressor. It was in the last year with the Pharaoh Necho II that General Tau was promoted to the General of Utachu. And there's a link to that. The divine hand of the Pharaoh giving him authorization over the whole Kemet military and the honor of being in charge of the Pharaoh's personal guard. General Tau uses his training ground to handpick members of the Utachu. At 46, General Tau is the oldest general in the Pharaoh's army and a close advisor to Pharaoh Psamtik II. While famous for combat, he is well respected out into the desert as well. When conflict arose with the Kasti tribes and Dainou clans over water, he was the impromptu diplomat, while Pharaoh Psamtik gave him 1,000 troops to oversee the safety of travel along the footprints of the gods. It wasn't necessary. Both parties paused their feud, seeing General Tau's banners rising above the dunes. When it was known it was only General Tau and a dozen riders, some of the younger members wished to ride out and challenge General Tau. They received stern reprimands from the elders, as they had to explain not only the foolishness of bringing the pharaoh's wrath for challenging General Tau, but this is the general that the Tau Avalanche is named for. He negotiated the water treaty of the Grand Sand Sea between the parties and suggested to the pharaoh funding the maintenance of wells throughout the kingdom. General Tau is known as a hero to Kemet, as a loyal leader of the people. Understandably, no one challenges the pharaoh's rule, but are glad there are men like Seqrene Tau at his side. All right, so very interesting storytelling as well. It was a nice storytelling article. It told about the character and how his enemies feared him and all of his accomplishments. Very well written. There were a couple of spelling discrepancies and maybe, in grammar error or two, but that's totally fine. Giabralter does say, I definitely need pronunciations for all these Egyptian names. Yes, that is what I would suggest. Either you could put it in a tooltip where when you hover over it, it goes ahead and just lets you know. Or you could just put it in parentheses right next to the word. Or you can choose, as I'm about to say, in the sidebar to put a pronunciation key, because I do see this article is quite short, but the sidebar is like non-existent. So I'm going to quickly show you something that you can do. If you don't want a sidebar, you can go to Sections, Sidebar, and then uncheck this, which will make the sidebar totally hidden. That way, it's not going to just be this little blank space over here with blank naked space. Instead, it's going to just not have a sidebar, and the words will go all across the page. The problem with that is it can cause a lot of word walls, which isn't very, appealing. So it's good that you broke it up with some pictures and stuff, but I would suggest maybe just taking the picture and putting it in the sidebar so the sidebar isn't empty. Using the sidebar to also maybe have some article blocks for these articles that have been mentioned. You can just put article blocks here. That will help fill up the sidebar. Personally, I just like the sidebar being at length with the text. But other than that, a very interesting article. The art is credited, and it does tell a nice story with great storytelling. So thank you so much again to Giabralter for sharing this article. Very interesting. Meanwhile, if you're in the chat and you have just arrived, please do know that you can tell me that you are here so that I can read your article. Next, we are going to read Aldric Steelheart by HituraRael. Not sure if I'm pronouncing any of that right, but let me know if I am mispronouncing it. If you're watching this in the future when I post the recording, you can still DM me and let me know. Giabralter says, oh, nice. Thanks. No problem. Now, enjoy those tacos. If you'd like to stick around, you can. I always do invite you to hang around, but if you do have to leave, I totally understand. Let us go to the next article. Aldric. Yes, there is a pronunciation key here. So I'm so glad that it's Aldric Steelheart. King Aldric Rashiv Steelheart. And this is quite a short article, so we're going to go ahead and read it. Aldric was the only child of King Eric and Queen Amelia Steelheart. He spent his early life learning the ins and outs of the political sphere, philosophy, economics, and so on. He focused on being a peaceful leader, resolving conflict through diplomacy, and raising up his people and his allies. He married his first wife, Beatrix Tanner, shortly after taking the throne at 19. Through Beatrix, he had 2 sons, Vered and Everic. He remarried 6 years after Beatrix died in childbirth with Everic to Illan'rdan. Once she came forward with the claim as having birthed his child Hadric. He accepted the child even before paternity was proven through divine testing. Aldric treated his 3 sons equally, teaching them the best he could and loving them despite flaws, shortcomings, and accusations. He encouraged their interests, mourned the death of 2 sons, and placed the third on the throne before illness took him at the age of 47. His policies focused on the well-being of the people. Extra funds were allocated to feed the poor and negate droughts during his reign. He focused on rehabilitation of criminals rather than punishment. While he was against violence, he recognized the need for their military to defend them should diplomacy ever fail. He was much beloved by his people and despised by nobles for the heavy taxation. As prince, Aldric was afforded the best education available. Aldric spent his life as a diplomat and a politician, fighting for the peace and prosperity of his people. Aldric averted several wars and established many alliances. Aldric took any battles and wars that Agland became involved in as a failure on his part. So interesting. He tried his best to stop all the wars, and any wars that did happen, he considered that failure or embarrassment. Aldric firmly believed in ruling through understanding and kindness. He developed and taught the philosophy that a kingdom is nothing without its people. Nobles were important to run the government, but the people who made up the majority were just as important, for without its people, a kingdom could not exist. Thus, it was a duty of leaders to protect and care for the foundation of their kingdom. Quite a good trait to have as a leader. So, yes. Interesting article, very short to the point. It told a lot of story, a nice storytelling flow, and then it told some information here that made me very curious and want to know more about his second wife and even the death of his 2 sons and the third that was put on the throne. I'm not sure which of them died and which of them got on the throne, so there's a lot that I would like to learn more about. Unfortunately, there's not many links in this article, but it's okay because I know we were always skimming through summer camp and typing as much as we can, and once we hit 300, a lot of us just say, okay, great, this article's done, move on to the next one. But yes, curious about the world, which is great. I like when the reading makes me curious about the world. Human, Agalish, 47. Death was illness, royal blue eyes, mid-black length hair, chestnut brown. Mid-back length hair. Okay. Chestnut brown, medium almond skin. 5'7", 185 pounds. Interesting character, and thank you to HituraRael, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, for sharing the article. I will say that this is great, but I would say maybe just adding an article block or two under here, or a quote from the character just to make the sidebar at length with the rest of the article. Just my personal preference. I like when the sidebar is at length and there's not just an empty gap here. If we could put a character portrait, probably that would go there really well. But we do have the description of the character, so a character portrait isn't necessarily necessary. You know, it's not needed, but we love art, don't we? So if you can, cool. If you can't, you can still fill up that sidebar with something else. But thanks again for sharing that one. Now, if you are just now joining, I am reading the last of my list of great leaders of their people, and if you would like me to read yours while you are present, please let me know in the chat that you are here so that I can read your article. Next, since none of you have spoken up yet, we are going to Hāsadag and Lāpod, which I know that's not how you pronounce it because there's too many accents on these letters, and I know for sure that is not how I'm doing it right. But this is by malkuthe. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right either. But obviously, I thought so. This article is in a different language. So what I'm going to do is use the horrible Google Translate so that I can kind of at least a little bit figure out what this article is saying. Unfortunately, I apologize to malkuthe, or however you pronounce your name, malkuthe, or I'm not sure. But I do apologize because I do know Google Translate is not at all the best. But it is convenient because I can just right-click with a click of a button, bada bing, bada boom. The page has become English. But I know that means a lot of story will be lost in translation and stuff like that. So if you want to reach out afterwards, if you're watching this in the future and you want to let me know some of the things that the Google Translate got wrong, feel free to do that. Comment on the video down below or DM me or whatever you'd like to do. Hāsadag ang Lāpod. I know I'm not doing that right. Is a Nagaya architect, the current and longest serving ontoggle of the rasp. His name, meaning strong and stable in Stutsumak, is an apt description of his tenure as ontoggle of the rasp. He is well loved and well respected in the community and manages to maintain a favorable relationship with the Nagaya Penning, all but ensuring that he will remain ontoggle for the foreseeable future. Once again, I know I'm not pronouncing these right, and guess what? It's okay, because I would usually say add a pronunciation guide, but this is not written in English originally. This is written in native tongue, and most of the time, native tongue will probably know how to pronounce these words. Unfortunately, I don't. So that's just my fault. But if this article was written in English, I would ask to put English pronunciation guides there, because people who are reading it in English probably need to know how to pronounce it in English. But he wrote it in native tongue, so it's totally fine. He presided over what is currently the largest and longest lasting period of economic growth for the rasp. Even though the city still struggles to maintain economic ties between Illan'rdan under his care, they are stronger than ever. Placing an emphasis on cheap but highly productive infrastructure projects, he has carefully grown the rasp's production capacity, increasing the amount of trade between the city and Illan'rdan. Mummy silk remains the rasp's most valuable export, but the city has gradually begun producing a surplus of crops that is expected to overtake mummy silk's market share before long. Of the crops being planted in the vicinity of the rasp, the most valuable are the unique grain species that the architects subsist upon. although the creation of arable land has taken a considerable amount of resources. Hāsadag is confident that the investment will soon pay for itself, as one thing the rasp possesses in abundance that Illan'rdan does not is space. Hāsadag is also responsible for a small but burgeoning tourism industry in the rasp. Visitors from other planes pay to be given tours of the unique landscape features that surround the rasp, such as the nearby realm husk that was discovered by the Zolmaya. Sorry, I really don't know how to pronounce that either. It is bolded, so I figure there's probably a link to it that the article isn't done yet, so that's okay. The ravines that were formed as a result of gods' tombs passing overhead at low altitude and tearing chunks out of the earth are another popular attraction, both for these that enjoy the view and those that live for the thrill of climbing the sheer ragged walls. So, interesting character, and it did tell a lot of world building about the world as well, and about the place that he leads and resides over. So, thank you so much for sharing that. I will say, I'm not going to make many comments about the grammar and stuff because that is all blamed on Google Translate. I still did get a good idea from the character, well loved and well respected in the community. Yeah, so really nice and interesting character, a lot of world building, and it made me curious about these different places and curious about your world in general. I would suggest, like I did earlier, that maybe since the sidebar is just totally naked, maybe putting some article blocks of these, like the rasp and the architects and things like that, just putting them here, just a couple of them, just to fill up the sidebar, make it not empty. Or we could even add a character portrait if we want to. I know you might not have art for the character, but at least a description of the character. What is their eye color, hair color? Do they have hair? Height, you know, things like that. You can just put that here, like things they wear, what kind of traits they have. You can just put that there, or put a quote from the character, or put some article blocks just to fill up the sidebar so it's at length with the contents of the page. If you would rather not, I will show you again how to eliminate that sidebar. Just go to sections, go down, and click this display article sidebar override. Unchecking it will make the sidebar disappear because there's literally like nothing over here. But that will make your page have a word wall with no breakups or anything. So I would suggest instead you put art or put article blocks or put something like quotes or something there so that the page is not just filled up with words, and it also has some interesting other things to look at. But thanks once again for sharing that character, and I'm so sorry. I'm probably butchered the mess out of that article because of Google Translate and because of my poor word pronunciation of languages. So I do apologize, but I do thank you so much for sharing it and allowing me to read it. If you are just joining us, please do know that you can tell me if you have an article, and please put it in the chat so that I can go over it, because I have a lot to do, and I'm going to try to get through all of them, but there's over 60 on here, so it would help if you could, you know, let me know you're there so that I can do yours, and instead of you waiting around for me to get to it. Interesting already, this article. Oh wow, so the world CSS, how this is made, the whole article is like a sticky sidebar because the page is able to scroll. The page stays still. That's very weird. The page stays still while the background is static. The page scrolls in a container. And the comments are also in a container. Very interesting. I wonder how this was done. And if this was an intentional thing or if this was because of a CSS. So, yes, very interesting already. The art of the world as well is quite enchanting. Celia, LeFer, Esmaria. Hopefully that's how it's pronounced. This looks like that would be how it's pronounced, but I'm not sure. Her Excellency, the Empress Celia, LeFer, Esmaria. Celia is the most revered person in the Esmarian Empire. Her prowess with leadership is undeniable. Her eye for commerce is sharp, and few scholars can start to compare themselves on an intellectual level. Her green eyes are a rarity in Capira, and her ink-black hair have a captivating effect on most. I think it would be has a captivating effect, but that's okay. Having outlived more than 10 generations, however, some have begun to worship her as a goddess, while others have become skeptical of her and her intentions. Interesting character, interesting art here. I would see is the art credited? I don't see it credited. Oh no. We would want that art to be credited. This is interesting, even the world background, but I don't know if that's like the world background that's credited on the homepage, maybe. No, I don't see any art credits at all, even in the footer, but it's okay. I would just like to know who created this art here. The background art maybe is part of the world, maybe. But this in particular is specific to this character. So I would love to know what that art comes from. Very intricate and very interesting. Power to control? No, that is wrong. Power is far from control. It is to have strength and be able to give that strength to others. I believe a leader is someone who offers their strength to others so they may be able to walk on their own. And that is what Celia said in 1393 UE. She's lawful good, 352 years old currently, green eyes, long black hair, fair white skin. Though never revealed by Celia herself, her ancestry most definitely have roots in godhood. Or so do many scholars conclude by judging her longevity, seemingly out of nowhere appearance during troubled times, and mighty power. There is no known family in Esmaria's vicinity with the name of LeFer, further mystifying her origins. Given her central position, power, and beauty, many have tried to get close to her. Not only is approach difficult, but anyone showing mischievous behavior, such as wanting to seduce Celia, is promptly removed. In the end, none has taken her hand in marriage once, and she seems rather uninterested in such affairs. Her parents are unknown, and she has no known children. Day-to-day activities include paperwork, meetings, audiences, and such, staying mostly inside her palace in Flucia, Esmaria, and tends to avoid public commotion and exposure. What she spends her time doing while passing time is a mystery to the common citizen. When uniting Esmaria, Celia was first looked down upon by many. That soon changed after displaying extreme magical capabilities. She could single-handedly level a small army and, by extension, demolish new enemies' will to fight. Her aides have reported small visual changes in Celia while she performs magic. Her eyes can seem to glow brighter green, and the air around her starting to vibrate, as if looking at air above a fire. Interesting descriptions. Nice storytelling as well. I will say there were a couple of grammar issues in there, but it's okay. Very interesting article. I like how the sidebar is at length with the contents of the page. The art is very enchanting. I just would love if it was credited. Very nice, short to the point article, and leaves a lot of mystery still for her. Very interesting character, and it makes me very curious about the rest of this world. So thank you so much again to Dainou, or Dainou, for sharing this article. Very interesting article. Yes. Next we have Aethari Chalut by Cryssalis. Cryssalia, sorry, not Cryssalis. Once again, I never know if I'm pronouncing these things right. Please do feel free to correct me in the comments if you are watching this in the future. Or if you're lurking here, please let me know if you're here. Also, if you, yes you, would like me to read your article and I didn't already, please let me know in the chat. All right, so Frentumare. Interesting world. Interesting coloration and interesting CSS with this codex. Interesting. And I like this already. There is a note. Frentumare is going through major renovation. Information will be moving about and change throughout this time. Thank you for your concern. So very nice little note to the readers, which is always appreciated. Aethari Chalut. Aethari Chalut is the leader of Predator. They were the first generation of primal Fera and continues to share their blood to the apex members of the guild. You are like my own child, Elaine. I was hoping you would be my successor. And that's what Aethari said to Elaine about succession of Predator. Little brief description of the character, neutral gender. Maroon eyes, red undercut hair, tan skin, black scales with red streaks. Scales on skin. So this is interesting, like maybe a humanoid, but it might be something else. So let's see what it is. Mystery shrouds the leader of the Predator, although it doesn't stop rumors circulating about them. There is, however, a common story that is shared among the public. Aethari Chalut is a Fera of little words. Fera. I wonder, that must be their species. Yes, primal Fera, and we can figure out what those are. Oh, that is what they are? A Fera whose body has been injected by the blood of an Ash Seeker. So this is interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have time to read through all of this, but it looks like this is what Feras look like. So that is obviously not a human, and it does have scales. But though they served as a wandering mercenary, serving mobiles and commoners alike, though many showed interest in them, Aethari batted no eyes towards them. During one of their mercenary commission, they were, I think it means were, severely injured by an Ash Seeker and infected, but instead of turning into those things permanently, they returned to normal after devouring a human. Horrified, Aethari went into hiding and attempted to figure out their predicament. No one knows, or maybe no one knew, not sure, how long they had been gone, but they returned to society one day. Not as a mercenary, however, but a ruthless assassin. They operated alone, making a name for themselves and taking commissions after commission to assassinate. After some time, Aethari took in orphaned Feras and trained them as assassins. It is unknown whether they generally want the orphans to be able to protect themselves or for them to create more primal Feras. But Aethari's circle grew immensely, which led to the formation of Predator. So Predator is an interesting organization. I believe that they are over. And they are currently considered, I guess, the ringmaster of the Predator organization. Very interesting article, short to the point. It let us know about it, and it was very interesting to see about this world and that these are creatures that are not necessarily humans. I would suggest maybe putting a couple of article blocks in the sidebar to, or maybe putting this quote as well in the sidebar so that the sidebar can be at length with the rest of the body. But that's just my preference, just so there's not a naked spot over here. But yes, interesting. Even though there's not art of the character, there's a description. So yes, a very interesting article once again, and interesting CSS of the world. Thank you so much again for sharing, Cryssalia. Now, I'm not sure how to pronounce this at all. Nl'thath Mtl'mn. Sorry, I really don't know how to pronounce this article. I am probably just offending everyone today. So many of these articles have creative names, and some of them may be conlang, and some of them may be native languages, which I am not familiar with, or familiar with the pronunciation of. And languages are beautiful. Conlang is beautiful. Unfortunately, I just don't know how to pronounce it, so I'm sorry. Let's check it out. I have put it in the chat so that you can check it out if you would like to. Thankfully, there is a handy dandy pronunciation key. Nl'thath Mtl'mn. Alright, Nl'thath Nl'thath Mtl'mn, then, I believe. Chieftain Nl'thath Mtl'mn. Born in the Komodo colony of the volcanic Nl'thath Mtl'mn, I guess it's a mountain range, didn't like the prospect of continuing to live in the dark, still air of the ancient pyroducts and surviving on scavenged goods from the surrounding forests. Being unsatisfied with her surroundings, she left in search of others at the age of 45, taking her far east to the human-populated city of Tulane, where she learned about agriculture and earth and water magics from the residents over the next 20 years. At the age of 65, she returned to the mountain Mt'nt Komodo colony, sharing what she learned. However, the majority of her fellow Komodo were not receptive to the techniques she had to share, and the Cajuncelt High Council resolved to banish her. Upon this revelation, many of her family members and friends resolved to leave the colony with her. A grand number of 1,143 Komodo of the 15,000 plus individual colony followed her on her exile. Resolved to find a separate place for her and those who followed her to call home, the group embarked on a fleet of skiffs from the shores of the coastal human town of Elizabetta in exchange for manual labor with the townspeople. So I figured that these were not humans. It's saying it's a Komodo, which I don't know if it's like a Komodo dragon or some kind of other lizard folk or something like that. I do see ECC Books is here to cheer you on. Good luck with the final push. Thank you, ECC Books, for hanging out with me. But I said I understand if you guys have to leave. I'm just going to try my best to do what I can do. Thank you. I appreciate all the support. I appreciate you cheering me on. Very encouraging. Thank you. Anyways, resolved to find a separate place for her and those who followed her to call home, the group embarked on a fleet of skiffs from the shores of the coastal human town of Elizabetta in exchange for manual labor with the townspeople. After nearly 30 days of sailing, the fleet arrived on the fertile shores of the Malkuthe Islands, not sure how to pronounce that either, in the shadow of the HURRAH volcano. Not sure how to pronounce these words, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Learned agricultural techniques from the farmers of Tulane, learned earth and water magic from the mages of Tulane, settled in those islands, froze the Great Wave, averting disaster. Interesting story I would like to know more about. Banishment from the Komodo colony. Likes cooking, gardening, and deep-cut emeralds. Interesting. Eyes black, hair mottled blue-green crest. So yes, I believe this must be a lizard folk. And not just a lizard, because it's 6 feet tall and 341 kilograms. 3 known languages. Now they are 437 years old. They're deceased currently of natural causes. So very interesting, and you would like to... Oh, no, I want to know more about the Komodos, but there's a multipass article. Well, these are here. Oh, Bucketh Komodo. Bucketh. Okay. I was kind of close. I said Bucketh. So Bucketh. Yeah, so interesting. So I figured this was like... See how this dialect of this conlang is? I figured these kind of were, I guess, lizard folk kind of language, because there's a lot of emitting of vowels and just using the, consonant sounds, which is very interesting. And I adore the conlang concepts. It's just that when you have a lot of it in your world, it's great to have a lot of pronunciation keys so that we can know what's going on and not fill out of the loop. Lastly, I would say maybe just put 1 article block, or 1 or 2, depending on how big the article blocks are, to put this article at length with the main body, just to put the, sidebar at length with the main body. We could also maybe add a character portrait if you have one. If you don't, it's fine. You can always use article blocks or maybe a quote from the character or something like that. But other than that, that was a very interesting article, a very interesting character, and thank you so much for sharing that. Next, we have The Flame of Mini by Aesenti. The Flame of Mini. Interesting name. I'm going to put that in the chat. And if you are hanging out with us, please do let me know if you want me to read your article next, if I have not read it already. Okay, The Flame of Mini. This one is quite long. I might skim through it a bit. Aruli, aka Arlash, she. Artifacts, Forgotten's Gift, Blade of Severance, Divine Symbols and Sigils. Arlash's symbol is a flame engraved on a copper piece. Tenets of faith, the wealth of a nation is exposed by the wealth of its poorest citizen. Interesting. One's need is more important than another's deserving. Holidays, 5th of Errol. The Flame of Many believes that no person should be poor enough to go hungry, not be housed, etc. So this is a god. The Golden Flame religion. So yes, so interesting. Eyes, golden. Hair, short, silvery flames. Almost transparent skin with a slight gold hue. I see the chat has livened a bit. Katoikboy is here. I admire your fortitude with this. How many left? Last I checked, it was about over 60. So I'm gonna see what I have left after this one. ACC Bilk says, "Hey Kit, how's your own judging going? Done yet?" I think that Katoikboy did choose a winner in my last stream. I don't know who they chose yet, but they said while they were listening, well, not my last one, but a couple of ones back, they were kind of going through their articles while listening to me, which was very impressive. Thank you, and yeah, I appreciate you hanging out with me, and I'm glad you chose a winner already. I have some that I have in my back pocket that I've already put likes on, and I'm like, I wonder which one I'm going to pick out of these. Very interesting so far. ECC Books asks, oh, Katoikboy asks, are you going to read them all live? So the ones that I have permission to read live, yes. Some of them I reached out, they did not respond yet. So if they did not respond yet, I'm sorry. If you're not here in the chat, I cannot read it because I did not want to read something that I don't have permission to read. If they did respond, some of them were starting to try to respond while I was just about to go live, and I don't think that they're going to reply in time. But that's okay. I'm still going to read those that are left after I stop streaming, but the ones that I'm able to stream and have permission to stream, I will stream them. I'll try at least, because it's quite a lot. Already we've been streaming for about an hour. And how many have I done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 7 because there's one down here that I did. All right, quite a lot. Deadline is tomorrow, right? Good luck. Yes, deadline is tomorrow. And that's the thing. Once I turn the stream off, I'm gonna still be reading quite a lot. Let's see. So 236 all the way down to 326, which means it's about 100 that I did not get an answer yet from. So those I will have to read off stream. But as for these that I have permission, I'm trying to read them on stream if I can. Thank you guys for hanging out with me as I do it. Sorry to Aesenti for diverging so much while I was trying to read your article. But yes, let's see. It's not too long of an article. Born a princess to the Aruli line, Arumashi grew to despise her and her family's lavish way of life when compared to that of the poor citizens of Aurelia. As she began to grow into her adolescence, she began training her sorcery that came from the Silladrinian blood of her mother. Though her sorceress capabilities were less than that of her mother, she began following in her father's footsteps in secret, studying the blade as well. Eventually, she had nearly mastered the combination of sorcery and blade to a deadly dance that could slay great warriors. Nice wording. While working from within, she eventually began stealing trinkets and valuables from the castle in manners that she hoped wouldn't go unnoticed, and proceeded to pawn the goods for coin that she would then give to people that needed it. Eventually confident enough in her skill with swords and the fact that very few even knew she could use a sword, she began to assassinate some of the worst offenders, finding that the political climate could be more favorable without some of the nobles. When she eventually took the throne after her mother's death at the hands of an assassin, she quickly began changing the nation to protect, empower, and uplift the poorer. This caused much of the old nobility to try and rebel against her, but nothing worked, as her popularity with the rest of the Aurelians was so great that the nobles couldn't get almost any outside support for their endeavors. Eventually, nobility in the form of wealth entirely faded from the kingdom, replaced by noble seats elected and chosen based on candidates' knowledge, accomplishments, and popularity. This new form of nobility took no coin from the throne, and only source of income was how generous the populace was to them with their extra coin, meaning that unpopular candidates could no longer afford to be. Eventually, the Sundering Wars began, and she led the charge on the battlefield with Ardemir's fiercest military in known history due to her popularity among the citizens. Eventually, her skill with both magic and blade exceeded both that of almost any mage and warrior, and on the last lunar syzygy, before the Sundering, approximately 80 years prior to the Sundering, she attempted a rite of proving to claim godhood based on helping others rather than gaining power from worship. Initially, it was thought that this ritual had partially failed, although she had been able to succeed in permanently altering her form to that of a more androgynous form, and took the name Arlash. Arlash continued to fight in the wars, but after a fight of their army and themselves against one of the old gods that they claimed victorious, they began to ritually heal themselves and reach into the outer planes again. Communicating with Sihani, the elven goddess of the stars, they discussed plans and their next moves. During this communication, while Arlash was unresponsive on the material plane, one of the generals of their army was revealed to be a shapeshifter that had taken the form of a trusted general and proceeded to attempt to assassinate Arlash. In the seconds prior to her death, Sihani was able to disconnect the silver cord between Arlash's body and spirit before the sword of severance could forcefully cut it, which would have instantly killed Arlash. This, along with the supposedly failed attempt at ascension, caused Arlash to fully ascend into godhood, but without a true corporeal form. After ascension, they fought in the war by appearing in avatars, taking the form of an average mortal and doing legendary feats across many of the battlefields of the Sundering, leaving only a single calling card at each one, in the form of a single copper piece at the last known location of each of those legendary heroes. Accomplishments: killer of an evil deity that has since been entirely eradicated from mortal minds. Mostly, wink. So interesting, interesting little tidbit. Interesting storytelling of the article. I would just suggest maybe, I know there's not a picture of the character, but maybe putting some article blocks in the sidebar, because this world seems very deep lore, a lot of lore and stuff like that, which makes us interested to know more about the character. So that's why we would love to have some links either in the article and also in the sidebar to help to extend the sidebar down a bit so they can be at length with the body of the text. That's just my preference. I do see this is down here, articles under the flame of many. But yeah, if we could put some articles in the sidebar as well, that would be helpful to eliminate this blank space over here. But thank you so much to Aesenti for sharing that article with us. Next, we have Obi-Wan Kenobi with Emperor Memmorthix Illan'rdan. Not sure how to pronounce that either. But Obi-Wan Kenobi, 316 is an interesting username. Quite catchy. Let's see about this character. Okay, quite short article. Emperor of Ruzar, the copper smoke, the acid washed, aka Memmorthix, he him. So Memmorthix, yes. Memmorthix, Illan'rdan, okay. Memmorthix, Illan'rdan, okay. Well-toned, not overly muscular, with curled ram-like horns. Horns and scales are polished to the point of shining, his tail having stegosaurus-like spines on the tip. Interesting. Oh, he's a dragonborn. Alrighty. Due to Vinca's cold climate, Ruzar dress, if very different to their western cousins in Palantia. And the same is said for the Emperor. Memmorthix is is often, I can just call him Memo. Easier. I like how he can be called Memo. Memo is often wearing a single-breasted suit with a vest, no tie, and the top two buttons of his shirt undone. Snazzy. The suit is quite thick and heavy with its checked pattern on the trousers and vest, and the copper-bronze colors of the Ruzar Empire's crests and state colors. When outside the imperial palace, he wears a heavy fur coat and cloak with a leather strap attached to a silver clasp to keep the cloak attached over the left shoulder. Snazzy dresser. Carries a cane with him at all times, made of Vincan pine wood. The interior of the cane is hollowed out, concealing a thin, double-edged blade inside. Like his forefathers, Memo's main motivation in life is to continue the legacy of the Ruzar Empire, ensure his people are safe, fed, and happy, and find ways to coexist alongside the Dritha Empire. Memo has a deep sense of family, raising his sons and daughters alongside his spouses, while also looking after his sisters and their families. Memo is very well groomed, polishing his scales and horns most days. He bathes very often as well, at least twice per day. Once of a morning after waking up, and once at night before bed. Mix has a very deep and sultry voice, and even in moments of stress or anger, never raises it. The Emperor is very calculating in how he speaks and what he says. He has a slight drawl to his voice and will often slip into Draconic when speaking in any of the three types of common, whilst it is not as noticeable when he speaks in Vincan common. When speaking Rularian, and especially Irindosian, he will say words in Draconic and assume that people understand him. Interesting character. 52 years old, firstborn of his 3 other siblings. Dark oxidized copper blue eyes with flecks of gold, vertical pupil, dark copper curled horns like a ram's, copper colored scales across his body with scales that run down his neck, across his torso and underside of his tail, glowing toxic green in the dark. 6'7", 220 pounds. Right, and there's some more information about the character. Very interesting character. This case, the sidebar is a bit longer than the body of text, and I would suggest maybe putting an article block, just like one article block here, or either like a quote from him, so that we can know like something he says, just to make the article extend downwards a bit, because this is great. The sidebar is great and filled up with good information, but this case, the body of the text is not even reaching the sidebar, so I would just suggest that you add like a piece of art, like a rectangular art, or just an article block, and it will extend. An article block will just, you know, cover this whole section here. But thanks so much again for sharing this, Joby-Wan Kenobi. Once again, if you are just joining us, I am reading a lot of great leaders of their people articles by World Anvilites. And if you are on World Anvil and you would like me to read your article, please do tell me in the chat. Next, we're doing this article, Amaltheia, Poplarwhisk by MandoMc. MandoMc? I think that's how we say it. MandoMc? Not sure. Not too long of an article. Queen Amaltheia, Poplarwhisk. And already this is interesting. CSS, there's, oh, I was like, the paper looks like it's like torn right here, but I see it's, the little codex is very cute, how the CSS is done. As I said, CSS is not everything, but when it is done right and done well, it is worth mentioning. The thing about this though is it's covering up some of the text, but it's not too bad. But yeah, interesting CSS. Let me just zoom out one time. Okay, it's not too bad. But that's a very interesting little pop out, yeah. This is enchanting art as well. Being born to become the next Fae Queen is both a burden and an honor. This is by Artflow AI, as we see, is credited. Great job. Personal history. Amaltheia began her training to become the next Fae Queen rather early in life, training under Winter Court Queen Minerva Orangebud. Amaltheia was a quick study in not only the politics required to be the Fae Queen, but also the duties of being the spirit elemental, and frequently traveled with Minerva to Forstoria, Milade, and the Feywilds, building her own relationships and helping Minerva solve issues that occurred. When Minerva passed on, the transition of power to Amaltheia was seamless, something that wasn't common in the Feywilds. So already we have a small little sidebar section. Honorary titles, parents, and life is spelled out here. We don't have a description of her, but we do see her, so that's good. I would still say maybe we could put some article blocks here so that the sidebar can be at length with the contents of the page, or quotes from her or something like that. I do see there's quite some quotes already in the, page, but that's good to help break things up. But I would think that maybe we could just add a little bit of something in the sidebar. If you don't want to, it's fine. The blank space is okay. It's just my personal opinion that I would rather, it be filled up and not empty. When the city of Hassan was in danger, Amaltheia was able to bring together the other three elementals and save a significant portion of the city by raising it, avoiding the flood caused by the uncontrollable water elemental. She is attributed with not only saving a significant portion of the population and other elementals, but creating the first flying city above Delicia. As the city made its way across Delicia towards the Fae Dominion of Dorthone, Amaltheia reconsidered her ideas to establish a magic school for potential elementals and other magic users. Before her death, she would found Estrainwary Institute of the Arcane in Baypool. Sadly, she didn't live to see its completion. Failures. I failed him, the newest water elemental. After Bruin's death, we couldn't find the next elemental fast enough. And when we finally did, he was at the city's gates and out of control. I sadly wasn't strong enough to help him, and the power tore through him, destroying the city. With the other elementals, we were able to save a significant portion, and some others were able to escape into the caves and on ships leaving the city. Hopefully this record can help future spirit elementals to realize their connection to the others sooner and keep further tragedy from occurring. And that is from her journal. Amaltheia took her duties as both Fae Queen and Spirit Elemental very seriously and was distraught after the loss of Gunnar, the Water Elemental, after Bruinen. She made it her mission to ensure that future elementals would have a place to go and train that the entire would know. Okay, I think it's the entire world would know about and be able to get to with relative ease. So interesting character, and she's very devoted to helping, and I can see why that was quite a tragedy for her. Once again, this CSS is nice, the coloration is nice, the environment is nice. I would just say cover image, yes. That is by Midjourney. Interesting. That is quite something to be by Midjourney. Nice. Thanks for crediting your art. All I would say is the sidebar tidbit, and then this here is nice, but there's something about it that is kind of a little bit covering up the words sometimes. I don't know if that's something that you could do in, like, maybe minimize this a little bit more so that it doesn't cover up the words, but it's not that bad. It's just I can still read, but it's kind of still covered up. But it's totally fine. Interesting, and thank you so much for sharing that, MandoMc. Next, we are going to have Amara by Cajuncelt. And if you are in the chat lurking, thank you so much for watching. But if you would like me to read your article and you have not yet had your article read, please let me know. I appreciate everyone who's lurking, watching, and watching in the future as well, because I will upload these to YouTube afterwards. So if you guys have to go, yes, feel free to drop out at any time. I totally understand. We have a lot to get through. Ooh, and this is quite a long article. I'm going to apologize right now. I'm not going to be able to read this whole thing, but we can already skim through it and see how it looks. Amara. First mage of the Council of Morgana Amara, none given. Is it none given? I think maybe you filled out the last name section and it says none given. So if you would like it to say none given, that's okay. But if you don't want it to say none given, then you can just delete that out of the little section that says last name. It probably says surname or something like that. You don't have to say none given, or it will appear right here. If you want it to appear right here, cool. If not, I'm just letting you know. You can delete that part. Amara was the first mage of the Council of Morgana and Mage Lord of Tower City. She was appointed to this post at the age of 86 in the year 352 CE. Already, this is quite a long article, so this is where I would suggest the sidebar, the sticky sidebar. So this is what you call sticky sidebar. So when the body of the text is long and you're scrolling but the sidebar stays still, then you don't have to worry about trying to make the sidebar such a long sidebar. You can just make sure that it stays up here so that there's not a blank space here. If you want to do that, that does require CSS, and if you don't have a paid account, you might not be able to do that. That's okay. You can always fill it up with, article blocks, quotes, or you can just leave it blank. It's just my preference. Personal pet peeve of mine that this is blank. But it's totally fine. We can read some of this here. Lawful neutral, currently deceased. Her tenure as first mage, she held the titles of that position: first mage of the Council of Morgana and Mage Lord of Tower City. After her retirement, most simply referred to her as the Lady Amara or Archmage Amara. Previously held ranks: first mage of the Council of Morgana. 198 years old at the time of death. Tells the birthplace. Death takes place at Amara's Tower in Feywood. Moss green eyes, turquoise blue, dyed clay brown, naturally curly, and normally worn shoulder length, light tan skin, 4 feet 11 inches, 126 pounds. Quote, "May the Fae take you and never return you." Alright, so very interesting, and speaks some languages. So we can look at a physical description. Always seemed to be in good physical health and kept fit by practicing elven martial arts throughout her life. This gave her a somewhat wiry physique that made most mistake her as typical physically weak wizard. Amara's most readily identifiable feature was her curly turquoise blue hair. In addition to being a powerful archmage, Amara also had knowledge of basic level divine magics from her training as an acolyte of Morgana in her youth. Amara normally dressed in brightly colored blouses that were slightly oversized for her frame and leather trousers with knee-high leather boots. When she was the first mage, she was never seen without the staff of her office. Before becoming the first mage, and after her retirement, she often carried an elven blade and staff wherever she went. It was also common knowledge that Amara often wore a mithril chain shirt beneath her clothing. The elven blade and staff that Amara carried were known to be magical in nature, but the exact properties of both were never known. As with her sword and staff, many suspected that Amara's mithril chain shirt was also magical in some way, though this was never confirmed. It tells about personal history. She's a half-elven woman, born in the elven city, deep within the forest. Unknown if her father or mother was elven, as she was abandoned on the steps of the arcane bough as an infant and never been seen before that by anyone in the city. She was taken in by the priesthood of Morgana, and there's lots and lots of lore as she grows up and learns to be a wizard and all those kinds of things. And then she becomes the first mage. Education. She was well educated by the priesthood of Morgana and also at the Academy of Arcane Sciences as a wizard. Half-elven woman strived to bring peace between different peoples throughout her life. Her negotiation of the peace with Lilith's followers to the end of the Mage War is one of many examples of this throughout her life. Greatest virtue ever demonstrated by Amara was her tolerance of others regardless of race, religious faith, or any other identifying attributes. As a half-elf, she often had to deal with bigotry from her own peoples of both bloodlines, and this made her more tolerant of others as long as they did not demonstrate a desire to injure others. So very interesting views, very interesting tidbits of the character, and yes, I am skimming, but thank you so much for sharing this. I appreciate you sharing this article. Interesting world, interesting fonts, though, yeah, interesting choice of coloration. Yeah, I would just say the sidebar thing, and other than that, thank you so much for sharing. Again, I appreciate you sharing this article. Next we have Malandra, the Drake Guardian. Malandra? Not sure. Alrighty. And I put the link in the chat. If you are watching and you'd like me to go over your article, please let me know. If not, thanks for hanging out with me, and please do know you are free to drop out anytime because I have such a lot to do. Already we see there's a map. Cool map. Is it credited? I don't see credit unless this is the home. Yep, it's probably just the world cover, and it's probably credited. No, I don't see credited. Alright, they have a note saying that this is NorthWhiteWolf, Malandra the Drake Guardian. So, says trying to develop a world for my stories, a realm of dwarves, elves, and dragons. Any word with apostrophes around them like this means that I don't have a proper name for that race, item, or thing. This world is in very early development. I'm basically brainstorming, looking for ideas, and compiling my notes here. I'm hoping to eventually start to clean up my notes into proper articles. So great little note for the readers, just so that we know that not everything is perfect, and that's understandable. Already we see that there's no sidebar here, so I will initially suggest that you hide the sidebar by going to sections and scrolling all the way down sidebar and then unchecking this to hide the sidebar. Or since this is a very short article, you can easily put some article blocks like Drake in the sidebar, along with maybe a description of the character. If you don't have art, it's okay. And then it can just fill up that sidebar so it's not just naked there. Alright, so let's get into the article. Malandra, the Drake Guardian. The youngest daughter of a Drake breeder, Malandra spent much of her childhood playing in the Drake stables that her father owned. When she was a young adult, the Rogue King, which that is obviously a placeholder name, began his campaign to conquer all of Temeria. And it wasn't long until a unit of his army was at her town's front door. Unwilling to sit by as her home was raided, Malandra hopped onto her favorite Drake's back and took off towards the front lines with several other Drake riders. Using the tall grass to their favor, she led the small group in, using hit-and-run tactics over the span of several days. The enemy being picked off one by one by the demons in the grass eventually lost their nerve and retreated. Encouraged by Wynn, Malandra would go on to organize the other Drake riders against the Rogue King's army, mainly using the Drakes to strike at supply lines and camps, striking fear into the enemy's heart. Her efforts were vital in the war. By slowing the army's advancement, she gave the resistance armies time to counterattack. Malandra spent much of her younger years working at her father's stables, saving her coins in hopes of opening her own stables. When the war came to her doorstep, those dreams were put aside, and she quickly became a vital leader of the Drake Riders. And it looks like this is probably an article that's not done yet. Conducting missions against the enemy and training recruits on how to ride Drakes. Malandra was fascinated with Drakes ever since she was a little girl, spending all of her time at her father's stables. This love for Drakes would prove crucial in the war efforts, and her knowledge on how to care, train, and ride Drakes would be invaluable. After the war, she would step down from a leadership role of the Drake Riders, choosing to instead offer counsel when requested and spending the rest of her free time studying wild Drakes across Temeria. So, interesting character. I would want to know maybe a description of her. If she doesn't have a character portrait, it's okay. We can still say, what is she? Is this a human? Training Drakes. Is she a demon? It said demons in the grass, or Drake's demons. Not sure. I would assume that a Drake is dragon, because I think that's what a Drake is. But I don't know what it is in this world. Yes, similarly to true dragons. So these are not true dragons. Alright, so interesting. So I don't know if it was saying that the Drakes are demons, or if the people that are riding the Drakes are demons. So I don't know what that meant. I would like to know more about the world, and article blocks and little tidbits in the sidebar can help with that. Even an article, a description of the character's appearance, if you don't have a portrait, is great too. But otherwise, thank you so much for sharing this article, NorthWhiteWolf. Next, we're going on to Blademaster Linyarra by Jester 2B. And if you are lurking in the chat and you would like me to read your article, please let me know. If you're just hanging out, thank you so much for hanging out with me as I go over these. There are quite a bit of them, and I do understand if you have to drop out at any time. Thank you for all of your support in my endeavors. Blademaster Linyarra. The war is only over once I am dead. And that must be a quote from Blademaster Linyarra. Interesting. Already, its credits up here. Cover art by Raphael Siwa and written by Jester 2B. Nice creditings. This is quite a long article, so I'm going to have to skim some. I apologize. Already, I see that the sidebar is quite short. So I would suggest maybe the sticky sidebar, as I did just show you. I can do it one more time. When you see this kind of sidebar, when the article's long, but the sidebar stays still until the end of the article. That's a sticky sidebar, and you do need to use CSS for that. Not everybody has access to that. Not everybody has that on their account, so I understand if you cannot do that or would rather not do it. So other ways we can do it is to extend the sidebar by putting in these quotes over in the sidebar instead, or even adding art or article blocks. But we can just go ahead and read over this. HURRAH has been the birthplace of many great warriors. None of the great generals, dragon slayers, and master hunters compared to HURRAH's greatest champion, Linyarra. She has stood victorious over beasts, elves, gods, and seemingly death itself. The great Blademaster stands as a symbol of the power in all of Rak'tain, and dutifully serves as a protector and leader for her homeland. Great Blademaster was born in the town surrounding Tolmer Comgor, the largest military garrison in HURRAH. From a young age, she was fascinated by the art of swordsmanship. In her eyes, the sword was not an instrument of war, but rather an instrument of expression. The wielder was an artist who expressed themselves in a deadly dance of clashing blades. Very poetic. The young girl dreamed of becoming a master of this elegant dance. Linyarra found her chance to achieve her dreams when an old weathered swordsman called himself Yaran the Wanderer arrived in Tolmer Comgor. The old man had traveled almost everywhere he could in Stilwen and wished to settle down for once. It seemed fate would have its answer for him when Linyarra approached him seeking his guidance. Finding his reason to settle down, Yaran began training the ambitious young girl. He was impressed by the speed at which she learned his techniques and her ability to wield a blade as if it were an extension of herself. By the time she reached her late teens, Yaran had taught Linyarra, there needs to be a space here, everything he knew, to the point that she had surpassed him. Seeking to put her skills to the test, Linyarra began offering her skills to those who needed them. Her accomplishments, including hunting an infamous crime boss and slaying a lich spider single-handedly, made her a local icon in Tolmer Comgor. For Linyarra, however, it wasn't enough. So it goes on to explain the clash of the unbreakable. I wish to fight Kelvila Dreadar. That's something that she said. So there was lots of battles going on. One would think someone who thinks of themselves as a god would be offended by what happened. Thankfully, Kelvila is the best of her family and accepted her defeat with grace. And that is what a festival spectator said. I guess they were fighting at the festival. Warrior's Mark. She had a historic victory over the previously unbeaten Kelvila Dreadar. Then there's the Concoction. 4 years after her second festival appearance, she discovered a strange tumor on her chest. She would grow weak and ill as the disease took over her body. Despite the temple's best efforts, the news of Linyarra's illness broke out across HURRAH, as the nation braced for the potential loss of its greatest hero. The disease acted quickly, pulling her to the brink of death faster than any healer could fight it. For everything she had accomplished in her life, this wasn't how she would have wanted it to end. Try as she might, this looked like a fight she couldn't win. When she was at her weakest, bedridden, and waiting for death, a strange hooded figure snuck into her chambers. This mysterious individual carried with them a vial of an unknown concoction. The stranger did not speak a word to the dying Linyarra as they held her firmly while making her drink the mysterious substance. As quick as they came, the stranger disappeared, leaving the concoction to take effect. Linyarra would fall into a deep slumber for 3 days, but when she awoke, she felt stronger than ever. The concoction had completely cured her while also making her stronger and faster than before. To celebrate Linyarra's recovery, she and Kelvila would host the Celia Ardal Festival for a second time. As with the last festival, the two would duel again. Kelvila would leave with a third slash on her cheek. Little did Linyarra know the concoction had another side effect. It had stopped her from aging, effectively making her immortal. Untouchable to the everlasting march of time, Linyarra continued on serving the Orkina Temple and HURRAH. Her undying visage and silver armor would serve as a symbol of inspiration to HURRAH as she led her forces against any threat to her homeland. During times of calm, Linyarra founded The Yarkin, an order of elite swordsmen who trained in the ways of the Silver Blade of Raktura. Her immortal legacy has made Raktura stronger as she leads her people into a new age. Interesting. So very mysterious still. We don't know who that character was who gave her this strange and mysterious cure. But very interesting character, very interesting world, very interesting lore, and it does make me want to learn more. Thank you for sharing this article, Jester 2B. My only advice would be that sidebar and maybe some more links, but I know that some of these articles might not be done, but if we could have more links to different things that are interesting in the world that we, want to learn more about. Alright, we've done 10 articles. And it's been an hour and 30 minutes. So we need to do about 50 more articles. Don't know if I'm going to be able to do them, but I'm going to try. Next we have Chitty River Toast by JM Tyranny. If you are lurking in the chat and you would like me to read your article and I have not already, please do let me know by popping out and saying, hello, I'm here. I want you to read my article, please. Alright, already. This one is an interesting one. Not very long at all, but this one, the sidebar is very long because there's so much information here, and I see there's a lot of like TTRPG stats and stuff in the sidebar. We don't need to read all that, but those are helpful for game playing. So I know that this is probably just notes for your GM games, which I won't judge at all for that. So the thing I would just say is maybe adding article blocks or something in the body to make the body last as long as the sidebar, unless you want to just put this here, put some of this information in the body of the text so that it's not, just a big long sidebar with nothing here. There can also be just like a big picture or something you can just put there. That's just my pet peeve, that the contents is just so short and then the sidebar is so long. But no matter, whatever you like to do, that would be fine. But yeah, I would suggest to leave this, this is being naked and empty just looks a little bit weird, in my opinion. So maybe like putting this like in the body instead of having it in the sidebar. Because this is Game Master Guide page 212. So maybe that could be like in the body. Anyway, gotta stop talking about that and read about the character. Chitty Rivertoes. The head priestess of the Dawnflower Library is a chatty woman named Chitty Rivertoes. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Sorry if I'm not. Always eager to greet newcomers regardless of their faith or vocation, Chitty has a surprising knack for recommending the perfect bit of reading to people she's only just met. She's open-minded on almost every subject, but has no patience for thievery, as her sister stole several valuable books from the temple and fled not long ago. Chitty is a useful contact for any hero, especially clerics. So interesting character already, very short to the point. It tells a lot of that you can disguise coded messages, resist being ordered around, conduit for positive energy, prevent some enemies from benefiting or some allies from being hurt. A lot of stats for your TTRPG, so cool there. And this is great Game Master notes to keep in your back pocket. So very interesting, great leader of their people. And my only suggestion would just be to like put something here because it just looks very naked. I would feel like this whole thing could maybe just go right here, and then you can fill up the sidebar with this kind of thing. She's a halfling. There's not really actually any appearance description. So like maybe her eyes, does she have hair, what color, how tall is she, stuff like that could be in the sidebar. Or and then like a little article block to the Dawnflower Library or something like that. And then all this TTRPG information can just be in the body. I would just suggest that, just to make the article look even. But other than that, very interesting character. Thank you for allowing me to read it on the stream. Drunken Panda is here. Ooh, this one has a stat block. Lurking as a D&D session is in a lull state. Oh, thanks for lurking, Drunken Panda. I appreciate you checking out the stream. Like I said, everybody can feel free to drop in and drop out whenever they want because I have a lot to do. But I do appreciate when you guys pop in the chat and say hello. Much success to your D&D session, even though it's currently in a lull state. Hopefully starts back up and you guys have a lot of fun soon. But thanks in the meantime for checking me out when you are in a little boring moment. Arapomo Thora. And this is by Jin 9. Already, this is quite a long article. Sidebar, I will suggest right now that you can go to sections, scroll down, and click uncheck display article sidebar override so that this can disappear because there's absolutely nothing in the sidebar. Or I would suggest adding something to the sidebar, maybe a description of the character, article blocks, anything like that. Yeah, so let's get into the article. I'm not gonna read the whole thing because it's quite long, but I will browse through it. A respected commander of the Iskin army, Arapomo was designated supreme commander of the small army that sailed with the grand expedition that ultimately discovered and settled in Joria. I'm not sure how to pronounce that either. Aware that there was no going back for any of them and no way to communicate with their homeland, Arapomo and the expedition's leader, Osha Kodir, strove to build a safe and prosperous new home even through the war against Jindirlo. Failure was not an option, but for failure meant the death of everyone that sailed with them. Arapomo grew up in the Ixen capital of Sexden, deep in the Bayaden pass of Tioka's volcanic mountains. His mother grew up in a small coastal village, and Arapomo often visited the coast while growing up. While this inspired a desire to sail the oceans, he realized his true calling was in the military when an invading army raided the southern territories of the Ixen kingdom. These raids continued on and off for two decades, allowing Arapomo to join the military, train, and fight, and eventually rise to the rank of captain. When the nation finally retreated, experiencing an invasion at their own southern border by the nation that would become Dargon, Arapomo sought to continue his military career, serving for another 11 years and earning a promotion to commander. When the Ixen king decreed that expeditions be sent far and wide to search for new lands ready for habitation, he asked for distinguished commanders to join and become supreme commanders, wherever the seas carry them. Quote. Arapomo was one of those chosen and eagerly agreed, excited to live out his childhood dream of sailing past the horizon. As he had no wife or children and his parents had already passed away, he felt there was nothing stopping him from joining any of the grand expeditions. So it does cover some of his adventures and the legacy of the character. So very interesting character, very interesting adventures. It does make me want to learn more about the world, and I would suggest just the sidebar issue, maybe putting some article blocks of these kinds of things in the sidebar and maybe having a brief description of the character. Not sure, how the character looks, so that would be helpful. Color eyes, hair color, if they have hair, what they wear, stuff like that. So yeah, that would be desired. If not, yeah, whatever you choose to do with that sidebar. But that's just a suggestion. Thanks again to Jin9 for contributing that article and allowing me to read it on stream. Next we have Yuriumu. Not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but this is by Ondo. We're gonna read it. I have put the link in the chat so that you can check it out and click links and everything. Oh, Well, it's by Ondo, but it's quite a short article, so we can read the whole thing. Alrighty. I would love to have a pronunciation key because I do not know how to say this name. Uriumu That's the only thing I can say. Not sure how else it's pronounced. They are the dean of the school of Imai, and as such, its political leader as well. He's highly regarded as an arcanist, considered to be quite powerful as a topomancer, but also great and diplomatic leader with good judgment. Thanks to his leadership, the school has become more open, accepting students of any ethnicity and partially opening its borders to visitors. This is an Indian human. I like the CSS, by the way, of this world, Ondo's world. Oh, how do I hide it again, though? It's too late. I don't know how to hide that sidebar again. Let's zoom out a bit. No, no, no. Okay, just gonna have to reload the page. I guess they assume that once you click that sidebar thing, you want to move to a different page. If there's a way to undo that and hide it back again, please let me know. Ureumu was born in a small town on the outer islands, and thus is a tooltip. Great. Periodically float outside of the radiant sky. When they do, the weather turns extremely, almost deadly cold. Interesting floating islands. Where he learned the basics of topomancy from a non-licensed arcanist. However, since he was born deaf and couldn't speak or understand spoken language, he had serious trouble understanding his teacher, who didn't have the patience for him. When he was of age, he was accepted into the school of Imai as a student. Classes weren't accessible to deaf people, but thanks to a newly made friend who knew sign language, he managed to follow along and graduate with the highest score. However, knowing how unwelcoming the school could be to certain groups, he decided he would change that. So he began a journey to learn even more, to explore the world and make sure people from all over would know his name. When he was ready, he joined the school as a professor, and when the former dean died, he was chosen as his successor. As the dean of the school, he has opened the school borders to citizens of the Imaui Confederation, although most of the island is still restricted for citizens only. He's also given priority to accessibility for disabled people and has made sure there isn't any sort of discrimination against people of other ethnicities or backgrounds. These are largely considered good actions, but some people think he's bringing the school too close to the Confederation's government, which, according to them, could be the end of the school's independence. Very interesting article. Ondo, thank you so much for sharing this and allowing me to read it on stream. I would just say what I'm saying to everybody, either add a little description of how the character looks in the sidebar, adding some article blocks maybe. School of Imai, I feel like this is going to be a multipass. Yes, it is, because this is bolded, but it's not, you know, clickable, so I figured that that article wasn't done. But if there is some kind of just generic article block you can put here, any art you can put there, or any descriptions or any quotes from the character, I feel like they could go in the sidebar just to make it a not naked space here. But other than that, very interesting character, made me want to know more about the world. Thank you so much again, Ondo, for sharing that one. Next we have Allura by Nl'thath. And if you are lurking in the chat and you would like me to read your article and I have not read it already, please do let me know by commenting in the chat. Allura by Nl'thath, and I am putting the link there so that you can click it and read it on your own time. Interesting article already, and like there's a little cute use of little Playmobil characters. A lot of Hero Forge art. And it's a short to the point article, not too long, so we will probably be able to read the whole thing. Queen Allura, the Kingdom of Canterbury, was probably the most recognizable and organized faction in all of Tierras Magicas, inhabiting the massive Canterbury Castle and counting on assets such as a spaceship, a dragon's hoard of treasure, and some would add their very own pink rubber ducky. Interesting objects. They controlled the plains, keeping the geyser snakes at bay, It looks like that's an article that's not yet done. And harvesting the resources the Salt Lake had to offer. From start to end, the kingdom was fairly commanded by Queen Laura, a smart girl that kept the state's affairs in order for a long time, up until she ultimately had to take some hard decisions to get back the one she lost. Already cute Hero Forge art of Queen Laura. I see that she's in a wheelchair. She has nice fashion sense. There's some little bunny slippers she's wearing. Little cute little birds nested around her. She has her crown and a dragon perched. Very interesting. I like the layout of the article already, the use of pictures. I feel like maybe there could just be one article block right here or one quote or something to stop this from being like the blank space of the whole thing. But yes, interesting already. We will read the rest because it's very short. Queen Laura was a 12-year-old click girl, and there's a bolded click, which means that must be something that can be clicked, but it's probably going to give us a multipass. Yes, because it's not done. It's okay. I would like to know more about this world, though. It's very interesting. Click girl with short dark hair and white, who dressed in yellow and white. Early on in her life, her family discovered that her legs were weak and tended to fail her at weird times. Her mysterious disease progressed with time until she was affected with complete brokenness on both legs. And that is a oh, these are toys. This world is toys. Brokenness, sad fate many toys have to go through. Aw, so this is a world of toys. I see. Interesting world, Naylan. I need to read more about it. Treatments with modeling clay embedding were attempted but ultimately failed to keep her consistently walking on her own. She used a green and white wheelchair for mobility and was otherwise in good health. The Queen of Canterbury was often seen surrounded by her pets, doves, cute, and a couple of small dragons that enjoyed sleeping atop the kingdom's treasure. She was friendly and spent most of her free time with her parents and her grandma, sometimes enjoying the performances that her knights and horses would put up for her. Most of all, Laura enjoyed spending time with her favorite knight, Sebastian, who she saw as a mentor, big brother, and protector. Interesting. There is a link to Sebastian. Interesting. So interesting. And this is for toys. So where is Sebastian? Losing Knight Sebastian to the Tempest was the hardest hit in the life of young Queen. The monarch that once was joyful and trusting turned desperate and commanding. She exhausted all of the possibilities in the search for her knight. At the brink of despair, she powered through her disability to make the massive hike through her castle's cavernous floors until she reached the fairies to get a wish granted. When she came down resolute, she requested a vessel for her miracle, and a loyal subject obliged. The failed attempt to call back Sebastian's soul was the last horror in the search for the lost knight. As the echo of Sebastian slowly faded away on the empty husk of a sacrificed body, Laura abandoned her efforts and hope. The kingdom of Canterbury was never quite the same again. Very sad. We can learn more about Sebastian at his article, which is far more detailed. That was an entry for World Ember of 2021. So very interesting. Again, thank you so much to Naylan for sharing this. This world is interesting, and while it was quite sad, the story was very intriguing. The CSS is nice. The layout of this article is very awesome, and I would just suggest putting one thing here so there's not, naked at that spot. But other than that, once again, very interesting. It made me want to learn way more about the world and about Sebastian, the mysterious disappearance, the poor knight. Once again, thank you for sharing that article. Next, we're going to Irina, the Eastern Tsar, by Nated123. And if you are just joining us, thank you so much for stopping by. Please do let me know if you would like me to read your article. I'm reading Great Leaders of Their People by World Anvilites. And this is the next one in the chat so that you can click along and read. Short article, we can read the whole thing. Tsar of the Eastern Hunters, Irina. Irina's family were once the most powerful golden house on the Norskia Isles. I'm not sure. Isles, until Albert Te Banos established the Norskia Empire. Much of the family fled west out of fear to create the Eastern Hunters. The loyalty of the family that stayed within the empire is often questioned, as the Eastern Hunters continually interfere with politics and constantly raid the empire's northeastern border. Even with their loyalty in question, the Tsar keeps the family close, most likely to keep them in line. Elemental Irina is a earth elemental. One of the main reasons she was able to be crowned Tsar was the fact that she was a powerful elemental and defeated her older brother in a duel. Irina holds much disdain for the Norskia Empire. She and much of her family believe that Albert forcibly united tribes that held no wishes of ruling over another. She believes that Albert it says striped, but I think it means stripped, the tribe's freedom away, and the empire he established has ruled with an iron fist for over 400 years. Irina was crowned Tsar of the Eastern Hunters in 4401 BCE. Within the first few months as Tsar, she ended conflicts with the HURRAH and continues to try to establish routes with them and the Mari Rado. The following months, she would go on to intensify the weight of Norskia Empire's territory while constructing several new fortifications within the mountains surrounding her country's capital. When she was crowned Tsar, Irina was given control over the Golden House's vast fortune, while a large part of the fortune was used to improve the multiple aspects within the country. A vast amount of it still remains, making her extremely wealthy. So interesting. Sidebar does have some green eyes, red hair, 5'2", and other information about the character. We don't have a portrait, but we do have a description, which is great. I would just suggest maybe putting a quote or two from the character and an article block, and that will make that sidebar at length with the contents. And that's just my opinion, because that's my little pet peeve, that the sidebar is too short and the article is too long. But other than that, thanks for this article. I appreciate this. It makes me very interested about the world. Short to the point and gives me a great overview of the character. Thanks so much again to Nated123 for sharing that article. If you are lurking, please let me know if you want me to read your article, if I have not already. Next we have Nl'thath Mtl'mn by HURRAH. I'm putting that in the chat. Let me turn this fan on real quick. Up here in Michigan, it has been getting it was heating up a lot this summer, and then it cooled off, and I was like, wait, where did the summer go? It feels like fall, and then now it's getting back hot. So I figured that the summer was not going to leave us just yet. It's going to give us a last hurrah. But anyways, it's time for Nl'thath Mtl'mn. And this is in another language, and I'm going to translate it to English. So that means Nl'thath Lighthammer, basically, that is her name. Head mistress of the Lorekeeper Academy, she is one of the first warlocks to be awakened by Jarana, the unyielding rock sage, and is recognized as the most powerful of the elemental arcane disciples. She is therefore a reference with regard to knowledge and the search for knowledge in general, but most particularly an expert in the field of arcana and what comes close to it. Her mastery of the mysteries of the rocks allowed her to be the architect and creator of the Academy, and it is said that there are corridors and entire sections whose access is concealed behind tons of rock, and which she only can give access to it. Some of the most powerful and dangerous works of the Academy would be secretly kept there out of sight. Impatience, hassle, and chaotic behavior tend to annoy her, I think it means. But Google Translate is horrible, but I have to use it. Sorry. But her response will always be extremely calm, thoughtful, and poised in her arguments. Her patience is as legendary as her determination, and in almost 3 centuries of existence, no one has ever been able to make her change her mind against her will. She never raises her voice for no reason and does not take her composure no matter what the circumstances. I don't think it means take her composure. I think it means lose, lose her temper. Her ability to wait for a situation to evolve on its own, sometimes perceived as failing until the facts end up proving her right. Yes, so I was going to say about this Irina article, there are a couple of grammar and spelling errors, but that's okay. I do understand. But with this article here, the grammar and spelling errors and the him added is Google Translate's fault, so I'm not going to even say anything about this. If you read it in native tongue, you should have a better idea of the character, but hopefully I got the gist of the character. I can kind of understand where it's coming from. I like the art. Nice. Let's see if it is credited. Cards are creation, the owner of this world. Map. Region covers, flowscape tool, character portraits, made using the portrait workshop tool. Okay, credited. Great. The map is credited too. Interesting. All right, so 298 years old. It doesn't have much details about her appearance, but we see her right here. So, yes, thank you so much for sharing this article, Hele. What I will say is that I would suggest, because this sidebar in this case is longer than the contents of the page, so I would say maybe adding an article block or 2 across here, or a quote from the character or something like that, to help the article to feel more, put together and not off kilter. But other than that, I apologize for the bad Google translation, but this was a pretty nice article. I know that it probably reads way better in native tongue, and some things probably got lost in translation, but it's fine. Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing this character. Next we have Rella Kindguard by Aurelius. Not sure how to pronounce any of these names. If I am butchering any of these names, please don't hesitate to let me know in the comments if you're watching this in the future, or if you're watching it right now, you can put it in the chat if you want to, if you are the person and you know how to pronounce it. I have put Rella in the chat for you guys to check out. I think this article, yes, quite short. Once again, we see that the sidebar is a bit longer than the body of the text, so I would just suggest putting maybe this legendary hero thing. You can probably put it in a quote box or a container and put it over here, so that it can be kind of like big and not in the sidebar extending it. Or you can add article blocks or something, or quotes to this body, but I would just suggest that so that the sidebar is not longer than the body of the text. But that's just my pet peeve, of course. We're going to read about it. Rella is without a doubt the most legendary figure of the Age of Extant. She is treated with the same reverence and renown as the battles of the Reckoning, and yet she is better remembered and known. She inspires the best in people to this day, and people around the world aspire to act like she would have. She was and is a beloved woman who epitomizes what a mortal can be and achieve. So already this art is created in Hero Forge, I believe. It is not credited in the world, but this is a Hero Forge model. It says Hero Forge up there too. So interesting. I guess that can be considered a crediting. Is good. Born in Yathra, Silthane in 358 AT, Rella Kindguard was a human woman of general normality. She was a member of the Circle of the Silver, then burgeoning chivalric order in Yama and Yathra, Silthane. She lived the life of a typical knight priestess for her first few decades. As a child, she studied religious texts and histories and learned of the ways of clerics, then studied martial combat as a teenager. In the early years of her third decade, Rala felt the call of Yama and became a fully fledged cleric. By the time she was 30, she became the Grandmaster of her order. As Grandmaster, she began readying the Circle of the Silver for war. She had watched Kratham tighten his hold over Atreus her entire life. She heard tales of the horrid crimes his defiled empire committed against the Atrian people, of the blasphemy Cathram and his undead committed. In 390 AT, when Kratham issued his divine decree, Rala marshaled the circle. She put out a rallying cry to the people of Yathra-Silthane. If the temple tribunal would not act, then they had to. Oh, sorry. Read that so wrong. If the temple tribunal would not act, then they had to. I still said it wrong, but yes, you know what I mean. Her circle joined her, of course, as did hundreds of other paladins and clerics, townfolk in Silverguard. Thus, the Auric Exemplars were born. Through the Auric Exemplars and her leadership throughout the fragmented war, Rala has always been remembered as the perfect leader. She was a kind woman, utterly compassionate and never arrogant, but also driven to the point of complete dedication and too determined to fail. She cared deeply for her people and yet still pushed them to achieve the best they could. She died a hero, ending Kratham's reign and giving her life to annihilate the defiled empire once and for all. She is an inspiration to Emaxians across the world, even to this day, and her legend lives on in stories in historical and religious texts, and in muttered prayers and wishes. She is akin to a saint. Very interesting character, and there are lots of lore behind this world. Once again, I would only just say the sidebar issue would be my only issue with this this article. Would love to learn more about the world. I don't see many links to other articles, but of course in summer camp we're rushing, but there is a link to that. Sometimes there may be articles that aren't yet done. That's okay. But the article, made me interested in reading much more about the world. So thanks again to Aurelius for sharing that one. Next we have High King Cormac by Ironcliff. High King Cormac Ironcliff by Twarin Stormborn. Alrighty. Alright, very short article. Just the whole thing is a quote box. And I will say right now that maybe since this is in a quote box like this, we can say hide this sidebar because there's nothing in it. Go to sections, go down to display article sidebar and uncheck that. Doing so will just make the whole sidebar disappear, and this will be full length across the page. Just a tip if you're not going to put any other things in the sidebar. The death of High King Cormac is not merely the death of a leader or the head of our government. It is the passing of a last great hero of the age and the tolling of the bell for society as we know it. Industrialization will bring a time of advancement, growth, and prosperity, certainly, but also a time of strife and darkness, a time where there may be lack of those with the moral fiber and unique ability to inspire heroics amongst those whom would normally not be capable of it. His passing is no mere passing of an ancient head of government, nor should he be remembered but so mundanely. He is one of the greatest heroes to ever live, perhaps the greatest since Sir Carthart himself. The cleaver of Blackdale Ridge, the Goblin Reaver, Death Singer, titles he earned, names he had carved into legend by his deeds, and names of fearful respect passed unto him by his enemies. High King Cormac was a leader among leaders, capable and brilliant, the best of his ilk, able to get the most out of those around him, able to lead with word and by action and deed, able to inspire regular men and women to greatness, humble yet confident, iron yet with a heart of pure intent and kindness, a savage warrior yet a savvy leader, with great capability to lead in both peace and war. He deserves the highest honors with his passing, for he blazed the trail. He guided our nation to its reclamation and recovery. He was bold, cunning, and wise, and sought to impart that upon all who met him, and upon those he led. He gave his spirit, his every essence to his people, and we, the Suranthi, would not be where we are now without him. So we owe it to him, but more importantly, to ourselves, to honor his memory properly, but also seek to continue his legacy, and continue growing, rising to expand and reclaim all our lost lands, to stand against the beasts and dark things that seek evermore to destroy and reap of our blood, to tear down the nation and civilized world. We owe it to him to continue making Suranth a true bastion of the world. Anything less would be an insult to his honored memory. And that was a quote from Lord Protectorate Azulran Ricmac Vithang speech at the state funeral for High King Cormac Ironcliffe. So we see a lot of the character through this speech. It doesn't really tell about the description of the character, it doesn't go into much detail, but from this speech we can tell how this character was, or at least how Vithang saw the character, and how many of the people of the world saw this character. So very interesting character, very creative storytelling from this point of view of the character. But yeah, if we want to put age of death, time of death, you know, appearance, notes, links to other articles, like article blocks and stuff like that, we can always fill up the sidebar with that. But if you just wanted to be this, that's fine. I would just suggest hiding the sidebar so that it doesn't feel so naked here. But thanks once again to Twarin Stormborn for sharing that interesting, intriguing article. If you are here and you would like me to read your article, please do tell me in the chat. Next we have Destrian Frosthand by Cow to Face. Another short article. Destrian Frosthand was born into a distinguished family on Elvel Island. Years later, he would enter service at the court of the Duke on the island. Here, he showed his talent as a diplomat by ensuring that the other noble families on the island were satisfied, and thanks to the connections he had made over the years and the skill he had showed, it says he had showed, so I think that that's missing an H. He was chosen to lead the diplomatic envoy to the mainland of Dercia, where their tasks was to see if diplomatic ties could be established with the kingdom of Dercia. That at the time was 150 years into their bloody conflict of unification of the region. Destrian would meet up with a member of the Estelles dynasty, the royal family of Dercia, where he was able to convince the royal diplomat it would be beneficial for both the kingdom and the Elvel duchy. Destrian, having seen some of the heavy infantry on the Dercian kingdom, their legionnaires, in action, was convinced that such troops would be a great benefit for his master and for the duchy, playing on the fact that the Crimea people was no masters, were no masters, I think, of the sea, and almost a novice in the ability to build warships. Destrian added to the treaty that besides coming to each other's aid when requested, the Dercian kingdom would provide a cohort of legionnaires for the duchy, and in return the duchy would provide the naval support for the kingdom and share their knowledge in shipbuilding. When Destrian Frosthand returned home, he was celebrated and granted the title of Baron and given some land, and over the years he would return many times to the kingdom of Dercia, both as a diplomat but also as a guest of the king. He would be killed during a siege of Pearl Hall in 356 IC when inspecting some troops from his duchy, and got hit by the arrowhead from an arrow that had ricocheted off the battlements. That's an interesting twist at the end, and sadly untimely death. I don't know if that was an actual accident or not. I would like to know more details about that. I do see there are a couple of articles linked, like this. We could maybe put some of these in down here in the body of the text so that the sidebar is not too long in comparison to the body of the text. Putting just an article block across there will take up some room, maybe 1 or 2 article blocks, and that should be good. He's an elf. He was 450 years old. Ice blue eyes, raven black hair, white skin. 2.1 meters. So interesting character. I can tell some of these articles aren't done yet. They're bolded, but I can't click them, so they're probably still in draft mode. But thanks again for sharing this Destrian Frosthand article, and I would just suggest to maybe add something to the bottom, maybe art, maybe article blocks, maybe a quote from the character or something like that to make the body of the text not shorter than the sidebar. That would be all my advice. Once again, if you're just joining us, thank you so much for tuning in. We are going over some articles of great leaders of their people by awesome, why did I say little? I was trying to say little beans. They're not all little, but they're awesome beans on World Anvil, Anvilites, that wrote these articles for summer camp, and I have the honor of sponsoring the prompt of a great leader of their people, and that's why I'm reading through these, and I'm probably going to read about 60 of them tonight. If you would like me to read yours, please let me know your World Anvil username, and I will try to get to it. Already it looks like we've covered 20. Adriana de Graphos will be the 20th article. Quite a bit. We're 2 hours into the stream. This article is not in English, so I'm going to have to use the horrible Google Translate to try to make sense out of it. I am apologizing already in advance if this article is losing any kind of awesomeness from the horrible thing that is Google Translate. But I'm going to try my best because that is the easiest way that I can translate things. With a click of a button, bada bing, bada boom, right clicking and saying translate to English. The Didascala, not sure. Adriana de Graphos is currently the one who bears the title of director of the Academo due to her mastery in the art of teaching. She, like her cousin, the Ella Poisendonio de Graphos, is part of the Graphosu family, one of the most influential today, as well as one of the noble families of Hellas, specifically Okismi. Although her family is part of the Crimson Council, they always vote against the appointment of a member of their family to such positions as a matter of principle. Although other nobles affirm that such tactics do not fool anyone, since that does not mean their relationships with the other Crimson Councilors are not influenced when it comes to appointing people in your family to important positions. However, there has never been a complaint regarding Adriana de Graphos, a woman loved by all who was struck by misfortune more than once when she lost her husband, children, and siblings during the Great Plague. Her role today is primarily to supervise the other Didascalos, especially the new ones, although from time to time she makes, Google Translate is horrible, makes time to tutor those nobles who are doing very poorly or even very well. Her sympathy for belonging to a family with high demands has always earned her the affection of the vast majority of her students. Unfortunately, I apologize, Google Translate is horrible with those pronouns, unless that was intentionally him. I don't think it was. I'm trying to read it right. So I'm not going to say anything about that because that is not your fault at all. Google Translate is horrible. But thank you so much for sharing, and I think I got an idea of the character from it, even though Google Translate did not do a good job. I do know that it was sad at the thing that happened to her when the Great Plague happened. But yeah, very interesting, very quick story, summarizing a lot in a little amount of time. The sidebar, once again, is not really filled up at all. You can do this thing where you eliminate the sidebar altogether, even though I would not advise that. You go down and just uncheck this and it will make the sidebar disappear. But I think that by this article being very short, maybe just adding a description of the character, how the character looks, a quote from the character, or an article block of one of these various things that are linked. And I'm so glad you linked these things because that is something that I'm curious about the rest of the world, and it's good to have these links here so we can click around and learn more things. But having an article block or two in the sidebar can also help to balance this out, where the sidebar is as long as the contents of the page. But other than that, very short to the point article. Thank you so much for sharing, Adriana de Graffos. Interesting character that I would love to learn more about. Next we have King Turina Wave Strider. Not sure if that's how you pronounce it. Sorry again if I'm getting these wrong. This is by Zai720. Alright. Let's see. Not too long of an article. I still may skim a bit. King Seltorania Wave Strider, aka Shark Slayer, is the current king of the Light Shoal Sea Elves and has reigned over Keel Sidar for the past 250 years. Peak physical condition, even though he is king, he leads by example and can often be found on the battlefield, leading his troops in major battles against Klotkush. Several scars on his chest and one on his neck where he was bitten by a shark. High cheekbones and sharp features with a deep slant to his nose. Deep green eyes that almost seem to glimmer. Wears the crown of Keel Sidar, a circlet made of star coral with 3 tines curving upward like a trident. Unlike most sea elves, Seltorina favors a long blade spear. His has a metal shaft and blade of star coral, which he has named Nl'thath, which means wave's fury. Dark green eyes, long white hair, dark blue-green skin, almost teal. 312 years old. Born to the Wave Strider family, son of a priestess and military commander, once he came of age, began his military service. He distinguished himself in the battle after battle, proving himself a capable warrior, clever tactician, and selfless protector. Rose quickly in the ranks, which is something that a lot of people have been saying, but it's fine because that's what great leaders do most of the time. Became a commander like his father. There's a lot of battle. The defining moment of his military career and the ultimate reason for his election to the throne came during the Battle of Yawning Trench, a terrible sustained conflict that lasted a little over 2 weeks. Short on supplies and cut off from the rest of their army, his division had suffered heavy losses against the force of Sāhagan, led by a 4-armed mutant riding a huge shark. And they had another force quickly approaching from the rear. They were caught in a pincher, and there were no reinforcements coming. Knowing that this was their last stand, Seltorina rallied his troops, and instead of hunkering down and waiting for the enemy to come to them, he ordered a charge head-on into the mutants' line. He personally led the charge, determined to lead by example and die with his men and women if he must. The enemies were caught off guard by the aggressive tactic, and their line broke. As it did so, Sel met the mutant and his shark mount in direct combat, and he slew both of them single-handedly. This shattered the morale of the enemies, I can't pronounce that, sorry, and the force scattered, allowing his division to join up with a faltering Sea Elf division that had just lost its commander. He quickly took command and reorganized his combining forces, which allowed better control of the battlefield. The enemy could not gain ground afterwards, and the battle ended a few days later, and Cel was awarded many accolades for his heroics. The prior king abdicated 5 years later, and the parliament elected Cel the new king. Since his election, the Light Shoal Sea Elves have experienced increased prosperity and gained much more territory in their war against the kingdom of Clotgush. While he is popular among the people, some outsiders are not as enamored, but he has significantly decreased the trade of a star coral, and many outsiders feel he is hoarding it in order to drive up prices. The Terranaverne clergy appreciate this move, so he is well liked by the more devout sea elves. Well educated, studious young elf, and excelled in military history, which many attribute to his brilliant strategical mind. Motivation: protect the people of Kil Sedar and ensure the success and happiness of his people. Alright, once again, I will say some of these pronunciation keys would be great in the tooltip or just in parentheses next to the words. And then maybe add a couple of article blocks in the sidebar, quotes from the character, so that it can extend down to the body of the text, and the sidebar cannot just be so short and up there. But yeah, as for everything else, thank you so much again to Zai720 for sharing that article with us. What am I doing? Alright, and we have one more, and then I think I'm going to take a quick break and then come back to the rest of these. This is called Galenpanos Verena. And this is by Jerissa. And there are some notes in the comments. Why did I say notes there? I was trying to delete it, but never mind. Just ignore that and click the link, please. Thank you. This is quite a long article. We are not, unfortunately, going to be able to read the whole thing, but we can just check out these notes. So yes, Jerissa made a pronunciation guide to proper nouns in Dean Panos' article. So, and unless I note otherwise, any name that ends in S is going to be the soft S like in grandiose, not the stronger sound of hose. That seems to be a consistent guideline in the primary source cultures, Greek, Czech, Russian, and a couple of outside visitors. Alright, so that is a great pronunciation. Then there's notes on full names. Interesting. I'm going to just link that in the chat for you guys as well, if you'd like to see those notes. So let's see the name. Galen Panos Verena. Okay. Dean Emeritus of Digital Architecture, Engineering, Professor of Hyperspace Program Development. Oh, and also that High Lord bit. Alrighty, cool. How the world is kind of being like a somebody's talking to you kind of thing. So yeah. That's cool. I always like this. Originally created by Paul Sudlow and Chris Doyle, the authors of Lords of the Expanse supplement for the West End Games D6 system. We created a grandson by same name for this role in our continuity, but we did not invent him. Okay, so very interesting. They already are giving credit to the character, saying that this was not their created character, but it is just an expansion of the lore of something that was created by a different person or different persons. So that is always appreciated. Thank you for crediting. There are links to what High Lord is, House Verena, all that kind of stuff. Higgins notes. So I see Higgins must be the person who is telling about the character. To effectively write a precis on the High Lord of Arena Province that will serve the needs of current journalism, I have to give the full treatment to 3 different men. They all happen to be the same person. Context is critical for any article or hollow news segment that includes this person. Also, when checking historical documents, remember to verify the middle personal name or initial. Dean Panos GV was named in honor of his maternal and paternal grandfathers and pursued related studies. Dean Panos GD was also High Lord Count Verena before Expansion Week 12,722. Their deanships over their respective branches of Rena University overlapped by several years, during which GV's mother and GD's daughter, Baroness Professora Ismini Glyceria Panos Rena, was the confirmed High Lord's heir, while cousin Lord Professor Kostas Kaleroi Verena was the confirmed Count's heir. All 3 perished in 2 separate twilight bombardments, leaving Dean Panos as the first candidate for either road that could be ratified by the surviving members of the Council of Counts. Their scholarly accomplishments should be honored, but not mistaken for the work of a different member of this house. Once again, interesting character, interesting narration, and it makes me think that the world is very interesting. Yep, so there's a lot of little, tidbits in the sidebar about the character. 49 years old, black eyes, graying hair. I see that there's a lot to be said about the world and the lore. I wonder what would happen if I just... So I think that that's probably a quote from this character. High Lord Verena, Count Verena. I am Dean of Programming at Rena University, you know. At that time you spent being a soldier, my lord. I spent being a researcher. One High Lord to another. I know there's a lot of lore about the character, but we have to skip it because I don't have time. I would suggest either having your sticky sidebar or either putting a lot of article blocks. I see there's a lot of articles you can link as article blocks to extend the sidebar down so that there's not a naked space here. But you could also do a sticky sidebar. Or you can put this whole pronunciation guide in the sidebar. That would be very helpful to the people who are reading. And I'm sure this long pronunciation, you don't even have to have it all the same, all in there. But you can just, put as much as you can in here just to extend it downwards. Oh, Drunken Panda says, it has been fun listening and seeing a lot of cool articles. Definitely gave me some ideas on characters and article formatting in general. Jace for the scream. Wordy, I'm off to bed. Good luck with judging. Sorry. Thank you for hanging out with me. I didn't even know you were still there. I appreciate that, and you have a blessed night and a wonderful rest. I appreciate you still being there and being in the chat, but I know people have to leave, and it's getting so late for me. I feel like I'm ready to call it quits myself, but I'm going to still try to do it as much as I can. So I'm going to probably take a quick break after this and come back. Not sure how long I'm going to be on here, so I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, but if you have to leave, go ahead and have a blessed rest or a great morning if you're going to work or wherever you are in the world. Much success. So, because he became High Lord with insufficient training and plethora of responsibilities, High Lord Verena pushed an unusual arrangement through the Council of Counts in the chaos of the Tapani Civil War. He is, of course, Count Verena as part of becoming High Lord of Rena Province, but he divided up the courtship, as High Lord Count Galen Verena rules all of Rena Province through the High Vor and Low Vor nobility within the House Verena collective. And there are links to these things, which shows that you could put those in the sidebar if you'd like to. Furthermore, Count Galen Verena collects the taxes and levies justice on major infrastructure areas of the province, particularly Caloria Run and Rena University, and the province capital city, ART, on Rena. Sister-in-law Faina Leda Verena Dean of Botanical Studies at Arena University, is also Countess Verena. She is the noble who reigns over Arena's system, collecting taxes and levying justice in service to High Lord Verena and Emperor Gregor Ortopani. She is also the first reigning Countess Verena to not be directly descended from the Panos line in some time, having married into the family. This division of responsibilities may not continue in following generations. Baron Quinn Sheffield is the current designated High Lord's heir, while Lord Metvi Ilari Panos Verena is his mother's designated Countess heir. But these appointments may change if the next few years prove politically stable. Galen Vasilis was born, the third child of then Lady Professora Ismini Panos Verena and her partner, Lord Professor Gabriel Bodan Vorkantos. His oldest sister, Charis Theria, joined the Bene Gesserit religious order. Middle sibling Lidmilla Avra immigrated to Karuskint shortly before the end of of 12720. The family lost contact with her during expansion week 12722. Lidmilla Verena is believed to have changed her identity voluntarily and has since not chosen to reveal herself or return home. Galen Vasilis had one younger sibling, Baroness Ksenia Sveta Panos Verena, Dean of Business Administration. Her spouse is Countess Faina Leda Verena, Dean of Botanical Studies at Arena University. And yes, that's a lot of names, and yes, I know you gave me this pronunciation guide, but I know that that's such a lot, and I appreciate you doing this, and I'm going to definitely link that pronunciation guide for those people who want to read the whole article. I will try to read some more of it, but I cannot do so on stream, as I said. I have a lot to get through, but thank you so much again for sharing this article. Very interesting character, interesting world, and I appreciate how you gave credit where credit is due. And so I would assume that this picture of him is... Oh, it was by Jerissa. Great. Interesting. I wonder, is this like an art breeder? Or... I'm not sure. But you did this. So thank you, Jerissa, for sharing. And thank you for the notes. I appreciate those notes. Now I'm going to take a quick break and I will be right back. I don't know if the screen is going to show that I'm going to be streaming every day in July or something like that. Please ignore whatever the be right back screen says because it's probably going to be wrong. So just warning you. Alright, be right back. back again. Sorry about that brief break, which turned into quite a long break, about 15 minutes, but I'm back now. Isaac Kotoipoi has said a good luck off to bed, and I did wish Kotoipoi a blessed evening. If you guys also have to go, whoever's still watching, please don't be afraid to go ahead and leave, because I don't know how long more I'm going to be on here. I've gone about halfway through, so that means I still have halfway to go, and if it took me 2 hours and 30 minutes to go through the first half, I probably might take 230 minutes to go through the second half, but I'm not sure what's going to happen. We'll see. I'm going to try to do what I can. If you are just joining us because you're wondering what on earth is this woman doing on stream, she had a waiting screen up for like 30 minutes. It was actually more like 15 minutes, but you might be wondering what's happening here. So this is Great Leaders of Their People. I am streaming a lot of articles that were written during summer camp for World Anvil. And if you don't know about World Anvil, please click the link that I'm about to post in the chat, which is linked to Tasha Seki Kess or Keys, not sure. How horrible. By Fulster 41, how horrible my pronunciation will be of this character. Please do let me know if I'm getting this wrong. If you are in the chat, oh, Tasfesky Keys. Not sure if that's how to pronounce it either. These characters still kind of don't help sometimes with pronunciation. In my case, unfortunately, I'm not good at pronouncing some things. But anyway, click this link and it will take you to this character by Fulster 41. But you can also click this little World Anvil here in the corner, and you will see World Anvil is an awesome world building site where you can build worlds, create articles that are like wiki pages for your characters, for your species, for your places and things and rituals and everything you want. And it's very recommended if you're making games, TTRPGs, novels, video games, or just trying to get something out of your brain that you have been stirring on for a long time. Yeah, so interesting world building tools that you can utilize, and it is very encouraged for you to go. If you're already a World Anvilite being, then thank you for watching, and if you would like me to read your article and I haven't already, please do mention so in the chat and I will try to cover it. I sponsored the Great Leaders of Their People prompt, and there were 325 articles. And I tried to read as many of them on stream as I could that I got permission from the authors to read. And this is one of them. Senator Keys, not sure, was one of the first female members of the National Senate, as well as the first female head of Senate. Now, if I seem a bit tired, it is almost 11 p.m. Eastern Time, and I'm just going to try to stay up and do as many of these as I can. But sorry if I look a little tired or seem a little tired. I am a bit tired, but I'm going to try to do these. These are fun to read, and thanks for hanging out with me if you are watching this in the future when I post it on YouTube, or right now live. No matter what, thanks for watching. This person, which I just can't pronounce the name, I'm apologizing about this, was born in HURRAH, the daughter of a member of the National Senate, Keys, a member of the Social Reform Party. At the age of 28, 155 NG, she was elected to the City Senate for the Eastern District of HURRAH as the first elected female senator. A member of the Social Reform Party, like her father, she rose to prominence and popularity in her run. In 160 NG, she ran and became president, marking her as not only the first female senator, but first female president as well. She won re-election twice for president in 165 and 170. In 168 kg, members of the extremist royalist Rises group attempted to assassinate her. She was injured with a cut on her arm and side, but survived the attack. The surviving plotters were caught and executed. Head senator during the time of increased immigration of humans and Sylvians to the country, leading a push in a coalition of parties to allow more immigration and integration of outsiders, breaking free from previous isolationist policies in previous administrations. She also frequently worked with the Prisoners' Rights Party, helping to pass reforms on prisoners' conditions and less strict punishments for those under the age of 18. Didn't run for election after her third term ended in 175. She retired to Relton and married and had 2 children. And is repeated itself. It's okay. Died of heart failure in her home in Relton in 222 kg at the age of 95. So, there is not much appearance-wise description of the character. We know that she's 5 feet 8 inches. I think this is accidentally saying both 5 inches 8 inches. I think one of those little symbols has to be taken away. 180 pounds. And I would suggest maybe putting an article block or 2 in the sidebar or a quote from the character so that we can see that the sidebar is at length with the contents of the article. That's just my personal opinion because I like when the sidebar is even with the contents of the page. But if you don't mind the blank space there, you can keep it there. But other than that, and some of these grammar issues, just a few. Very short article to the point, and it let us know about the character, and we're very interested about that world. Thank you so much for sharing, Foolster41. Next we have Dvorak Silverstone by Narwaller. Putting the link in the chat so that you guys can read along. And if you're lurking and you would like me to read your article and I did not read it yet, please let me know and I will try to get to it. Dvorak. Pronunciation key, awesome. Short article, let's go. Gornjak Dvorak Eberkson Silverstone, aka the Great Reformist. Dvorak Silverstone was the first Gornjak of his clan, starting a ruling dynasty that is still in power to this day. He was put on the throne after the previous Gornjak died without an heir, and the royal genealogists had to trace several branches of cousins to find the next in line. Dvorak's father had just died 2 years prior to this from some rare disease, but his bloodline was connected through several generations to the royal family. Dvorak quickly became known as a reformer as he sought to modernize the dwarven city and bring it into the Second Age. One of his first actions after taking the throne was to open his city up to outsiders and establish regular diplomatic contact with foreign nations. Prior to his rule, outsiders were forbidden from even entering Gelmorgren, except in very rare circumstances. He also oversaw many changes to the laws, tax codes, and a general loosening of the previously tight religious laws that governed the then kingdom. Because of these changes, he earned the honorific the Great Reformer. Dvorak fortunately never showed any signs of his father's illness and was able to live a long natural life before passing off his crown. His descendants have continued to carry on his legacy and are always seeking to bring the dwarven city at least closer to the modern standards, if not past them. Dvorak took the throne in 334 2A at the age of 65. He ruled for 200 years, passing the throne to his eldest daughter upon his death. Interesting picture of him from Hero Forge, I'm sure. It is not credited, but that's okay. I mean, I would suggest you credit it, especially doing so will probably shift this down a bit and then have it where the sidebar is exactly at length with the contents of the page, which is something that I like. And plus we should credit art, because crediting art. Yeah. Not much description of the character, but we see the picture, so it's good. 4 feet, 4 inches, 190 pounds. Alright, so very interesting character. I would like to know more about the world. There are not... excuse me. There are not many links to other articles, which is okay, because I know some of the articles might not be done. But yes, that would be something else. Maybe linking some articles, what Gornjaks are, and, you know, figuring out some of the things that are part of the world. If you do have the articles, linking them would be great. If not, it's okay. But this does make me curious about the world. Thank you for sharing this short and quick, sweet to the point article, and just please credit your art. And I like how this sidebar is pretty even. And once you add the credits to the art, the sidebar should be exactly even. So thanks so much to Narwaller for sharing that article. If you're lurking in the chat and you would like me to read your article, please let me know. Just pop into the chat and let me know your world and full username, and I will try to get to it. Next we are going to Delian, Carl Herwick. Why? I'm trying to organize here. Okay. Not a long article. Pretty nice. The more progress we made, the more clear my role is in this grand exodus became. Sorry. The more progress we made, the more clear my role in this grand exodus became. My words began the chain of events that led to it all. Leading everyone whose lives I had affected through my actions to safety was my responsibility. A task for me alone. A task that led me to a throne of my own. And that is The Road to Freedom by Carl Herwick, King of Illan'rdan. King of the Heretics and Dissidents. And a very interesting article, and very interesting CSS here. Fortunately, it's covering the article title. So you might want to do something to shift this around. There's a lot of cool CSS on this page, but yeah, this is kind of blocking the article title, so I don't know if you like that or not. This is cool up here. These kinds of little quick links. I like the CSS you've done in the world, and like I said, CSS is not everything, but when there is CSS, it's worth mentioning. So yes, pretty good. There's a family tree here. Nice. And it's in a full width footer. I will say right now we have an article that's perfectly lined up. The sidebar is lined up with the contents of the page, and then the family tree is added into a full width footer, which is something that is interesting, and I love the formatting of this article already, except for the fact that this is covering up the article title. But other than that, thank you. That's a great example of a good article layout. Carl Herwick was a lord in the Duchy of the Hārdalin, who spoke out against the influence of the Inquisition of Ath and the persecution of religious minorities in the Empire of Poplarwhisk. His outspoken nature attracted the attention of like-minded dissidents, many of whom joined him when Carl evaded arrest and fled the country. Carl Herwick and his band would go on a long journey. I would think that that's a little bit redundant, but it's okay. Which eventually resulted in the creation of the Kingdom of Illan'rdan, a safe haven for the persecuted and untamed land full of opportunities. Herwick's band. Carl Herwick. Oh. So there's a discrepancy with the spelling of his name. Is it Herwick or Herwick? There's a V there. Just making a note. HURRAH and his supporters fled Palernon in the year 1502 AA, crossing the sea to the Republic of Vivernia. From there, they found additional support in the form of new volunteers for their journey and the assistance of the Vivernian government. Working together with local officers, he devised his plans to move his people to the Nl'thath Peninsula, where the United Kingdom of Inor and Puna was embroiled in a civil war. The Pandur of that wild land were few in number, and Karl figured that a sufficiently determined force could make the most of the situation and carve out a new realm over there. With the help of Vivernian scouts, HURRAH's band navigated through the treacherous Belivy wetland. They made their way to the Clav. His first great victory in the region was the conquest of Valscain. The settlement was all but undefended, and HURRAH's forces were able to take it without much resistance. He emptied the settlement of its inhabitants, allowing the women and children in his band to settle in the town while the rest of the men ventured on towards the east. Eventually, Karl's army managed to occupy the town of Helical for a brief time before having to pull out of the town and fortifying the defensive positions along the river west of the settlement. It was there where the fate of the land was decided. Following a brilliant victory, the valiant leader led his men deep into the heart of the United Kingdom of Inor and Puna until they finally reached and sacked the city of Ital Asi, which they would then go on to call, I think it means, Trotli. With the Pandur defeated and their lands conquered, Karl of the House of HURRAH was proclaimed King of Enlighten and cheered on as a conquering hero. And there's a little article block here, Kingdom of Enlightenment. Good job. We have olive green eyes, balding and graying dark brown with long mutton chops, hair, leathery tan skin, 1.82 meters, and 86 kilograms. Some other information about the character. So this is an interesting article, short to the point, told the story. I love the layout and how it is perfectly positioned. The CSS is cool too, but it's just this right here is blocked, just letting you know. I don't know how that will look on mobile. Let's see. Yeah, on mobile it looks like it does okay, because that little sidebar isn't there. What happened to it? Is it gone? Sidebar doesn't appear on mobile, I guess, then. Ah, come on, get out of here. So I don't know why this appears here, but yeah, you might want to do something about that. But other than that, thank you so much for sharing the article, Delian. Very interesting. And it did make me curious about the world and the character. Next we have Queen of Thieves by Minnie Angled One. Minnie Angled One. Interesting username. If you are lurking in the chat and you want me to read your article, please let me know, and I will try to get to it. Queen of Thieves. When she began bringing together the various groups of people who were living on the fringes, the Lord Commander Giabralter called her a Queen of Thieves and Cretans. She liked it so much she adopted it as her moniker. The Queen of Thieves has formed a coalition from the displaced and unwanted and shaped them into one of the 5 major powers in Drakenheim. Some groups she made deals with, others she won over through force of personality or convinced them to follow her cause. They are displaced peasants, mercenaries left from the Civil War, and others who live on the edges of society. Yes, some of them are thieves and brigands, and as her detractors like to claim, but most are honest folk, driven to extremes to keep themselves and their families alive. To all of them she offers safety and camaraderie, and the hope of one day living in a better world where there are no nobles, and common folk can live in peace. Interesting already. I will say this sidebar, we could just add some article blocks or some quotes from the character, maybe, and more description. I don't see like a physical description of the character in the sidebar, but I see there's something here. But to extend the sidebar down just to be in sync with the body of the text would just be my suggestion, which can be done through article blocks and quotes and art if you have any. Let's continue reading. Queen of Thieves is a master of disguise. She's been known to appear in many forms, including as a male or even a non-human. When disguised, she might go about wearing anything, but when she wants to be seen, she wears a suit of red and black leather with a red cape and a wide-brimmed hat. Past and true identity are shrouded in mystery. Her mystique is part of the secret of her success thus far. The Queen of Thieves is clearly an educated person, leading some to suspect she had a noble upbringing. The Queen of Thieves banded the various people struggling to eke out a living into a cohesive group. She gave them a base where they could gather and protect themselves from the predations of monsters, bandits, and the other factions. Despite her success in bringing together most of the small groups into a single organization, she has yet to secure a route into the inner city so she can pursue her goal of claiming the city. Intelligent and cunning, the Queen of Thieves uses what resources she has to their fullest potential. Long before the meteor, what kind of world? Let's see. The common people of the realm were used by the nobility and wealthy merchants alike as disposable chattel. In the wake of Drakenheim's destruction, it has only been worse. The bitter civil war for the throne killed thousands, destroyed entire towns, and ruined livelihoods. And for what? It is time for the people of Westmar to rise up and seize Drakenheim for themselves. A new order will be born from the ashes, not of nobles, but of equals. Now that makes it seem like that might be a quote from her, or the person who's writing this article is very expressive and, zealous about this subject. To claim the throne of Drakenheim so that the monarchy can be overthrown and a new government set up for the people of Westmar. That's her motivation. She entrusts the handling of her schemes to her lieutenants, Lies and Deceit. So there's lieutenants are named Lies and Deceit looks like the article isn't done yet, but Lies is done. It's a tiefling, one of the lieutenants of the Queen's men. Interesting. So Lies and Deceit are really her right-hand men. That's funny. So this is an interesting character, and of course, species human, but of course it's going to say that's a great leader of their people, and some people might not think she's a great leader. But it's very interesting character. And Lies and Deceit is a nice twist to add. So all I would say is, at first I wasn't clear that somebody was reading us the article that was like adding their, input into it. If you would like to put that into a quote box so we can know that is somebody talking, or if that's supposed to be the feel of the article, it's fine. Sometimes I like articles where the people are talking to us personally and telling us about the world. It just wasn't apparent at the beginning that it was like this, but it's fine. It's great. Other than that, the sidebar being filled up would be my other suggestion. But thanks so much again to Many Angled One for sharing that one. Next, we have Saitama with Estamargroth Steinschmied. Not sure how to pronounce that name. This is in another language, so we're gonna have to use the horrible Google Translate once again. If you want to read it in its native language, the link is in the chat. So I guess Steinschmied translates to stonesmith. Esta is the head of the Crystallized, a pirate-like organization in the Titan Mountains that she herself created during the crystallized unification. Esta comes from a well-known family of stonesmiths and is said to have an information network that spans the entire Titan range. This looks like a hero forge. Portrait? Interesting. Before the crystallized, Esta was born and raised in the capital Masahar Taitana. As a child of the Steinsmaid family, she received an above-average education and had many opportunities to get to know important people in the city. Already in her early childhood, a great talent for the family profession became apparent. At the age of 16, Esta received her championship title. For a number of years, she helped with projects to improve city defenses and even build land islands. During this time, she forged close ties to other stonesmiths and to royalty, in which she assumed a sort of advisory role. For example, she advanced negotiations with the free city of Sulca Basti. Unification of the crystallized. At the age of 29, Esta accompanied the then Taitana Raja on his diplomatic mission to reincorporate the free city of Sulca Basti into the empire. However, as it turned out, the entire premise was a trap set by Esta to weaken Tatianica Pahadaru and found the crystallized ones. For this project, Esta prepared an area in north of the main Titan Mountains. Why did I say Maine? There was not Maine anywhere. In the north of the Titan Mountains with magical traps. The magnitude of this leads other stonesmiths to assume that Esta must have planned her assassination about 10 years ago. Pirate Queen. Almost nothing is known about Esta Margroff Steinsmead's current location. While the people of Titan Mountains are certain that she's the leader of the crystallized ones and that she's probably staying at her castle in Sulca Basti most of the time, she has not been sighted in years. Many assume that she is involved in the crystallized raids where there are no survivors to speak of her. So interesting. Eyes like green, hair rot. Interesting, not sure how that translates. Probably red. Skin color beige. 183 centimeters. Interesting character portrait. I do see that the sidebar is longer than the contents, and I would say maybe adding a couple of article blocks in the contents of the page will help, or adding some quotes from the character or something like that to help extend it downwards. Otherwise, thank you so much for sharing this article, Saitama. Interesting. It does make me want to learn more about the world. King Rommel the Glorious is the next article by the Trashman20. If you have just stumbled upon this stream and you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm reading articles from World Envelites that are about great leaders of their people. Because I am the sponsor of that prompt, and I am trying to discover which one I want to win the prize. So we are now at 199, and we're gonna go all the way down to I don't think that I got an answer from this person or this person. So I'm gonna say the last one will be 233, which is Billy the Hero. And we're about 33 away from that number. So I'm going to go ahead and go to King Rommel and see what we can do. King Rommel's article is quite long and quite detailed. I like the CSS. I mean the world. I like the world theme. The colors. These gold stones in the back. I'm thinking this might be a mid-journey piece. The colorations are good. There is a family tree in the sidebar, which I love. The sidebar is almost at length with the contents. But the problem is these relationships, which unfortunately we cannot do anything about. We've told Demi about these relationships. When you fill them out, they automatically appear in the body of the text, and we want a way to hide them or to put them somewhere else, and we have not gotten that way yet, but it's okay. So I understand, but I feel like just one more article block or one more piece of art could help that article sidebar to be as long as the body. But you did great so far in making sure that the sidebar is about a length with the body, so I do applaud that. Let's see. I can't read it all, but I'm going to skim through a bit. King of Tyranar and Lord of the Halsats, Rommel Merobod, aka the Glorious. The younger son of Ceslin III and his second wife, Sybil de Val. Rommel rebelled against his older half-brother, Rausel, and won the throne of Castanek for himself, ruling in an autocratic and centralized manner. Rausel's reign saw massive expansion in the central authority of the Castanek ruler, culminating in his crowning of himself as king, Tyranar. Muscular, athletic, and handsome in his young years, Rommel was a figure of an inspiring presence and was known for his fitness, prowess, and might in fighting. Late arriving son of Ceslin III and his last wife, Sybil de Val. At Rommel's birth, attendees witnessing his presentation called him Don Par Dieu, or godly given, for his birth, so late into his father's reign, and for the reportedly difficult pregnancy his mother endured. Rommel grew up in the court of his older half-brother and the primary rival, Rausel, and despite the animosity shared between the two, Rausel kept Rommel as his cupbearer, a place of prestige for such a young boy. During his older brother's reign, Rommel was an active member of his court and amassed followers and friends due to his charm and position as heir apparent. Despite their proximity, Rommel and Rausel remained at odds with one another, each spurred on by the whisperings of their respective mothers who had been rivals for the hand of Ceslin III. Very detailed history. I can't read it all. Educated by court tutors and nobles. Heir apparent, Duke of Vasu and Archil, King of Tyranar. Accomplishments. Began the greatest period of economic, military, and civic expansion in Tyranar history. Built up Castanek into a proper city. Constructed the Rommelian walls around Castanek. Victories in the field against the Asturian nobles, successful expansion of royal power and land holdings. Failures defeated diplomatically in war with the Salians. Began the famous Halsat-Salian enmity still felt today. Motivation, security for the realm, and propel Tyranar to the pinnacle of the many realms in Erul and abroad. Virtues and perks: ambitious, diligent, resourceful, resilient, dedicated. Vices and flaws: vain, decadent, prideful, deceitful, and proud. Family ties: son of Ceslin, Sybil, half-brother of Rausel, father of Raymond and Ceslin du Pelais and Elisabella and Folk. Husband of Belina Arriva and lover of Marie du Pelais. So, there's a lot that happened with this character we weren't able to fully read. Extroverted as one can be. Loves company, friendship, and companionship in all equal measure. Confident and proud speech, lover of parables. Figure who captured the imagination of listeners with his stirring rhetoric. Taught language and prose at an early age. Rommel was a known lover of poetry and song, and wrote his own poems that he read to attendees and visitors of his court. So we do see also the spouse relationships he had. And these don't look very happy. None of them look very happy. So I don't know if these were like arranged marriages for political purposes. Probably. Not sure. I depart, but I do not take the realm with me. Those were his alleged last words. There's lots of some of these little tidbits about him in the sidebar. Fell ill on the road and died. Brown eyes, long, well-groomed hair and beard, tan skin, 6'2", 190 pounds. Despite being resembled by Rosal II, Rommel maintained the use of the cavalries in his realm as mobile policing force. This is a young folk with his mother, Belina, before the gathered court of Rommel. The imposing Rommelian wall, the improved fortifications around the city of Caesnac completed towards the end of Rommel's reign. So this art does explain what it is, but I wonder if it's credited properly. I don't see credits. Oh man, so we would like to credit this art. We still don't know if this was a mid-journey piece or not. Unless that's the world cover. No, it's not the world cover. So we would like to know more about the crediting of this art, but good layout, very interesting, detailed character. It shows that you have lots of lore about the character and the world. So thank you so much to the Trashman20 for sharing that one, and I would just suggest that one little article block in the sidebar to make that at length, and that would be all my suggestion. If you'd like to read that full article, go ahead and click the link in the chat, because there's lots that I skimmed over because I have a lot to do. The second great engineer is our next article by Rolls the Keg, and I'm about to put that link in the chat as well. Alright, quite a long article, not too long, but I would say this already has a sidebar that is empty. So I would suggest hiding the sidebar or adding some article blocks and quotes and maybe descriptions of the characters to the sidebar. But you can always go to section, scroll down, and click uncheck display article sidebar override so that the sidebar can disappear altogether if you want nothing there. The second great engineer, the third holy ward of the Church of the Disciples of the Great Engineer, CDGE, decided that the second engineer could be made rather than waited for. Intelligent children were sought out and recruited, bought or stolen. Interesting world building already. They were put through carefully designed education and training leading to trails. Trails or trials? Two likely candidates emerged, causing a three-way schism in the CDGE. One faction known as the Highest Disciples of the Great Engineer, H, and led by the Third Holy Ward, favored Constantine, the candidate most controllable by the Church. Another faction known as the Wards of the Great Engineer, W, favored Prudence, the candidate that emerged as a real leader. The final faction, who called themselves the Devout Disciples of the Great Engineers, D, disagreed with the entire process and believed that the second great engineer would still reveal themselves. So interesting world building already about this kind of world and the character. First Holy Civil War, the Highest Disciples of the Great Engineer, H, and the Wards of the Great Engineer, W, go to war. It starts with a brawl and a meeting that becomes a skirmish throughout the church's capital. Settlements, churches, and people quickly declare themselves to a side or stay out of the conflict, such as with the devout disciples of the great engineers, D. In this early stage of the war, Constantine, H, seems weak, cowardly, and uncaring to the lives of his followers or enemies. Prudence, W, however, achieves great feats of heroics as an individual and as a leader. This caused his followers, originally committed to H and D, to follow W instead. However, in an act of deception, Constantine, H, ambushes Prudence, W, at what should have been a peace summit, killing her. Constantine assumed control of the church. In the confusion, drunk on power and ego, he commanded the third holy ward to kill himself. When the holy wards refused, Constantine had him executed by artillery fire. Then he reorganized his faction into a military order, the knighthood of the Great Engineers. Then there's a second holy civil war. Then there's post-war recovery and reflection. Interesting, and I'm wondering how, who the actual second great engineer is. It looks like the last sentence says Constantine, H, the most controversial and many consider the most offensive candidate, although certainly the villain, his actions led to a far more united and powerful church on the correct path to the next great engineer. So, is the great engineer Constantine? Or is this just a creative article that is being made to talk about the idea of a character called the second great engineer, but nobody knows who it is, and it was using the great leader of their people article to tell a story about people fighting to reveal this engineer that never does get revealed in the article. That's a possibility. I know I didn't read it all, but I feel like that must be the answer because Zenith led the true church. Jacob brokered the peace deal. It's like a lot of these things. 5 individuals are most commonly discussed in these debates. Prudence, in her short life, was an exceptional leader, made reformations to the church that were included in the formation of the new church, made scientific discoveries, I think, not discovered, that helped people's lives. Jacob brokered the peace deal, led the war effort, and delivered the final blow to Constantine. So that means, did Constantine get defeated? Zenith led the true church through both wars, keeping many people out of conflict, and when forced into conflict, kept civilians fed and protected, and resolved many areas of conflict with diplomacy rather than bloodshed, pulling the end of the war forward by many years. Redfort, WD, although only significant in the Second Holy War, his significance cannot be overlooked. Should he have been the second great engineer, he exercised great restraint and only participated where he was absolutely needed, which was in providing his artillery support that equalized the war effort, while the true church came back to full strength. So still very interesting. It seems like this is more like a rank. We don't know who the second great engineer is necessarily. There were lots of candidates to end up being the second great engineer. But I would love to know more about the world. There were not many links to things. I would suggest adding links to other articles. I know if the articles are not done, it's okay. But I would also add links in the sidebar, maybe to article blocks to fill it up and to give us more information. But thank you for that interesting article. Very interesting take on the prompt. Rather than just focusing on a single character. I've seen that once before in this. Twice actually. One was like a group of 5 siblings. One was a duo of 2 people that were banding together to be a leader, and then this one is kind of just a people fighting to be it, or fighting to make way for the great engineer. But yeah, very interesting take on the article. Next we have Eleanor by Drake Recon. This is in another language, and the article is quite long, so I'm gonna have to skim through it. Unfortunately, I will be reverting back to Google Translate, which is kind of annoying. Mistress Eleanor, aka the Just One. She is not an official force in politics, nor does she have a gang or even an entourage, aside from Mia. However, it is part of all other groups and often their mediator or intermediary. Your inn is the only neutral zone in all of Cajuncelt and is therefore a popular meeting point for diplomatic negotiations. In addition, she herself is considered untouchable and taboo. But this is not directly her fault, rather one is afraid of the possible consequences. Her friendships and acquaintances stretch far north and east, and who knows exactly who owes her a favor or would like to do her one. She was the secret queen, mayor, or ruler of Cajuncelt. Without her, the city would descend into chaos and possibly become a second Jinkesh. And there's a link to what these are. It says, there you are. Interesting. Spoiler. Ah. So this is, I think, is for a game because it's saying, like, you are at this place. You know, stuff like that. Indeed, the Winged Gate is her only true possession. Many other small buildings and rooms are in her care but do not belong to her. She doesn't want that at all. She just has no sense for it. Her little inn, the Winged Gate, was all she ever wanted except for the inn in Serena, which she still owned in part, but it rarely comes that far north. Once again, I said a lot of this story is going to get lost in translation, but I think I can kind of understand what is going on. She owns an inn, which is all she ever wanted. Doesn't have really an official gang or entourage. Aside from Mia, which I wonder who Mia is. Dark brown eyes, short and silvery, sometimes tied in a small braid, hair, dark.
Obligatory associate.
That woke me up. Onyx Archer just followed. Thank you so much, Onyx Archer, for following. How are you? Thank you for dropping in. If you're not familiar with what's happening, this is me reading World Anvil articles about great leaders of their people. And if you're from World Anvil, please let me know which article you wrote so that I can read it. If not, and you're just randomly streaming, watching Twitch streams, thank you for joining. But we are just reading some chill articles. And it's been a while. I've been streaming for quite a while, but I'm trying to get through as many of these as I can because tomorrow is the deadline for me to choose which great leader I'm going to pick to win. So yes, thank you again for stopping by and following. If ever you need to drop out, let me know. But if you are an Anvilite and you want me to read your article, please tell me your World Anvil username. And if I haven't read it already, I will try to read it now. Well, after Eleanor. Does it tell the species of this character? I'm trying to find. It doesn't really tell what the species is. Is it a human? Unofficially, Mia's adoptive mother and her instructor. She's at least on friendly terms with many of the leaders around Cajuncelt. This serves to ensure smooth trade and flexibility in the case of diplomatic matters, and was purely earmarked. Only politically active if he can do something for the good or for the general public. Frankly, she avoids politics when she can. It's just too idle for her and takes up time that she can't spend cooking or negotiating. Regardless, it is an important pawn in this politics of others, even if she is thoroughly disgusted and every attempt to involve her politically is sabotaged by her. However, this in turn does not blind her to politics at any price, which she could not afford. She just didn't want to participate. So once again, this is a Google translated article, so some of the wording is going to be weird. But I kind of get what they're trying to say. She doesn't really want to be participating in politics, so she will try her best not to do it, but sometimes they want her to get involved anyway. She's quick-witted in every respect, does not weigh her words on the golden scales, and if necessary, does not skimp on insults or excessive descriptions of violence, whatever it takes to show others that if you betray them or tease them too much, you should fear them. She is reserved and wary of strangers, but not dismissive. You usually have to work hard to earn their trust, and then prove it regularly. As an innkeeper and cook, however, the hardcore is surrounded by a soft shell. She helps where she can, is always open to a conversation, and offers advice when requested. She loves how could it be otherwise? Oh, she loves. How could it be otherwise? Cooking, and has thus turned her passion into her profession. She then made her job her calling. She turned entertaining into an art, people skills into a talent, and creativity into a culinary trait. Miscellaneous, your collection of recipes may be unique in the world. She has suffered from slight color distortion since childhood. This is due to a color crack she suffered in childhood. And I wonder what color crack is. Oh, so I guess she got bitten. I'm trying to see if it tells what kind of effect, what kind of species it's affecting. Maybe she is a human. I don't know why I thought maybe she wasn't a human. I have no idea. Yeah, she's probably just a human. Alright, so, shadow serpents? Yeah, I don't know. I think that she's a human? Not sure. But, yeah. If you are watching Drake Aragon and you want to clarify what species she is, maybe you can put that in the article. If it's in there and Google Translate just did a horrible job of telling us, then sorry about that. I would just say also to, I'm not going to make a comment on Gramlar, as I can't, because Google Translate is the one who messed it up for you. You can put little article blocks in the sidebar to lengthen it out to the level of the body of the text. That would just be my personal opinion, so that the sidebar isn't so short and then the rest of this just has a blank space there. But other than that, very interesting article. Makes me want to learn more about the world, and I'm wondering what kind of creature that was, if that was a human or something else. So thank you so much for sharing that again. Next is Gorza Avenordal by Acusiant. And once again, I say I'm probably not pronouncing any of this right. Cedar Hona says hello. You're still here. Thank you for continuously hanging out with me. It's been quite a while. Another long article. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have time to read all of this. I'm just going to say, for the first thing here, the sidebar, you can hide it if that's the only thing in the sidebar. You can hide it, or you can extend it by adding more information, or you can make it a sticky sidebar, as I have advised before. Firstly, you can hide it altogether by going to Sections, scrolling down Sidebar, and unchecking Display Article Sidebar Override. If you would like to make a sticky sidebar, it requires CSS, and you will have to, it will make it where the article can scroll like this, but the sidebar doesn't move until the article's at the end. So that's just a thing, just in case you want to do that. But if you don't want to, it's okay. If you want it just like that, it can be like that. But I would just suggest to either fill it up, make it sticky, or delete it. Chieftain of the Soltog, a tribe of orcs in the swamp of Urshok, Gorza Avenordal is one of the most respected Banoks of the swamps, even among those outside of her tribe. Youth. Gorza was born in the seaside village of Bolgir in the Soltog tribe on the eastern edge of the swamps of Urshok, to Braddock, her father, and Nadakaz, her mother. Braddock worked as the village blacksmith, taking the iron from the Karog and small Solmag tribes. Her mother was in the process of learning the ropes of agriculture as the Hyperion Empire's raids on their fishing vessels in the Duridian Ocean were becoming increasingly commonplace and bringing the tribe to the brink of starvation. Middle child had 3 sisters, 5 brothers, each of them helping her mother with the farming, their father in the blacksmith, or otherwise assisting the tribe as needed when they were growing up. Not many paid much attention to Gorza, and she always tried to fit in rather than stand out from her large family. In her mind, there was no need to make a point of what she did. Her quiet actions would speak much louder than her siblings' constant showboating. She kept her head down and focused on her own work, striving for excellence while always living in the shadows of her older siblings. However, she never let this discourage her. Instead, the attention that was always given to them made her focus harder on her work, train longer into the early hours of the morning before waking up at dawn to help her mother tend the fields. All of this in preparation for her bagtrucle in the mountains of Aethari's rise. She turned 11, can contain her excitement. All of her siblings had passed the test of the bagtrucle, or however it's pronounced, with one of her brothers, Yamok, having become one of the bagtru's acts with his stellar performance against the frost giant he fought. Inspired by his bout just 3 years prior, she aspired to repeat his feat and claim the title as her own. Her entire family ventured to Aethari's rise, where it came time for the festival. Traveling to the opposite end of the swamps and making their way to the top of the mountains, the Frost Giant clan welcomed them with open arms, and a week of festivities followed the arrival of the newest group of orcs ready to undergo their betrothal. Gorza's excitement grew with each passing day, the tension of waiting for her moment growing to a tipping point until finally the day came. When it came, she faced off a larger giant than she expected, and one that was much bigger than those faced by their compatriots. Unbeknownst to her, the chieftain of the Soltog tribe, Nl'thath Mtl'mn, arranged for one of the Frost Giant's war band leaders to face off against her. The chieftain felt threatened by the ferocity Gorza's siblings had displayed in the previous years, believing that they may be planning to overthrow him. Nl'thath thought if he could sufficiently embarrass the family, he would never have to worry about them threatening his rule. So basically, she got overtaken, but she dodged and did whatever she could to get an effective blow in. I think it's trying to say an effective blow, not an ineffective blow. All while growing more battered and bloodied, unfortunately. Oh, she tried to get an effective blow, but I guess it wasn't effective. Weapons were generally just allowed. Her father, seeing the disadvantage his daughter was at, tossed her what was supposed to be her surprise for succeeding in the rite of passage, a warhammer with a sharp, jagged edge on one end. So she ended up chopping his thigh. Giant roared in anguish, swiped at her angrily, lifting her up into the air and readying to toss her away, when the Frost Giant chieftain stepped in, stopping the bout. A brief confrontation ensued between the two, and at the end the bout was ended, and the chieftain declared that Gorza had passed her test. So interesting. Then they talk about the axe. She had to guard the gates of Grumsh with her band, consisting of 5 other axes. And lots of lore of the world, and lots of lore about the character. In the end, it says she rules the Soltog tribe, guiding them on a path that will bring them closer to the Hyperion Empire and end the pointless bloodshed that she once encouraged. So at first, I guess she was really hyped up and ready to fight, but now she's like, you know, I want the peace now. Education. Like most of the orcs of the swamps, Gorza received no formal education. Her mother and father, as well as other elders within the tribe, did pass on what knowledge they had, but more practical than informal. I mean informational, not informal. Okay, so like I said, sidebar would be all I would say. And yes, there's not many links to other things that I would love to learn more about within the article. There is a link to this up to the very beginning, but as I know, in summer camp, we're not thinking about linking sometimes. We're just thinking about getting those words down, and that's good. That's all good. But yes, we would love to know more about the world, and we should see some more links. If those, articles aren't done yet, it's okay. But if they are done, we would love to see them linked so that we can learn more about your world. Next, we have Richard Dalrymple. By Tinkertech. Interesting. Once again, quite a long article, so we're gonna skip some. Laid back prince and heir to the lost throne, Richard spends his days either lounging about the old hunting lodge that was once his father's, or out on one of his many hunting parties with his close friends. The advisor and regent to the throne of Reuben, Alfonso Blackwood, has tried to reign the prince in many a time, although in such a way one would wonder if he truly plans for the prince to take the throne. Behind the laid-back veneer, however, it is a kind of behind the laid-back veneer, however, is a kind and valiant man who only wishes to see the best done for his people. Is this an image that has not loaded? That's weird. I wonder what this is. It's not loading. Perhaps it's an ICO attempt? Not sure. That's just very weird. I don't understand what that is. But anyway, that's why hunting parties are forays for the rod-brained, brand, a band of loyal friends who travel putting right was the advisor putting right what the advisor has done wrong, I think it means, instead of was. In the name of advancing the kingdom's conquest of their neighbor, Lazuli. Interesting art. I think it's an art breeder. See if it's credited. Yes. It is art breeder, and it's by Tinkertech. Current stats, waiting to take the throne of Reuben. Primary title is that of a prince, currently of the half-kingdom of Reuben. However, should the advisor's machinations come to fruition, all of Darlim should be the kingdoms, and should the kingdoms be reunited. Secondary title, known only a select few, is Lilgosh, head of the Rod brand. Age 21, born in a trying and painful birth by Queen Lazuli of Darlim. Bright blue eyes, gold bushy and wavy that curls down around his hair. Red, technically he's white, but between his time in the sun and his constant workouts, he has a consistent red tinge. He's 5'11". Interesting character portrait as well. Interesting art for the background. And that was cover image by Tinkertech as well. Not sure which site was used or which program was used, but the art is credited, which is great. Formally educated by well-trained tutors while being raised in seclusion probably, in his father's old hunting lodge. However, well-trained does not always mean good, and Richard spent most of his time looking out the window board as the tutor prattled on about military strategies and old generals. Most of Richard's practical training came from the captain of the guard, who taught everything Richard knows about practical combat and chivalry. While Richard to this day is not the biggest on books, there is no better student for the one who gives practical experience. Morality and philosophy. Man who loves chivalry, brave and true, polite to the ladies, and always a champion of those who he protects. While he plays a lazy, easygoing prince in front of the advisor, who so rarely sees him that is an easy act to maintain, Richard is known to most of the court as an honest man who will make a good king when the time comes. He's an orphan. His parents died in a fire when he was but a few days old. It's not known if the other heir Lazuli is a blood relation. No one knows how many children the Queen Lazuli was expecting before she passed. He considers the Rod brand his band of roving knights errant, his closest friends, and the closest thing he has to family. Has a giant of a dog that lives at the fortress. His paws are as big as the dinner plates it eats off of. But the breed has long been known to be large in size. It was one of his few companions as he neared adulthood and sought companionship outside of cordial relationships with other nobles. Rather than expand his horizons, the advisor got him a puppy. Richard loves the dog to death and named him Brunwell. That does remind me of my character, which, while so confined in a house by yourself, trying to learn, these things, getting bored of these tutors trying to teach you stuff, and you want friends, don't really have friends, so get a giant dog. That is exactly what happened, spoilers, to a Secret Agent someone, if you didn't know. But yes, thank you so much to TinkerDeck for sharing this article. I would suggest, as I said, article blocks in the sidebar to extend down so that it can meet the end of this content body, or try the sticky sidebar as I've showed you, I believe, already. But if not, no problem. Some people do prefer this gap here. I just personally don't like the gap there, but it's your choice because it's your article. I appreciate that interesting character. Thank you so much for sharing. I will love to learn more about that world, and sorry I had to skim over it a bit. Next, we're going to The Falcon by Tonaris. Tonaris? Not sure. And yes, I was late pressing enter on that Richard by TinkerTech article. I just now sent it in the chat at the end of me reading it because I looked over and noticed I didn't press enter, so sorry about that. But this one I'm doing early, The Falcon, and this is kind of a long article. We're not going to read the whole thing. High Commander Ulysses Faltonitrum. Introduction. A shadow crept across the castle halls. An echo of steel to rust followed in its wake. As link after link in the old prison were broken, the cries of torment had ceased, and in its path followed a symphony of guns, blades, and the blood-curdling screams of the occultists that fell in the wake of his shade. An army of sadistic killers stood in his wake, with eyes bloodshot, tongues drooling like hungry dogs, and weapons rattling underneath chilling cackles. Their throng of a dozen soon collided with the lone hunter as the footsteps of fleeing innocents took refuge in his shade, watching as he alone crashed on the threat like a starved warg. The flaming ember eyes, halberd in hand, and faced with the swords of the first two bastards, the weapon thrust through a neck, smacked of the other in the chest, and spun and cleaved the skull in two. Very graphic, but very interestingly written, story-like. And we see all these kinds of things. I see, I'm not going to read this whole thing because it starts to be kind of graphic. But that's an interesting introduction to the Falcon. And it lets you know, it says, I am your judgment. Ulysses Faltonitrum spoke as he stretched out his right hand, then from the eyes of statues suddenly lit in gold. The blessings of the gods weaved and knitted its strings of holy metal. A pistol of pure faith had formed in his hand, and he blasted the warlock with a bolt of fury, a disintegrating bolt of fury and justice. So that's an interesting character and an interesting introduction to show you how this character is. I would suggest, though, you put that whole thing in a full width header, which would be up here, sections, header sections, like in the credits up here, so that it doesn't contribute to the sidebar being so short and the article being too long. On a crusade to save his people from the conflicts of Dystria, which is his current status, He's mankind, 67 years old, large yellow ember eyes, stern, open, and aware, yet friendly. Short, well-kept hair, neatly aligned around his ears, grayish with white highlights. Dark weathered skin, few blemishes on his cheeks. 1.73 meters and 83 kilograms. Ulysses, though aged for human standards, is blessed by his divines with the health of a man in his prime. The gray hairs on his head does little to change the fact he is strong as an ox, fast as a cheetah, figuratively speaking, and with near perfect agility and condition, something which can be seen on his features, as his body looks more akin to a man in his mid-30s rather than close to 70. Once the Falcon's prized title was nothing more than foul comments based around his large nose combined with his bright yellow eyes, nowadays he rocks the nickname with a nice white goatee, well-trimmed stubble, and classic Brittany-style mustache, all together symbolize the noble beast he has come to represent. As a fighter for freedom and prosperity, his age also shows on his face with a near constant frown on his features, crow's feet around his eyes, and thick, bushy eyebrows. So lots of descriptions about the character, even though we don't really have a portrait. I would still suggest you put this little story bit in the full width header, and then add like some article blocks in the sidebar to keep that little sidebar at length with the full text. He wasn't born in Dystraw or any close proximity to the Empire. He was conceived by a foul union of pirates and corrupt nobles during a decadent feast that would forever condemn his bloodline as a sinister and unholy bastard. To preserve his family honor, the child was given and raised by pirates, not as one of their own, but to become a ticket into Dystran nobility by selling them such a pure subject to the highest bidder. A slave wasn't what the man was intended to become, though, as his eyes, like molten gold, filled most potential buyers with a sense of dread. It was whispered in circles of the underworld that he was a terrible omen, a man not blessed by Yazand, but the whole circle of Petrium. He was a volatile concoction of empathy, with a wrath boiling more lethal for every tragedy he witnessed. Then one day the pot ran over. Having found a buyer for the man, who was now in his 20s, the captain of the pirates had approached the cage only to be grated between the door and the wall as the young man unleashed a wave of pure force from faith and willpower. As he was enraged, but in perfect harmony of his control and actions, the man came to embrace how they called him the Falcon-Nosed, as he flew straight off the chain and slaughtering every single pirate that stood in his path. On that fateful night he was free, as well as the fellow captives he freed during his path of carnage and justice. Never had the chance to visit any school. The prospect of having a fully taught and compliant, as well as seemingly godly blessed noble in their stow, had the pirates tutor Ulysses to be competent with nearly every weapon they could find, though his proficiency would be with pole arms such as spears, or his personal choice of weapon, the halberd. Ironically, he never cared to learn about firearms, rather relying on self-taught means to command forces to fire at his command. So interesting character, and that's a very interesting world. That leaves me want to know a lot more. It leaves me wanting to know a lot more, and there aren't many articles linked. So that would be great to use the sidebar to put lots of article blocks to articles. I understand if they're not yet done, but yes, I would like to know more about some of these things in the world. So that is The Falcon by Tonaris. Next we have Baron Fergus by Skelenex. Notes app profiles. So I'm going to try to actually delete what says notes this time. Last time I did not. I am quite tired. I might have to call it a night, but I am so close. How many do I have left? About 27. Ugh, if they are short, maybe I can get it. I'm trying my best. Baron Fergus. Already very strange art. Interesting art, and I wonder what this means. Is it... Oh yes, cover image, map of the border baronies by Pendrake, so it is credited. Interesting. I guess these are little plot points, little number points of where places are in the mountains. Interesting. Baron Fergus is the de facto ruler of the Iron Hills barony, often called the Big Man of Iron Hills. A powerful warrior in his youth, old age has slowed him down a bit, but he is charismatic and well-liked and well-respected by most of the Iron Hills folk. He does a good job in keeping the Iron Hills reasonably safe and orderly. I think it means reasonably. While he has 100 men, he can order around to enforce his will. I think that the space is in the wrong place. He depends mostly on his cult of personality to assert his will. I mean, his cult of personally to assert his will. Not sure what it means by this. He's getting old, and it's not clear whose successor will be. He has had at least 9 children from at least 3 different mothers and many adult grandchildren. He also has more than a few young men he has mentored for over the years. Most of his potential heirs are competent and level-headed, but none of them are clearly superior leaders to the other, and Fergus has not formally or informally named a successor. Before we get too far into the article, I'm going to say the Skelenex has told me that there are some notes on his profile, so I'm going to check this profile note. Recently put a name and personality on the leader. Surprise out of the 31. Oh no, hold on. I thought that they said there were notes in the profile. Oh, I guess it wasn't that much, but it was created the Iron Hills Barony a long time ago, but only recently put a name and personality on their leader. So that was the main note at the profile. I thought there was more notes, but I must have been getting it mixed up with a different person. But anyway, yes, interesting. Tall and strong, but beginning to show his age, slowing down a bit, except for his great height. He is almost perfect example of a stereotypical earthly elemental ethnicity. Born to miners, early rough experiences in his youth forced him to learn combat skills. Being fairly big and strong in body and health, he became fairly formidable quickly. And with his natural charisma, he became a mercenary captain working for several clients. He briefly worked for the previous ruler of the Iron Hills Barony, but left after quickly deciding he was too cruel. Eventually, Fergus helped lead the rebellion against the previous Baron of the Iron Hills. He never sought the leadership position, but he was given the position of Baron via popular acclaim. Believed strongly in personal accountability, hard work, and honor. Never married, but he had lots of lovers and created a lot of children that has made some effort to look after. Them. Prays to the 9 and gives token recognition of major holidays, but dislikes formalized nonaguns, whatever those are. There's a link to them. But yes, interesting article, interesting art. Glad it's credited. I would say maybe putting this in a full width header, like I said up here, like the credit kind of thing, so that this can be closer to this little sidebar thingy. Metallic gray eyes, salt and pepper black hair, gray skin, 6 feet, 210 pounds. And then just maybe, if that's still not enough, you can add like quote boxes or something, or links to like the Iron Hills Barony, the 9, and the Nonagons, or something like that. in the sidebar so that we can have more information about the world, and so that the sidebar can be extended. But yes, thank you so much again for sharing this article, Skelenex. If there were other notes somewhere that I misplaced, I apologize very much. But yeah, I thank you for sharing that with us. Next we have Augustus the First by Big Bank Salty. Augustus the First. Okay. It's been 4 hours and 7 minutes on stream. It is now 12:13 in the EST time zone, and I'm thinking I'm almost there. I'm trying to do as much as I can, and yes, this one is such a long article. I'm not gonna read all of this. I apologize to you, Big Bank Salty. I'm going to have to skim through. Emperor Augustus Friedrich Manstein, a national hero, a powerful god, a brutal conqueror, and a broken man. All these and more can describe Augustus Manstein I, emperor of the Second Forzorian Empire, lion of the ancients, successor of the Keldans and Aloys, master of the West and great liberator. He was born heir to one of the 12 noble families of the Forzorian warring states, but died as emperor as a united and greater Forzorian empire, and founded a dynasty which has lasted for nearly 1.5 millennia. So just there we learn a lot about this character. He has a lot of titles, he's done a lot of things, a lot of accomplishments, but he is now deceased. He was 89 at the time of death. Purple eyes, white skin, 5'11". Let's see. Childhood. Born to Flavius Manstein, later Flavius X, the oldest son and the heir of the head of the family of Tribunius. While Augustus's father was of noble birth, his mother was an exotic woman from across the continent who met his father after their troupe performers spent a week at the tower, and two had an affair shortly after they married. Augustus was born from the union. Flavius was always distant from his son, spending little time with him, and even less time after he ascended to the position of lord of the family when Augustus was 8. With this lack of attention from his father, Augustus spent his days with his mother. Mother's name is not recorded in any record, but Augustus himself referred to her in his journal as Lion Mother. His writings go in depth on what they did together. She taught him to wield a sword and bow, how to dance and ride, how to sing and play several instruments. She also spent a great amount of time with Augustus, simply bonding as a mother and son would, reading his stories, going on walks through the family forest, and spending a great amount of time on the beaches of the Emerald Lake, where he often looked for seashells as a child to gift her. When he was 6, his mother gave birth to his younger sister by the name of Justina. Augustus was known of being very caring and protective of Justina, often spending long hours with her, reading stories, and often sneaking her sweets from the kitchen when she was forbidden from eating such sweets. Just like Augustus, their father spent little, if any, time with his daughter, leaving the raising of her to his wife and servants. At the age of 14, Augustus would be the center of attention at a massive dance held by his family to celebrate his 14th birthday. In attendance were several prominent merchant clans. The head of each clan spent the vast majority of the dance with Flavius X for some unknown purpose. Meanwhile, Augustus spent the entire dance on the floor, dancing with girl after girl after girl, be they a merchant's daughter or the daughter of a prominent citizen or his mother and sister, etc. It was clear to anyone watching that he was miserable. That was until he slipped out of the room. What exactly occurred isn't known, but 20 minutes after slipping out, he slipped back into the dance hall with the daughter of a merchant lord by the name of Lara. They took to the dance floor and very clearly enjoyed each other's company. By the end of the night, Augustus had not danced with anyone else after his dance with Lara. The young Manstein would be called out of the room by his father, and 15 minutes later he would return, and his father made an announcement. See, the night was spent publicly as a celebration for Augustus's 14th birthday, but in truth it was a sort of competition between merchant clans and prominent families to win the young heir's hand for their daughter. One merchant clan had just about succeeded in convincing Flavius X to marry Augustus to a fat, dull fourth daughter, would have drained the family's coffers on luxury and useless things. That was until Augustus and Lara had taken to the floor, and with some very subtle threats from his wife, Flavius instead agreed to have Augustus betrothed to Lara. So very interesting. It does tell about son of a lord, Lord Augustus, the Civil War, King of Forzoria, Emperor of Forzoria, and it covers his legacy. Divine domains and the holy books and codes, because he's a deity in this world. Holidays: August 8th is Augustus's birthday, celebrated with massive festivals and parties. June 18 is the day of his death, a day of mourning and quiet contemplation. Alrighty, this is a very interesting character. Thank you for sharing this, Big Bank Salty. Sorry I wasn't able to read the whole thing on stream. Very interesting character. Interesting lore of the world. I would ask maybe to, you know, with the sidebar, I would say maybe put some of the article blocks or something. You might just want a sticky sidebar, because this article is quite long. So it would be like this, where you scroll down, but the sidebar still doesn't move until you're at the end of the article, like that. That would be probably ideal for this, because the article is so long. Unless you want to totally hide the sidebar or format it in another way, because I see some of these things you didn't really fill out the prompts. You made your own. So maybe like at this point, you can start using a full width footer, and then just use columns to break up the rest of the text, and add pictures or add article blocks to make it where it's not just a long body of text. That would just be my suggestion to you. But other than that, thank you for the article. Very informative, much lore. Very appreciative of that sharing. I appreciate you, Big Rank Salty, for sharing that with us. Next is Ikagor. Ikagor by the Mr. Beasley. The Mr. Beasley. I'm gonna link that in the chat, and if you are watching and you're just happening upon the stream and you're wondering what the heck am I doing, I am going through articles by world Anvilites who have created great leaders of their people, and I am trying to figure out which one I'm going to choose for the winner. If you are a world Anvilite and somehow you have stumbled upon the stream and are watching, please let me know which article you wrote so that I can skip to it if I haven't already read it. If not, thank you for watching, and feel free to drop out anytime. The stream has been going on for such a long time. I am admittedly quite sleepy, but I'm trying to finish as many of these as I can. I only have like 30 left, which is not a little amount at all whatsoever, but I'm gonna try to go. Marathon, go. Ikagor. Lugal Ikagor, aka the Antediluvian. Click this link to view Ikagor's journey. And there's a timeline to what Ikagor's journey is. A detailed timeline of his life compared to the events of the world. So it's great that they linked it to that. So we can learn more about the character. This is a human. 1,436 years old. Human. Weird. But I see there's magic involved. Born only a generation or two after magic was sealed. Wait. After magic was sealed. Circumstances of death. Ran out of potion of longevity. Oh, okay. So he must have had a potion of longevity, and once it ran out, oh no, he's 1,436 years old. Sorry, man. That's it. Eyes alert, penetrating gaze, long hair with long beard. Pure white like snow, skin, 5'9", 135, I assume, pounds? So yes, interesting character. Unfortunately, these relationships just have to appear here, and that is one of the things that the Anvilites have been asking Demetrius for a way to move those, because they are annoying. The sidebar is not at length because these relationships are here and they cannot be moved at the moment. But you can always work around that by adding article blocks in the sidebar, maybe links to some of these people that he's having relationships with, so we can also figure out about them, or quotes from the character, stuff like that. There's a lot you can do in the sidebar. So Lord Icagor, the Lugal of Tetheria, invented the concept of public education and has taken many prominent young scholars under his wing. His own education, as he oft will quip, has never ended, and he long since has forgotten whence it began. There's a time in his youth when he was a roving adventurer and took many odd jobs. For the last 432 years, he has been a ruler. For 400 years, he's been a Lugal of Tetheria. Accomplishments: he founded Tetheria Capitalonia, expanded his influence, began the policy of providing healing for all citizens, oversaw and funded the capture and eventual destruction of 4 Terrascus. Failures: stole the potions of longevity from the fountains of youth at Akibira, as well as a ship from his dragonborn hosts when they sheltered him and Clyde during the deluge. That's one of his failures and embarrassments, I see. He will calculate a way to improve the lives of his citizens and methods to ensure those improvements into perpetuity. Yes, relationships. So there's brother-in-law relationship, true love, question mark? That's towards his wife, adoptive father. So there's some relationships there, and they're not necessarily nice. Like, this is -2. Even though the brother-in-law, Illan'rdan himself is happy towards the brother-in-law, even though he shows outwardly not really happy, but the brother-in-law is really less happy than he shows he is. Husband and wife, both very frank and honest towards each other, very happy. Royal heir, very not good towards him, and he's kind of sad about it or mad about it or something, but not as much as this heir is to him. But relationships are interesting. They're good to add. The problem with it is, we've said this to Demetrius, unfortunately, they have not changed it yet. But when you fill out relationships, they have to just appear in the body of the text, and that's so annoying. I just wish there was a way, at least if they're going to appear in the body of the text, have them in a spoiler where you can click them and expand them and stuff like that. I'm sure there's something you can do to work around CSS or something, but no. As for now, there's nothing we can do about that. So all we have to do is add some article blocks or something like that to the sidebar to try to make it better. But other than that, thanks so much, Mr. Beasley, the Mr. Beasley, for sharing that article. Very informative article, very interesting article. Made me curious about the world. Yeah, so next we have Zira, the Shiro of Horrorland, or Horrorland, not sure which one it is. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say to you, Mr. Beasley, is some pronunciations would be helpful. Sorry if I left before I could say it. I just don't know how to pronounce his name. Icagor, I think, would be the way to pronounce it. That's what I would say, but I just don't know for sure. So in character articles, you have the option to put pronunciations there, and it will appear in parentheses right here, kind of like this. And then, like, different things in here, if you'd like to just put it in parentheses next to the word, or if you want to put it in the sidebar next to the word, or whatever you'd like to do. Pronunciation tips are helpful. If not, no worries, just a suggestion. Personally, I just like to know for sure that I'm pronouncing things right, personally. Alright, so let's go to Zira now by Illan'rdan. Silverwill. Short article. Great, short to the point, and we can get this done. Zira, the Shiro of Horrorland. Zira, the chosen one of Horrorland, the Shiro who defended Motherworld or Otherworld from the invasion of the Iranians, belonged to the Apunwe people of the island of Nabara. The Apunwe are the result of mating between the Ohanu and the land populations and have physical characteristics of both ethnicities. Last but not least, gills and lungs, which allow them to breathe both in and out of the water, making them indispensable for the political and economic links between the two great elements. The daughter of an Ohanu and a Dolorian, Zira was short in stature and thin, with large piercing seaweed eyes and long iridescent purple hair that changed their hue according to the light, common characteristics among all Punwe. Before becoming a Shiro, she was a young transporter for the Waterhouse and Research Expeditions of the Circle of Knowledge, located just off the island of Nabara. An expert in mechanics and technology, but not interested in school, she had fulfilled her dream of driving both the Wahani and Verman vehicles and traveling around the world. After the discovery of the Blade of Horrorland and its subsequent theft, the Oracle of Menaphes hired a group of seekers, including Zira, to undertake the quest and return the blade to Dahani so that it could be offered to the Shiro destined to be the chosen one who would lead the campaign against the invasion of the Iranians. The group had to go through a long journey full of dangers before they finally, found the blade. When Zira, who in the meantime had become a point of reference for the now small group, touched the blade, the prophecy of the oracles was fulfilled and she became the Shiro of Horrorland. In the following cycle, Zira was the protagonist of great deeds and in the end defeated the armies of the Iranians and sealed the portal forever. Alright, interesting article. There's no links though to anything, so we don't know about this world. If there's any kind of thing we can link, I would suggest just putting like one article blocked right here, just to make the sidebar even. And then, or a quote from her, that would be great. Yeah, so long ear dress and purple hair, seaweed green eyes. The body of the text did say that as well. Yes, a very interesting character. Short to the point, great. I know this is probably just a hurry up, type it. Is it 300 words? Great, let's go, and then like go to the next article, because I did that a lot. So I didn't like link, I didn't really neaten it up, stuff like that. So it's fine if that's what happened here, but I'm just letting you know that this is kind of a word wall a bit. I would probably just tab down a paragraph or two in this section and then add like some article blocks on the side, or some art of the character, but we don't need art necessarily because we know that we have the description of her. But if you want to add art is always welcome. So that's just some suggestions. Thanks so much again to Silverwill for sharing that article. Now we're going to Dr. No with Calgacus. And with this article, we now have only 23 left to do after Calgacus. And when you say only 23, it sounds like a lot because it is. I've been streaming for 4 hours and almost 30 minutes. So it's quite a lot. If you are lurking still, thank you so much for still watching. If you need to go, please do. It's like 12:30 here in the EST time zone. 12:30 a.m. to be exact. Also, if you are just lurking and you want me to like read your article, please let me know. That's why you're staying around, so I can read your article, because I'm trying to get through a lot. There's a lot on this left. Once again, quite a long article. We're not gonna read this whole thing. This is an interesting picture. Is it credited? That's one of the things I'm gonna say first. All artwork for educational purpose under Creative Commons license. So I guess they or using Creative Commons artwork. I see otherwise the sidebar is empty. I would suggest this be broken up a bit. I see it's quite a word wall. Maybe by this being you don't seem to have filled out any of the prompts I'm saying. So it seems like you could actually kind of just hide the sidebar and then instead use I'm trying to say columns. You can use columns to like break this up, have a little bit over here, then have a picture, and then have a little bit on this side, have a picture, and then have a little bit on this side, have a picture. But I feel like, yes, this is a lot. It's a lot of lore. It's great. That means you did a lot of world building, a lot of lore behind the character. But it can be a lot when you're just staring at a big wall of text. It's good to kind of break it up with at least quote boxes, pictures, anything you can use. Just advice. But yes, let's see. Calgacus, the swordsman, chief of the Magi tribe, and the lord of the lands of the northeast, a man who won glory and great renown for his deeds in his youth. Through these deeds he rose from humble beginnings as the son of a blacksmith to assume the leadership of one of the most powerful chiefdoms of Caledonia. From his court at a place named the Winged Fort, Burghead, he holds sway over all the clans under the Vaco Magi banner. Here he sits upon his throne surrounded by his many courtiers and retinue, all of them sycophants and shills. For the Vaco Magi are populous and wealthy clan, with countless curved fields of fertile soil and many herds of cattle. The people all pay tithe and tributes to Calgax. I think it's trying to say Calgacuses, because it's kind of transposed. House. This collected regularly by his lackeys on pain of death. From this time, Calgacus amassed a great store of wealth, distributing much of the grain and cattle to his courtiers as gifts. In this way, he surrounds himself in folk unwilling to question his rule. He likes nothing more than to drink in excess and talk of his youthful exploits. Flagons of expensive Roman wine are brought to him by vinicone merchants, paid for by the tithe of the people. Through this excess he has grown fat, with the red face of a drunkard. Still he commands a certain presence, with his long curly ginger beard graying, and a guttural deep voice booming out commands. He wears a bear pelt as a cloak, which makes him appear even larger than he is. A spurious prize he claims to have slain himself. Interesting art, interesting character. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but already we've kind of gotten an interesting look at this world and look at the character. Very interesting. It tells of his adventures. No one can doubt he was once a mighty warrior, known to be the best swordsman in all of Caledonia. Although many moons have passed since the time, the folk still speak of his legendary duels. So it tells about his legendary duels in the text, I'm sure. But thank you so much to Dr. No for sharing this character. Unfortunately, I cannot read the whole thing, but my advice to you would be either to eliminate the sidebar and break things up, or to add a sticky sidebar maybe, but I still feel like this would be such a word wall. It's such a word wall. I feel like it needs to be broken up with some quote boxes or some, you know, art or something like that. Or even article blocks. But thank you so much again for sharing, Dr. No. Very interesting character and interesting world. I didn't really see many links also, so I would say linking things elsewhere would also be highly encouraged, because we don't know about this world and we don't know about the things. And I know that some of the articles you may have mentioned might not be done yet, but it's okay. If something is done and we can see it, it's great to link it, because we really, you know, can benefit from seeing the links to things, and it helps people click around your world too and learn more about other things that may be interesting. Next we're going to Baron with Margaret the Enlightened. Okay. Oh, this is a very short one. Oh, I like the marquee usage. Nice. Baron has a nice CSS in the world. And I said, CSS is not everything, but when CSS is done and it's done well, it is worth noting. And I do appreciate this. I like this world. The codex is cute. Ooh, and it just flies back up there all cute. These icons are cute. And character creation is live. Come make a character for the upcoming quest line and show it off in our Discord. So awesome ad in the top corner of the screen. This whole world is nice. When you hover things happen. The colors are cool. And see, this is another one where there's placeholder images on each side. They did not put the placeholder images there, but I will show you that. Yeah, see how these articles can be laid out, and this one is shorter, but of course, I think they linked one that was more better. Yes, they said that this was one of the ones that they were most proud of. This one here. But you see how there's all these kinds of potentials in the articles, even though this one is not as fancy as the other one. It still is nice, and I like how it's set up. Lady Margaret, oh, and when I hover, it still does lighten with each section, so it helps me to keep track of what I'm reading. That's a very cool addition with the CSS. Like I said, great job on CSS. Lady Margaret has protected our city for centuries. Her wisdom and gifts bestowed by the Bronze Stone, Link, kept us strong even when we were at our lowest. She ensures that we never break, that we never lose sight of ourselves and what we strive to accomplish. Margaret strives for a brighter world where we understand ourselves and our place within our shared universe. And that was a quote from Sidon. That's so cool. You see how that's moving and stuff like that? This is a cool CSS usage. I just like the CSS. And like I said, do not get discouraged if you're not able to do CSS like this. But when there is cool, talented CSS, I do want to shout it out because it's very interesting and it's very nice. And I know there's a lot of work to do this kind of stuff. Yeah, so Sidon, Historical Society, because the Sidon is a settlement. Margaret the Enlightened is an Ironheart. And there's a link to what an Ironheart is, who served as the first prime minister of the island chain, Sidon. She worked closely with the Church of the Somnolent and her people to form the first expeditions down to the geode where Baalbek was founded above the Bronze Stone. She, along with the chief explorer Sir Nl'thath Mtl'mn, were the first to undertake what is now known as Phoenician immersion. They discovered the arc storage that the stone had become and learned from it the collection sensations and feelings of their people as it had built up over the decades. Margaret returned to the surface to use her newfound power to lead, while Nl'thath stayed below to research and learn how to harness the strengths of the Bronze Stone. after the Blitz of Sidon, where she lost Mictaf, and all other below the surface, she rallied the planet to survive, pulling the resources of all the island nations together under a single Levant banner. And it looks like this is probably an article that's not done yet. She formed the Levant Autonomy Collective, and that article is done, to manage the affairs of the planet in a fair way, and waited for the return of the Somnolent to continue their work on the stone. She dedicates much of her life to restoring the glory of the Bronze Stone, sending more expeditions and parties down to attempt to recover the legendary blade harp and learn anything about her long-lost partner, Mictaf. So, very interesting world, very interesting lore, and very awesome CSS. Thank you so much again, Baron, for sharing this awesome article with us. Even though it was short, it was to the point, it told the story, it left mystery. Very interested and intrigued. There's so many links that we can learn more about, which is awesome. And yes, I'm very interested in learning more about this world. Baron, great job. And thank you so much for sharing that article. Next is Kuatki T. Langit by Nick of the Rocks. And we will link that in chat. Katke T. Langi. Thank you for putting that pronunciation tip there, because I did not know how to pronounce it and I totally did it wrong. Totally did it wrong. Katke T. Langi. Lengi or Langi? One of them. I don't know. But I'm so glad that there's a pronunciation. So at least I know it's Katke T. Lang. Okay. Penang Twan Katki T. Langi, aka Kua. Or would Kua be pronounced cat or K? K. Ka. Ka, probably. Ka. Never mind, I don't know. I'm just gonna call them Cat K because that's easier. Cat K was a Bupot regent of Nim in the 42 Eox, directly prior to the clouds in the Veil. Cat K was widely esteemed by other Bupot as well as the Welikmak elected monarch family, leading to his eventual election as the Penang Twan. Cat K was likely born in Lakinho, though birth locations are generally seen as unimportant. Sounds familiar. I'm just making a joke to Secret Agent. Someone says everything's unimportant. Among the Nimbian people, they were born into I think it needs to be an Dougal family, one parent, with the little substantial social status, and they grew up within the communal families that are common in Nim. When Cat K reached an age to be and flourish on his own, they often spent their days on the northern shores of Nim, fishing in the western reaches of the Broken Sea and creating boats and other structures for those who needed them. At some point, they migrated back to the central part of the island and became an educator while studying under a Matasabar, learning about the culture and history of their own people while also challenging their fellow students to games of intellect and thought. Eventually, the Matasabar encouraged Cat K to ask to study to become a Bupot, though, and I still don't know how to pronounce that though Cat K thought they were too old to begin such a journey. At some point thereafter, Cat K did approach the Kaji of the Wālikmāk to inquire about studying the path of the Boopod, and they were surprised to find that they were readily welcomed. Cedar Hunted says, night everyone. Goodbye. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm really surprised. I did not think you were still there. I appreciate you for hanging out with me for that long. You have a blessed night. Get some rest, and thank you for staying in the chat as long as you did. I appreciate that. But yes, as I said, you guys can drop out whenever you want. I just have to do this. 20 more to go, and I don't know how long that's gonna be. I'm probably just gonna fall asleep after the stream. But thanks once again to everybody who's sharing their articles so that I can read them, because they're really fun to read. Sorry if I'm messing up. Sorry if I'm looking sleepy. I'm trying my best. So they inquired about studying the path of the Boopod, and they were surprised to find that they were readily welcomed. During this learning, they discovered that one of the mothers of the Wālikmāk had not only purchased a boat from them in the north, but she had also challenged them to intellect games and lost, and sent her youngest child to their classes. She viewed them highly and believed that they would make a strong Boopod for their people. Over time, Katke became a well-regarded thinker within the... And I'm going to see if there's... Is there a Boopod link to an article? No. Hopefully there is, and if there is, then hopefully there's a pronunciation there, and if there is, I'm probably doing it wrong, so I apologize again. But anyway, yes, they also began to meet with the mother regularly, Wālikmāk mother, to discuss matters of nation and of thought. She slowly introduced them to other members of the Wālikmāk, which led to the Wālikmāk valuing Katke's advice over others during their time as a Boopod. Not sure if that's how you pronounce it, sorry. Katke helped navigate Nim and the Wālikmāk through many dangerous storms, seasons, prevent starvation and disease through a strong understanding of magical diseases and how to build vessels which could navigate the swamp mires within the Awen forest. Additionally, Katke helped influence the rulers of the Vale from afar to leave Nim in peace, though how exactly they did this is not known. Katke had a relatively small family with only one sister and one parent, their father. However, their father's family was large, and Katke grew up with many of their Masons and Masons. Through their father's family, they were related to Bajkal, the leader who won the clouds in the Vale for Nim. Interesting lore and interesting world. Honorary titles are listed in the sidebar. Became one with the forest was the circumstance of death. Mottled gray eyes, no hair, dark amber skin. I would suggest also just putting a couple of article blocks in the sidebar just to extend the sidebar down so that it can be at length with the contents. And also these article blocks will help us to learn more about the characters and the things that are being mentioned that we don't know about. Like this word that I don't know how to pronounce, and this other one as well, and maybe this one. And if there are articles for these, maybe they're not done yet, but I would suggest to, if you can you know, link something or at least put a quote there. We have a description, so we don't necessarily need character art, but like quotes, maybe art, maybe article blocks, whatever you think is best. This is an interesting art. Is it credited? Nope. I don't see credit to the art either, so please do credit your art as well. Other than that, thank you so much, Nick of the Rocks, for sharing that article with us. Next we have Lady Serenity by Chibi Heidi. And with this, I will have 30 more to go. Do I have 30 more to go? Yes. It seems like it's less than 30. No, not 30. 20 more to go. Sorry. I cannot count because I'm too sleepy right now. Lady Serenity, who, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 10 to be 30. Because we're stopping at 2:33. We don't have permission to go past that because we did not get the permission. So this is almost there. It's the final countdown. I am almost there, so it doesn't make sense to stop now. Let's go check out Lady Serenity. Nice short article. Cool. Lady Serenity is a well-known and highly respected leader of the town Meek Lake on the continent Auhua. Sorry if I'm pronouncing these wrong. She was born in a small little cottage on the outskirts of Meek Lake. Her parents, two feline shifters, named her Serenity because of how calm she was as a youngling. Her father was a former warrior. Her mother was a high-class lady. Both came from a far-off city. Her father taught her all he knew, even though they were in an uneasy truce with their neighboring town of Willow Range. Her mother taught her all she had been taught. She gathered the reputation of being one of the sweetest, helpful, kind, and strong, but don't mess with her. She attended the small school that was in the town. When she was finished, the governor of Meek Lake, Sharpinus, asked her to join his council. He said it was for protection, but also he liked her and wanted her for himself. She did not return his affections, but quickly learned that he was a very corrupt governor. He was embezzling taxes, stifling the trade, and blocking what the local military could do. She gathered what evidence that she could to take to the council to dispose of Char. However, before she could, Char trapped her and threatened her. She was unsure of what to do, as Char was holding her parents over her head. The morning before a council meeting, a young man came to her. Calides, not sure, Calides, maybe, who was also on the council. He had heard what Char had said and was willing to bring up all the evidence in her place. She agreed, and by the end of the meeting, Char was disposed of as governor and taken to jail. The council quickly voted in Serenity as governor. She took the name Lady Serenity and placed Calides as second in command as Regent Calides. Shortly after this change, the war with their neighboring town of Willow Range flared. It sadly took 5 years to end, although thought out probably, not though out, although though out. Lady Serenity and the Regent went into each battle. She strengthened the trade ties that Meek Lake had, which helped in the war effort. As soon as the war was over, she worked until she stepped down as governor to improve all the area's relations, to prevent more wars. She was credited with preventing at least 2 other wars from breaking out. A school that her son started honored Lady Serenity each year in celebration, remembering her leadership skills. So, interesting character, interesting world, and a short and to the point article that told a complete story. It did say that she had a son. I was like, wait, where'd the son come from? It didn't say. But that just makes me want to know more about the world, more about the character. I would love to see some links in here. There's no links at all. Unfortunately, it's kind of like a word wall, but that's okay. I see that the sidebar is empty, so I would suggest either unchecking display article sidebar or start filling up the sidebar with like article blocks of some of these people that were mentioned, towns that were mentioned, maybe, if they exist. If they don't exist, I understand. Sometimes they do not exist because they're not done yet, but it's okay. Maybe adding art, maybe adding a description of the character, because we didn't really get a description of the character physically. Do they have hair, eye color, height, hair color, if they have hair, skin color, stuff like that could be in the sidebar, along with a quote from the person or something like that. But other than that, thank you so much for sharing. That was a very interesting article about a Lady Serenity. I appreciate that, Chibi Heidi. And next we have HURRAH with Sartan the First. HURRAH. I don't know if HURRAH or HURRAH. Another quick article. Let's see. So firstly, we see that the sidebar is not complete. It says working in progress, subjects to change. Thanks for the little note. I like when they leave a little note to the readers. Sartan the First was the third king of the kingdom of Valonia. I have a Princess Valonia in one of my characters. During his reign, sorry, I'm not talking about Princess Valonia. His economic reformation, such as the construction of the wall and the invention of Sart, helped avoiding the influence of the empire of Cretus, the place they once belonged. Born in 347 BVE, Sartan was the eldest son of Rondius II, the son of Val the Great, the first king. The city of Valone was still in the infant, with many infrastructure to upgrade. It's not long after his grandfather's banishment, but the empire wasn't mined at all. Instead, they saw the Valonian just like them. Before his birth, the kingdom somehow took an amount of fund to improve, with the only concession pay within 30 years. Constitution, maybe? Pay within 30 years or they would invade it and take control of the kingdom. Alright, so already there's a couple of grammar issues, a couple of wording variations that maybe should be changed, but nothing that a little editing through cannot fix, and that's to be expected. I think it's ascending to the throne in 325 BVE at the age of 22. It's the greatest challenge Sartan had to overcome. During his reign, he got rid of many cultural aspects similar to the empire. Slavery. He slowly prohibited the system entirely and replaced with waging system. This reduced the authority over the currency. Using the technology and great craftsmanship to create a cutting-edge medium of exchange within Valonian society, this precious created the value to many merchants, which created more funds, replacing the Kryn's currency almost entirely. Finally, the bridge. In order to gain an amount of wealth, he needed to take it from tolls, which required a gigantic amount of stone bricks. So he chose the other side of the Dirwin River into the most valuable workplace in Valone, creating several thousand jobs along the way. This was also the time the city wall was built, finishing in 305 BVE. As such, he successfully replaced the debt before the due year, and also cultural separated themselves. On 298 BVE, Sartan was found dead on his bed. He was murdered by one of his advisors. Interesting. Very quick article. It's just covered a lot of bullet points of his life. Yes, some grammar issues, some spelling issues. I think that it could also be, you know, not sure exactly if it's like a translation issue or if it's just a rushed article. Doesn't matter. That is totally fine and to be expected, especially in summer camp when we're rushing. Yes, so I would just ask to maybe add a couple of links to the sidebar, like article blocks, so that it can be at length with the contents of the page. Other than that, a very interesting article, and even though there were some errors, I could kind of glean how the character was. I could understand their thoughts and their goals and motivations and the story about them, and I would love to learn more. There weren't really many links to learn more, but I would love to learn more, like about this mysterious death and other things like that that were briefly touched upon. But thank you so much again at HURRAH for sharing that one. Next we have Quarantine by Aethari. this is another quite long article. I'm gonna unfortunately have to skim through some of this. Already interesting picture. I assume art breeder. It doesn't credit. Please do credit your art so that we can know what the art is. Prince Corentin doesn't see the page in my series until later, probably book 3. So this is a character from a book. Experience shows in his blue eyes more than his face, but he is starting to gain some faint brown and worry lines. He's a well-built, athletic male who has worked for more than 20 years to turn his body into a weapon. Only a faint, straight white scar across his left cheekbone marks him visibly. Tan skin, lightly weathered hands and face, visibly muscular, a few straight scars from bladed weapons hidden under clothing, for the most part, occasionally visible when he rolls up his sleeves. Dark blonde hair cut to the nape of his neck, usually tied back but often rumpled, like he's been running his hands through it, or recently took off a helm. Oval face, strong jaw with sparse beard, regularly trimmed back closer than jawline. Clear blue eyes that turn a definite stormy blue-gray in periods of high emotion. Short, straight, faint scar on his cheekbone from a blade that he barely avoided as a youth, which he occasionally fingers when he's worrying about something. He's determined good. Alignment. 30 years old, Crown Prince of Phasacia, Lord of Alworth and Illan'rdan. Royal births are always notable, but this one was fairly standard. Expected a boy, got a boy. Clear blue eyes, dark blonde cut to the nape of his neck. Wave appear when it's wet. 6'2", mid-tone, tan brown skin, 235 pounds, muscular, athletic. Speaks, reads, and writes most lowland dialects. Done a lot of searching, trying to come up with a prototype for the character, says the author, but I bounce between King Arthur and the BBC's Merlin series, cliche as it might be, Chris Hemsworth's Thor, even worse, and a number of minor characters who have made an impression on me over time. Lately, though, when seeking out some inspiration, I came across Philippe Leblanc in an image search, and I think I see a good fit visually. The placeholder image above until I find something better is one of his portraits. Oh, so it did kind of credit who it was. Alright, great. Interesting. So this is obvious. This is not art breeder. This is a real person then. Interesting then. Cool. Okay. We're not reading the whole article, unfortunately. But second-born son of the High King and the druid-born High Queen. Sorry, tongue twister. Because I'm sleepy. After losing his older brother to a childhood illness, he's now the heir and the eldest of 4 children, with a younger brother and 2 sisters. He's always felt it his place to protect his siblings, even if it means protecting them from their power-hungry parents. Oh no. Childhood companions were Thelio and Augustin, both children of wealthy, influential noblemen and considered of Corentin's caliber. These were the only 2 that passed Corin's test for loyalty and trust out of many others his father tried to arrange for him. Though his options were curated, he felt that he would rather have 2 close friends he trusted with everything than 50 less loyal retainers. Thelio's mother was also druid-born, and the 2 could discuss their mixed feelings of being torn between the simpler, earthier religion lived every day and the flashier ceremonial pantheon was just a handy side product. Corin never really focused on improving his druidic magic. Too caught up in his other lessons, he learned a lot through his friend's progress. Mental trauma. The almost careless way his parents moved on from his brother always stuck with him. It made him close himself off to a certain degree, which, while mitigated by close friendships, leads him to judge people harshly, assuming that they are untrustworthy. Putting up emotional walls is far easier for him than learning to trust someone new. It hinders abilities with druidry, but he has always depended on his arcane gifts first, so it hasn't affected him as strongly as it could have. His strengths are in people, how they think, how they act, why they fight. He's got a calm centeredness that guides those around him whenever they are planning a campaign, attacking their enemies, or negotiating a peace. Morality. A good man is not precisely what Correntin considers himself, but it would be hard to find a better one. Interesting wording. Everything he has seen in his power-hungry parents that struck him as wrong has guided him in a truer direction that has earned him respect from all directions, except perhaps the one that counts most. His unwavering loyalty to his father has led him to do things he would not have chosen because it was ordered of him. Certain battles he felt were unnecessary. They could have been a peaceful resolution. He's been quick to encourage peace since, especially if he could negotiate a treaty with his opponent at the same time. So he's very peace-centered. He doesn't like to fight and stuff like that too much if it's not necessary. Interesting character. Thank you for sharing this, Aethari. I would ask, yes, to please put like links to article blocks or something in the sidebar to extend it downwards. It won't take many, probably 3 or 4 at the most, or a quote or something from Correntin. But yes, other than that, very interesting article. Sorry I couldn't read the whole thing, but very informative, and it tells a lot about the world and the character. So that's a good one. Next is Ixion by Autumn Kitsune. Ixion by Autumn Kitsune. And I am halfway almost to the mark that I'm trying to get to, and the stream has been going for 5 hours. I don't even know how I'm gonna upload this to YouTube. Am I gonna put it in 2 separate videos? Is YouTube gonna allow me to upload a 5-hour video? I don't know. Are you guys gonna want to watch a 5-hour video? Are you guys gonna want to skip through there, find your articles? Maybe, I don't know. In the future, you will know what I did because you're probably watching this in the future. So thanks for watching this if you're watching it in the future. Anyway, Ixion by Autumn Kitsune. Ruler of the Truths, Ixion was a brave human king who led his army to victory in the Battle of Currents. For his service, he was turned into a deity. Off the battlefield, he's rather kind, although a little sarcastic, and likes chilling with friends. He's very protective of his friends and often gives them gifts out of the blue. It takes a bit to get on his good side, but it's worth it. On the battlefield, he shows no mercy. Divine domains, truth and leadership. Artifacts. Sword. Azure is considered an artifact of immense power. The sword has a blue tinted blade, torn red scarf tied around the handle, and a green gemstone at the pommel. Anyone holding it gains immensely watered down version of Ixion's ability to boost his allies' power and morale. Divine symbols, golden wolf, and sword with a blue blade. And there is clearly a picture of the sword with the blue blade here. Art is drawn by me, made with Ohu markers. Cool. That's an awesome one. I thought this looked like it was actually drawn on paper and not digital, and that's nice. I like the art. Cool. Holidays, 26th of January. Festivals are held in honor of those who fought. I think that's transposed a bit. In the Battle of the Currents. Wild Zoo Guys here says nice drawing. Nice drawing. Yes, it quite is. Thank you for stopping by. This stream has been longer than I expected. I've been streaming for about 5 hours, and hopefully will end soon. It is 1:11 in the EST time zone. 1:11 a.m. in fact. Anyway, after nearly losing his life, after triumphantly leading his army to victory in the Battle of the Currents, he was granted the gift of immortality by the primortals and became the deity of truth and leadership. Motivation to keep everyone he knows safe, as well as protect the world from whatever may come. Likes alone time, books, sweets, sparring, and rain. Dislikes spicy things, being too warm, staying still, bright lights, and sharp noises. Has a tank of about 20 pet pearlfish. Interesting character. Yes, new emote says Wild Guy. Yes, that emote was actually kind of old, but it did not get approved yet. I think it was because it had words on it. They wanted to make sure it wasn't something inappropriate. So it recently got approved. It was pending all that time. Thankfully it got approved. Alright, so dark blue eyes, hooded, short black, blue tip hair, tan skin, 23 feet tall, and 665 pounds. But he is a deity, so. Interesting character. I would suggest putting article blocks over here, putting maybe quotes from the character over here, maybe art. There is description of the character, so we don't need to necessarily see the drawing or a picture of the character, but if we want to, that would be good to add. Just a few other facts or article blocks or quotes so that the sidebar can be at length with the body of the text. That's just my preference personally. But otherwise, thank you so much for sharing that article. Very short to the point and informative. Next we have Aethari de Tartes by N. Akan. Still, I say I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing any of these things right. Please don't be afraid to let me know if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Alrighty. We can see the finish line. Aethari de Tartes. And I see that this is a language that is different from English, so we are going to translate real quick. Section of Tartes. I guess Aethari translates to section. I will just call her Aethari anyway. Tribal queen and heroine of Nl'thath. Aethari, known as the Savior, was the last queen and chieftain of the tribal kingdom of Tartus before its recent destruction. Daughter of King Bontalos the Younger, Aethari acceded to the throne after the death of her father at the hands of Orbontes, the king of the bandits, but not before finishing him personally and ending his campaign of looting and terror in the siege of Numos. This feat of hers earned her respect and admiration in all the Nardalani kingdoms, and thus the Druid king anointed her heroine, highest honor among the peninsular peoples. Quite a long article. I'm not gonna read all this, unfortunately. Aethari reigned for 20 prosperous years, earning anew the love and admiration of her people each day. Although she was soon widowed, she had a daughter, Andera, whom she raised with the intention that she would be a just ruler who would ensure the safety and peace of Tartus. Unfortunately, a mysterious enemy attacked the city of Tartus during the celebration of the Veneada, the autumn festivals, honoring the earth goddess Vani and her guardian Graven. Unprepared, the brave warriors were unable to prevent the destruction of the city. Aethari fought valiantly, but she was defeated in combat by the invaders and fell along with her people to the flames of war. Oh man, quite sad. So it tells she was 52 years old at the death. Skin tone clear. I don't think it means clear. This is Google Translate. Remember, Google Translate is horrible. Brown eyes, coppery chestnut hair. This portrait is nice. And it is credited by the author. Excuse me. Probably using Art Breeder. I can't talk right now. Yes, probably using Art Breeder. Not sure. If you drew that yourself, very impressive. It talks about a reign ended abruptly and horribly. It already talked about this. Her daughter did survive, though, but was forced to go into exile and live badly as a mercenary. Quite sad. Yes, so a lot of lore about the character, a lot of, you know, a lot of lore, history, personality, events are covered by the character, and of course Google Translate already will anyway just hopefully destroyed this article. If you can read it in native language, that would be awesome. The link is in the chat. If not, you can use another translating service, or you can use Google Translate. It does an okay job, but a lot of story does get lost in translation, but understandable. I can still kind of get the you know, information from it. I can tell that this is an interesting leader, and unfortunately she had a tragic end. But yes, she was a great leader of her people during her reign. 20 prosperous years. Also, I would suggest, though, maybe to add a sticky sidebar, because this is a quite long article, very long article. It will be very hard to keep the sidebar that long. So what I would suggest is this. When the body is very long, you can use CSS to make a sticky sidebar that will not end until the page ends. If you're not able to make CSS, no worries. You can still fill up that sidebar, or you can choose to hide the sidebar and start to make your own you know, columns and break it up with pictures and break it up with quotes and stuff like that if you want to. If not, no worries at all. You can keep this blank space here. I just personally feel like the blank space is a little bit irking to me. But thank you again for sharing this article and Anna Khan. Next we have H. Craven with Wendell Sylvain. Alright, and this article is not too long. There's art by Artflow AI, properly credited. The world cover, let's see if it is credited. Cover image, Night Forest, credited. Alright, great. Awesome. Nice, already, nice layout. I see the articles written over here, the sidebars over here, it's at length, then there's a full width footer, and then there's below that related articles, which is very nice to have. Wendell Sylvain, High Council Elder Wendell Sylvain. The ancestors smile upon our people for a reason. Trust in the wisdom of our traditions, the might of our people, and the strength of our ancestral ties. And that is a quote from Wendell. Wendell is the current High Council Elder, and there's a link to that and a tooltip to tell what that is, for the Elder Council of Eldahi, and the head of the Sylvain family. Wendell has been High Elder for almost 28 years, inheriting the position after his father died from a sudden illness. Wendell is a very serious, well-spoken individual who commands a great deal of respect from those around him. He is generally a well-loved member of the Elder Council and seen by many as a representative of the ancestors, the Eldahi people's closest link to their gods. Nevertheless, some still criticize him on everything from his international policies and Elder Council votes to the trivial things about him, such as the foods he eats. Haters gonna hate, right? I'm ready to step down, Mina. But how can I name Silas my successor when he absolutely refuses to learn from the wisdom of his people? When he tries to buck tradition at every chance? I thought he'd grow out of this by now, Window sighed, pacing the dining room. His pig-headed refusal to follow expectations, his need to constantly push boundaries, to question and try to change everything, he gets these from you. Mina smiled. Do you know what I see? She asks. I see a young man who is driven by love for his family and his people, a stubborn young man who is willing to shoulder the burden of responsibility. I see determination, pride, perseverance, courage, strength, and integrity. You two are more alike than you realize. My sister would do well in the role. She doesn't want it. And would you really pass over your own son? He's strong in magic and capable leader. You've prepared him for this since infancy. So that's a little conversation between Wendell and Mina. Interesting. This is the little family tree. Mina, Wendell, and then Silas, which is the son. An uncertain future, one major criticism Wendell routinely faces is the shrinking numbers of the Sylvain family. He and his wife Mina produced only one child and direct heir Silas. While other blood relatives exist, many feel this is a dereliction of duty to protect the direct lineage of the High Council elder position, thereby increasing the likelihood that someone less trained, less suited, less capable, and less able to interact with the ancestors will eventually hold the seat. Others, however, are more than happy with the prospect of the Sylvain family losing the claim to the position. Then there are two more quotes. The Sylvains are a national treasure, every one of them. They are born for this role and are favored by the ancestors for a reason. That's one citizen. Then Francis Tallis says there's no reason why the Tallis family or some other family shouldn't be elevated to the position. We would do just as well. And then there's three related articles with nice cover images and stuff like that. So this is an interesting setup. Nice art, nice use of layout. 57 years old. There's not really much description of him, but we do have the picture, which is great. So I appreciate this whole article, how it's set up. Thank you. It told a nice story. It was intriguing. It was interesting. It kept attention, and it also had nice CSS elements and article organization in it. So thank you once again to H. Craven for sharing that article. Next we have Charles Messner by Jaw West 13, I think. It's like Jaw West, but it's only one W. Jaw West. I don't know. I am probably going to fall asleep instantly. I already said I really don't know how I'm gonna put this up on YouTube. I don't know if they're gonna allow me to put a 6-hour video on YouTube. I might have to break this up into 3 parts or something. I don't know. I took one break. I might have to take another break. I don't want to take another break. I'm so close. There are literally like almost 13 articles left. So it makes no sense. This one's very short. Let's go. Charles Messner, and this is by Jaw West 13. Charles Messner is remembered as one of the founding nobles of the Republic of Troth and leading the charge for independence from Kalios with the Northern Succession. Excuse me. I realize I've been talking for 5 hours. My throat is dry. Paintings of Charles depict him as a rather tall, clean-shaven man with cropped blonde hair and a stern, commanding air. Nice rhyme. Charles Messner is credited with masterminding the Northern Succession, not only through military tactics once the rebellion had been declared, but also by laying years' worth of groundwork for it in the country that would arise from it to succeed. He formed strategic alliances with other nobles of the region, served as a major figure in coordinating resources and weapons to fortify their defense, and timed the rebellion to where the winter weather of the region would give them every advantage to cement their new borders. Charles is remembered as a noble who sought to break free from the constraints of the mages of Callian court, who would constantly try to exert control over the region despite the capital being well on the opposite side of the country from them. Some historians, though, theorize that Charles may have, at least in part, been motivated by the potential to gain full control over the northern trade routes and make Lochminster a more prominent trading hub. Following the Northern Succession, Sondheim became the capital of the newly established country, with Charles serving as the head of the High Council for over a decade until retirement. In the years leading up to the succession, Charles made alliances with the House HURRAH, the main military power of the region, House Caravet, who controlled a key defensive point between the region and the Great Holy Kingdom, House Rosar, whose lands make up the majority of the region's farmland, and House Ordle, a house popular with and trusted by the civil classes. The Messners, already well off even before the secession, were able to make a renewed fortune following the rebellion as they gained greater control over northern trade routes, as well as Loch Messner became the central hub for commerce. So yes, interesting article. I will say, these houses, I bet if you put these houses in the sidebar as article blocks, maybe like a quote from him or something like that, or like Sondheim maybe also being in the sidebar article block, it will fill up. It depends on what kind of article block you have. If they have pictures on them, they'll probably be bigger than if they're just like little with no cover images or something like that. But anyway, just try it out, and it will have the sidebar being at length with the contents of the body. If you don't mind this big gap, then don't worry about what I'm saying. But I just personally like to have this filled in because it seems like a big naked gap here. But other than that, thank you so much again for sharing the article. Very informative, and it does make us curious about the world. I like how you also linked other things so that we can figure out about them, because we don't know about them, and they seem very interesting. Next we have Phoenix Raft Bass by Laura Bones. It's Laura Bones. Yes. And this is officially 220. We have 13 more to go. 13 more, that's all. And then I know that after this, I still personally have to read through some off air, but hopefully it will be a little bit more chill than this. I will glance through them off air because I did not have permission to cover them on air. But yes, Franks, Raftbus. Not sure how to pronounce that, Laura Bones. I'm sorry. Please do put a pronunciation guide or something like that, unless I'm just like so sleepy that I'm not reading properly. I just don't know how to pronounce that right now. Alright, we see the sidebar is empty. So either you can choose to delete the sidebar altogether by scrolling down 2 sections and clicking display article sidebar override and unchecking that. Or you can just add, the article is quite short, so I feel like you can just add a brief description of the character. We can add some article blocks or quotes from the character, and the sidebar will be all filled up. Or you can leave it blank if you want it blank. Credited with being the founder of Trixaf, and there's a link to that. Interesting world, interesting. I like the little simple art and the written font. Seems really nice. He was an intelligent and, she was an intelligent and driven goblin who worked tirelessly to help create a good home for her people. Her parents had not noticed, her parents had noticed, had not noticed, her quick mind early on and sent her off to school in the big city. She struggled at first, being so far away from everything she knew, but eventually she made friends with 2 other students, and the 3 of them became nearly inseparable. One was a human boy called Aldric, and the other a dwarf by the name of Nl'thath, who they just called Aethari. Okay, thank you for just calling them Aethari, because that other name was quite long and I don't know how to pronounce it. Goblin who founded the Treacle Mines, and also the town, realized what the goblins had found, began the construction of a small village and the mining of the treacle. At first just traded it until they had enough gold to send some of them to a culinary school in the big cities. They brought back the secrets of toffee making. Then she encouraged the villagers to set up a town based around the whole toffee and treacle idea. People would it says people would, so it's double wood, sorry. Pay money to come and see the only treacle mine, and the toffee the goblins were able to produce with it was known as the best in the valley. Early on, some unscrupulous folk tried to come and take the mine from the goblins, claiming that it was on land that belonged to them. It nearly came to blows, but the clever thinking of the founder saved the day. She convinced a family of trolls to move into some caves on the other side of the heel to them. In return for free toffee and treacle, the trolls would keep any undesirables away. The thieves claimed that they would be back with a larger force, but in the meantime the founder had sent off to the city to make an official claim on the land, along with a proposal of their plans for it. Now owning the land officially, they now also had the protection of the city. Though it often took days for any troops to get out this far, the trolls were a far more effective deterrent. So very interesting world, a very interesting lore. In just this quick article, we hear a lot of lore. So interesting character, and thanks so much for sharing, Laura Bones. I would suggest though that the sidebar is filled maybe with the description of her, because we didn't really see how she looked. We know that she is a goblin, but you know, skin color, hair color, she has hair, eye color, height maybe. All those kinds of things are good things to add into the sidebar, along with maybe like an article block or 2, like from that and stuff like that. And also there were a couple of minor spelling errors, grammar errors, and like repeated word but other than that, thank you so much for sharing this article. Very interesting. I like how this is set up. It's really cute. The whole aesthetic of the world is quite cute. It says a solo journaling game by Blackwell Games. You tell the tale of the life of village witch and the potions they create to help the sick, wounded, and cursed. You can find out more about the author here, which is properly credited. Find more about the game here. Global header art was made by myself using Canva. Divider images by Keora. All other art is copyright-free imagery from Pixabay or drawn by myself unless otherwise stated. I like that blanket credits. Really neat. So thanks again to Laura Bones for sharing that article. Nutmeg95 is who we are visiting next with Meredith the Sober. Link in chat. And if you are watching and you're wondering what I'm doing and why I look so sleepy and why I'm just reading through articles, it's because I am sleepy and I'm reading through articles for great leaders of their people, written by some great leaders or people on World Anvil. Trying to see which one I want to choose as the winner Thanks for lurking. If you are a World Anvilite being who wants me to read your article, I probably read it already, unless you somehow see it in this section here. Or you're one of the people who didn't respond yet, so you will be down here. And there's like 100 left down there, but they did not respond in time, so I'm not going to do their articles. Unless you're here and you're in the chat, please let me know, and then I will go to it. And add to the remaining 13 that I have to do. But if not, I think I'm almost done. I don't know if I will be able to end the stream in about 30 minutes. Hopefully so, if these articles are short. And I keep my tangents down. Yeah, so already we see that this one, there's nothing in the sidebar, very short to the point. I would suggest either unchecking display article sidebar, or more likely to add something to the sidebar so it's not just a word wall. We want to have a description of the character, maybe an article block or two, because I don't see any links at all in this, and we probably need to know more about your world. And I know through summer camp we're just typing, and we might not be linking, so it's okay, it's understandable, but just giving you some pointers and tips of what you can put in the sidebar if you like to. Daughter of a farmer, Meredith thought her future was to be a farmer and have a big family. She never questioned if that was what she wanted, because it seemed like something that just was. She lived on the plains of Invrys, a day's journey from Deluge, the main city. Her parents arranged a marriage for her with a man she had only just met once. She was to move to his farm the day after the wedding. Meredith had no opinion about this, or at least none she was willing to admit to herself. The day before the wedding, knights came from Deluge to find Meredith. The priestess of the Bright Waters had revealed Meredith to be the new king of Invrys. The knights escorted Meredith to Deluge. The court was worried she would be too passive, but the people of Invrys have since warmed up to her, and the court has seen she is strong-willed. Her first season as king was rocky, but she learned that her new life required her to make decisions, not to wait for the decisions to be made for her. The court does believe Meredith is much too serious. It is the custom in Invrys for the king to be given her title after her first moon of ruling. Meredith the Sober never drinks, and if she has a sense of humor, she keeps it to herself. She has been compared to Hilda the Silent, who would appear distracted and distant, then surprise everyone with her excellent strategies and decisions. Meredith has started to patch things up between Aethari and Invrys, which was previously thought to be impossible. She has had many diplomatic meetings with the king and queen of Aethari and their court to discuss trade and other benefits of alliance. Both sides are in agreement that it is time the animosity between the two countries came to an end. Neither recalls what set the two countries against each other to start with, though the court of Invrys has set to work on searching the country's archives to discover this. So very interesting. Meredith the Sober, interesting character. Nice. She kind of reminds me a bit of myself in some ways. Sometimes just like going along with people. Sometimes I will not go along with people if it goes against me, really. But if I just don't have an opinion, I'm like, okay, let's do it. But then she realized you have to make decisions on your own. Sometimes I do have to make decisions on my own as well. So, great character development. Also, she's Meredith the Sober, who doesn't drink. I don't drink either. So this is a relatable character. And then seeing that these two countries didn't even know why they were fighting is a classic thing, but that happens so much for real. And it's funny that, you know, it's funny, but it's not funny, because that happens sometimes and people are fighting and you're like, why on earth are you even fighting? And then like, I don't know, we've always been fighting. So it's great that she's trying to get to the bottom of that, and she has become, a lot of character development has come from this very short article, so I liked to read about her, but I would suggest, like I said, the sidebar to either disappear or to be filled up, because that's just a pet peeve of mine. But other than that, thank you so much for this awesome article, Nutmeg95. It was quite a joy to read. Thank you so much. All right. Now we have Iramu the Open-Handed by Admiral. And I wonder if this will be a short article or if this will be a long article. If it's going to be a long article, I'm going to have to skip through it. I'm sorry. I really don't have time. I can see the finish line right now, and I really want to get to it because I'm quite tired, if you know. But I have put the link in the chat for you guys if you would like to read along on your own time. If I can't read the whole article, please do go to it and find. Oh, wow. Wait, so there's another one in Ethnos. I forgot. Admiral and Baron both work in Ethnos world. So once again, I'm gonna have to note something about the CSS. It's very cool. Oh, and I saw this last time, but I didn't notice this. That's nice. Now this article is even shorter than the other one that we read, but we will read it. It has some nice art to it as well. That other one did not have art, but this is interesting. And while it's not the exact same setup, it is similar construction and nice layout. So I will comment and say great job on this layout. Iramu Moi Tor Kellen till Yak Koli is a playable my archetype from within the Yakoli player module. So that's quite a mouthful. I cannot say it, but that's a good credit up at the top, I guess. Born and raised in Yakolifton, Iramu, the open-handed, is the son of a textiles merchant and a politician. He was raised to consider charity a virtue and laziness a plague, and is rare to rest. He's rather find. I think it's he would rather find where help and demand are needed rather than to do nothing. And if no help is needed, then he can be found in a public setting, eager to chat with friends and strangers alike over a pint of kale. And there's a little tooltip and a link to an article that is strong, spicy, satisfying, potent, spicy ale. That is kale. Gear. Envirosuit. Box of Genosine sachets, 10. Canister gun and 5 impact gel canisters. Flechette pistol. Powerful tell ability. Hyper empathy. Situational awareness. And castle rank 2. And these are playable characters, of course, so that's why there's so many stats. Current location, species, and ethnicity are all written out on the sidebar. And then we have some quotes. I must defend my people, says Rael me Ahe. I'm not sure how to pronounce these names. Sorry. If I hover over it, maybe it will tell me. No, I don't know. We are at our strongest when working together, from abiding the pact with daring. And this is from Iramu. The best way to help yourself is to help others. Very short to the point article. Very nice layout always. This world is very interesting, and thank you so much for sharing this, Animal. I appreciate this article. Very interesting, and there's not really anything other than pronunciations that I can advise, because sometimes pronunciations can be such a, wacky thing. And personally, I guess I'm really bad at pronouncing stuff. So I ask everybody to put pronunciations on their articles. But other than that, very nice. I like how there is, the sidebar is at the right length. The, layout of the article was great and awesome. So thank you again for sharing that one. Next we have Mikado Lishand by Mandiala. I have posted the link in the chat if you would like to go to it. Once again, not such a long article, so we can read through it. I think most people like to believe Queen Karina was the greatest hero in the history of Leyland, But that doesn't make it true. Without Lashund, she and the rest of her people would have died with everyone else, and this is something that a Rinduma historian has said. Make Lashund was a Rinduma general who made a name for himself because of his unorthodox military strategy in the wars with the Cessnoque. I don't know if there's a pronunciation guide. No, there's not. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. This would lead Lashund to be appointed leader of the Rinduma troops during the Great Invasion. And there's a link to that so we can know what it is. Joining the Central Forces to halt the advancement of the Horde. After years of battle with no end in sight, Lashund recognized that a new strategy was necessary or the peninsula would eventually fall to the Horde. His solution was to seek the help of Linguasta, a group shunned by all others because of their use of persuasion and the threat it posed to the autonomy of others. But the other leaders of the Central Forces outright refused this idea, declaring him to be insane, but Lashund's mind was made up. As Lashund was preparing to set out for Linguasta territory, the leader of the Iroquois troops ordered his 2 Clegadors to accompany Lashund on his mission and ensure that the Linguasta wouldn't manipulate him. Along with the Clegadors and a small guard, Lashund traveled through the Gildare Highlands to meet with the Linguasta Council. The council had little interest in joining the war effort beside people who shunned them and cursed their names, but Lashund's pleas and ability to efficiently negotiate a deal that most of the Allied forces' leadership agreed with led to the Linguasta becoming integral to the defeat of the Horde. Not much is known about Lashund outside of his military career. Some believe there was an attempt by the Linguasta to erase Lashund from history in order to support the narrative that Karina Ahyen, and by extension the Linguasta, had come to the Allied forces' aid by their own volition. Despite this, Rinduma oral tradition has kept Lashund's memory alive, and he has always remained a hero to his people. I'm going to say, love that the sidebar has art. It has a little note about the character, 61 years old, and it does have an article block. And doing this, the article is at length with the sidebar. Very good. I appreciate that, and it does say the cover image is by John Caustic. But it does not credit this image here. Please do credit that image. Is it Art Reader? I would think so. I'm looking at the asymmetrical way that his face is and his ear and stuff like that. It looks like it might be an AI. His eyes a little bit off kilter, but yeah, let me know if this is Art Reader. If so, please do credit your art. Even if you did it, just credit it. So yeah, thank you again for this. I love the layout of this. Very nice, informative article that told a comprehensive story. I would just only ask maybe for some pronunciation guides because some of these names are a little bit hard, at least for me to pronounce, but I guess I'm just very bad at pronouncing stuff. But great article. Thank you so much again for sharing that one. Mandiala. I'm just so butchering your name probably. It's Mandiala. Mandila. Mandila? Probably just Mandila. I don't know. Mandila. I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna just move on to the next article, and sorry if I'm not saying your name correctly. Next is Enzo Sanjolfik by Amelionite. Think so. Not sure. Alrighty, so let's go to the article. Alright, so it says if you were reading this on a phone, please consider switching to a computer or tablet. It will be much easier to read as I have zero skills with phone ZSS. like the little notes there. Please, 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 only choose one group to be a part of at the time. If I find out you're a part of more than one group, I will personally remove you from all groups. Thank you for understanding. So, Bound series, if you're reading the Bound series, click here to subscribe and see some special information. If you're not reading the Bound series, but one of the others, please click on the correct subscriber group. If you're reading the Shadow Saga, click to subscribe. Well, I am not reading either of the series, so I think that I will just leave those subscriber groups alone for now. But I like how they have it where you can have subscriber groups and be able to see extra content. Enzo Sanjolfik was born to fight, and while he despised fighting, he could never bring himself to put down a sword, especially his silvered longsword. And there's a link to that. He's the father of Alistar Sanjolfik and the loyal childhood best friend of Emperor Vladimir Tepes. He was one of the few noble families that joined his prince in traveling out in search of the Emperor of Minuianto Imperio, Lucifer the Light. During the Chimois War, Enzo was the first leader to bring back the head of one of the 4 reigning alphas that caused Empress Sin Iona Chionsa's assassination in 1492 EOL, and that's a tooltip saying in Era of Light, dubbing Enzo a hero of the Empire, and that's a tooltip telling what a hero of the Empire is. CSS is nice. Hey, so I was wondering, are these arts credited? And yes, they are. So if you hover over, you will see that it is created in Artbreeder and it is credited. Amelia Knight. That's her name, Amelia Knight. I was like trying to figure out what it was saying, but now I see it's 2 different words. Amelia Knight. Sorry for butchering the mess out of your name earlier today. I'm not going to read this whole article because it's quite long. Nicknames: Duke, quick facts, neutral good, and there are tooltips. I love tooltips so much. He's a vampire. Deceased currently. Birth date is there. Pronunciations are here. It's Roko. 8th month of the year. And I guess he was 41.4 years old in human years, I assume, I guess. Platinum blonde hair, icy blue eyes, pale Caucasian skin, 6'3". And yeah, it has some notes. Level-headed as the Duke was, he always talked things out to avoid a fight whenever he could. Not stop a fight, Enzo used his trusty sword to finish the job. Family and friendship meant the world to him. So it tells about the war. There's some hero forward art. Nice. A fateful death. We can read about his end. Enzo died on Crukvesk 10th, 1508 EOL at the hands of Griffin assassins. Alistar witnessed the attack, and while unable to rescue his father's corpse, he did grab the sword and make haste with it. Alistar was the one forced to relay the news of his father's murder, and the first backlash of the Retribution Alliance began. 4 days later, Enzo's funeral was held at Fort Albion, when a group of White Mountain Pack wolves ambushed the funeral. Oh no. Alistar quickly organized the survivors and took down the wolves, saving what was left of Fort Albion, which has since been rebuilt. It was then that Enzo's last will and testament was found, and it read that his sword would go to the head of the Justice family, Julian Justice. So interesting character. I wasn't able to read the whole thing, but it's okay. I like the layout. The sidebar is at length with the contents. This article is broken up with dividers, with art, with sidebar, with headers. It has tooltips. I just love the design, and I appreciate you sharing this wonderful article, Amelia Knight. It really was interesting to read through, and I want to read a little bit more off stream, but I'm just trying to get through these last articles. But I appreciate you sharing those. Next, we have Mariah Sinkawa by Mad Toxin. Mariah Sinkawa by Mad Toxin. And if you are just joining, I'm almost done. I have 8 more articles to go. And I'm reading through Great Leaders of Their People, written by World Anvil Beans. This is kind of a long article. It's not too long, but I still might skim through it a bit. Mariah Sinkawa, the Kisingeb Pseudomil, the prophet of the Afenskeen Gosdizad, was once a famous admiral captain under the name of Kurteros Elriet in the Sicilian autocratic space, but assumed a new name after the empire's collapse, going by Mariah Sinkawa now. Gref, please. I know it's a risk, but I'll be fine. I know what I'm doing. This is now a matter of pride and my respect among the people. Valerum Holt will fall. And that's a city. And it will fall by my hand, I assure you. So I believe that that's a quote from Mariah Sinkawa. Interesting. Deep blue eyes, black hair with a few gray strands, somewhat tanned, otherwise beige skin, 1.76 meters tall, known languages 3. Fine, especially for her age, is physical description. While she's lived over 400 years, with life extension treatments, there are no such things on Afkasheen. Not sure how to pronounce that either. Sorry. Having started the treatments at around 20 years of age and having been on, I guess that's a planet. Let's see. Planet, yes. Having been on the planet. Wait, was there a pronunciation guide here? No, there's not. Please add pronunciation guides. Not sure. I just am weird. I don't know how to pronounce it, but they were on the planet for around 30 years. She's biologically in her 50s, somewhat athletic, strong, and overall in peak condition. A considerable amount of cybernetic enhancement in her body, even mostly unnoticeable. A brain-connected computer and communication system, a cybernetic eye, some muscle reinforcement, and some tools help visualize battle situations. She was an admiral, after all, which is interesting. It's like a sci-fi world. A suit of comparatively crude armor covered by a cloth and a hood. She also has 2 weapons, the Redeemer and the Unfaithful's Companion. The Redeemer is roughly a meter long and is styled after a European broadsword, specifically a basket-hilted sword, which she wields with both hands. The Companion is a slightly curved dagger, very reminiscent of a Japanese wakizashi, though with a blade on both sides. Born in a space station at the time in 2431, so quite futuristic, unless this is a different world, and I think it's a different planet altogether anyway. She joined the Sicilian Navy around 40 or so years old. She rose in the ranks, which is something that we've been seeing a lot. Granted the rank of Admiral Captain of Celia, succeeding the previous admiral's death. In the late 2500s, she reached a region, the Juggin system, a trinary star. There, the defenses of the system's nations had been heavily fortified, and the Admiral Captain's fleet was grossly outmatched. While a Celian fleet's default strength is usually plenty, hers had been reduced to less than 60% of its size due to leaving ships and people behind to take care of conquered territories, as well as battlefield casualties in general. She lost and was taken captive. Some 30 years later, she was released only to find the empire she served for over 100 years collapsing in on itself. Cue an existential crisis. Interesting wording in the article. Some soul searching and similar stuff, and she's found herself on that planet that I can't pronounce in the 2840s, now almost 400 years old. She's highly educated, trained in single combat as well as fleet and ground combat. After being in prison for 30 years, she emerged to find the empire she served for the better part of her life was violently collapsing. With how far her loyalty to the empire went, she was devastated and underwent an existential crisis and ended up spending over 200 years looking for a new path in life. She views war and conquest as a favorable way of control, even more than other people born into the empire, like Stringer, which is a character who is linked. It says Mentor Man in the tooltip. This being the case, she would gain a reputation for ruthlessness and having little hesitation for annihilating entire planets, sometimes in very flashy ways. She nowadays does regret her actions, having realized quite the effect Celian occupation had on people. Because when she got out of prison and saw her empire was destroyed, she was not very happy, so then I guess she decided to stop being so trigger happy and destroying other planets, because she realized what kind of effect that would have. She wants to redeem herself in a way now by helping the people of that planet forge a new nation, a prosperous one. It's difficult, but her position as a messiah figure is certainly a help. These people are fanatics, zealots. Kissing Geb Pseudomil Mariah, listen to me. Fanaticism is like a flame, and you know what they say about flame. It's a good servant, but a poor master. You are in the unique position where you can mold this flame into something productive, forge a nation loyal to your cause. If you do not, if you let the flame loose, well, you know quite well what these people are capable of. So this is somebody talking to Mariah, but we don't know, we don't know who's saying this. I would feel, is this Gref saying this? And then she's responding by saying, Gref, please, I know it's a risk. Yes, I think that's what it's supposed to be. Now, I guess on mobile, it will line up well, because after the, on mobile, after the body, the sidebar is placed there. But not on mobile, it looks kind of weird. So I will just let you know that if that sentence is supposed to be under the other sentence, I think that maybe you should take this quote and also put it in the sidebar, and doing so will probably just extend this downwards anyway and have the sidebar being at length with the contents of the body, and that will be great. And I think that that would be great formatting. So yeah, and also please tell that this is Gref speaking if it is, and then tell that this is Mariah speaking if it is. Unless you put them right next to each other, then it will be assumed that the first one is Gref, because the Gref one says Mariah there. And then this one says Gref, as she is responding to Gref. So yeah, I would suggest that. And other than that, thank you so much for this. This is a very interesting article and very informative. Okay. Basemasti is here. Wait, how long have you been live? It's been officially 6 hours, 1 minute and 9 seconds now. I've tried to do as much as I can. I can't believe how long I've been on here. I did take a break, like a 15-minute break, and these are the last 8 articles, and I'm like, I just need to do them because that's it. And once I do this, I'm probably just gonna fall asleep for all of day and not have to worry about anything, because I'm not doing another one of these streams in a long time because that's over now. The summer camp has been crazy. The reading challenge has been crazy, and I haven't actually done the reading challenge. The reading challenge is supposed to be choose 3 articles from 3 different prompts, and all I've been doing is writing great leaders of their people. I know I've read other articles from different people during summer camp, but like I'm not gonna try to go back and track which ones I did. I would just start anew and find 3 more articles and 3 more categories. But you know, yeah, that. I will probably take a rest, and the reading challenge lasts until the end of August, so I might actually just wait until August 31st to actually do the reading challenge. This is too much reading. Good morning, says Vesamasti. 2 a.m. morning. It's the 27th, unfortunately. Oh, the reading challenge ends the 27th? I know that the summer camp celebration stream is the 27th. And we, as judges of our categories, are supposed to get our judging in by tomorrow, which is actually today, because it's the 24th right now, because it's 2 a.m. in the morning. So yeah, not that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the reading challenge. So there's something else called the reading challenge. If that deadline is also the 27th, horrible. Hopefully it's not. I want to show you what I mean by the reading challenge. Yes, I know that's the reading challenge as well. Okay. I just might not do the reading challenge this year. I am so sleepy right now. I won't even look it up because you know what I'm talking about, and you said yes. It says the end of August in the blog post, but the image further down says the 27th. Thank you for sharing that information. I will try what I can. Maybe after I rest all day tomorrow, I might just be able to do it Thursday or Friday. Maybe. I don't know. It shouldn't be too hard. It's just 9 articles. Unlike these 325 that I'm doing right now. And I'm sure I can probably choose 3 from this category. Hopefully I can choose 3 from this category, because I already read like 226 of these. But yeah, anyway, let's get to Arthur Atkinson now. Short article. Thank you to Avalon Fairy for this article. It's quite short, thankfully. And I already like it. See, there's the sidebar is at length with the contents of the page, and then you can click to show the table of contents, and then that will extend it downward, but it's hidden in a spoiler, which is something that I like so much, because it looks like it's at length until you click to show the table of contents. And when you do that, then it can skip to the different places. But since this article is so short, you really don't even need the table of contents. So I like how it's hidden in the little bar, and I appreciate this already. The layout is very enchanting. The pictures are enchanting, and the world, I know this is a theme, a world theme. So yeah, let's read. Arthur Atkinson is the current head of the Atkinson family and ruler of Edonia, inheriting both titles from his father when he was only 17 in 411 FA. He is still legally the husband of Margaret Atkinson, though the pair have been separated since their daughter Johanna's birth, and she remains the only child either have. Arthur is generally regarded as a good leader of Edonia, and amongst the other witches, having been the one to secure a peace agreement with the Dragonborn, though how genuine his reputation is remains a mystery. And then there's a little quote, I think, here that says, "My job is ensuring the survival of this family and its status. Everything else is secondary." Personality characteristics, motivation. No one but Arthur is aware of what his goals are. He keeps his cards close to his chest. There's almost always a big difference between what he says and the truth. One thing is certain. He cares deeply for his family, but will not hesitate to sacrifice them should that be advantageous to another one of his goals. Oh man, this guy is very questionable. Arthur is the current head of the Atkinson family, which consists of himself, his daughter Johanna, his brothers Michael and Samuel, Michael's daughter Rosalie, and Samuel's son William, who is Arthur's current heir. While Arthur's relationship with his brothers is terrible at best, he has very good relationship with the younger generation of his family, especially with his nephew William, who he has practically raised through the years. Arthur Atkinson generally has a positive reputation among the witches, especially in Edonia. People do believe that he is an honorable person. I think it needs an A-N here, an honorable person, who ensures that people he is supposed to provide for are well taken care of. How honest this reputation is and how much he truly deserves it, though, could be debated. I like how everything's so questionable about the character, and he seems like he's shady. Something's going on with him. But, as I said, oftentimes while reading these, a great leader of their people doesn't have to actually be considered good to everybody, because not everybody is considered good to everybody. He can be a great leader of his people, or some people can think he's a great leader of his people, while others think, no, I don't think so. So yeah. Yeah, 38 years old. Not much about his appearance, but this article was still enchanting, intriguing. The layout was awesome, and short to the point, it made me curious about this mysterious character and want to know more about things. So thank you so much for sharing, Avalon Fairy. That was a nice one. What is left? We have Olaf Thorngill by Avalon Arcana. Vesmasti asks, how ready are you to pick a winner? So, the truth about that is, I actually have some that after the streams, I go through because I remember what I did that stream. It's going to be harder this time because I went through almost 60 articles. But there are some that are standing out in my head. I'm being fair to everybody on stream as I'm talking. But afterwards, I go and like some of the articles. And by liking them, I have them in my, liked articles. So then I go back through them and figure out which one I really want. So, I am close, I think. But there could be the last article I do on this stream could somehow trump them all. I don't know. But I do have some already that I think are really neat, and I've already kind of kept them in mind. But all of you guys did such a great job. A lot of the articles are very interesting, and it is so hard to choose a winner, of course. It's so hard to, even if I was doing the reading challenge, it would be so hard to choose 3 of these because there's like so many. There's 325 of these, guys. You know that out of 325, there's going to be some really cool ones. And it's so hard. This person has a sticky sidebar. Something that I've been talking about. So, like, different articles are great because of the story. Also, I do like CSS and stuff like that. But like I said, CSS is not everything. But when it is there, it is great to point out, and that is what I'm doing right now with this Avalon Arcana. Has done this awesome little, and yes, there's a little note saying that it's a work in progress, which is great. I did that in a lot of my articles because I was not done, but this looks way more polished than the ones that I said were not done in my world. A sticky sidebar, awesome. Layout, awesome. This little art, awesome. This is cute. I like the layout of this, quite enchanting. And is there a crediting of this? Probably, if this is the world cover. Hopefully it's credited somewhere here. No? I think that feather is cute, and I wonder who made the feather. Is this like stock image or something? please do credit it or let me know what it is. Yes, while the guy said sticky sidebar, that is something that I really like, because it's so annoying to me when the sidebar is so short and then the article's long, and the sidebar is long and the article's short. Just make it even, please. And the sticky sidebar is the way to guarantee that it will always be even. But let's get into the actual article. Olaf Thorngul. The Thorngulls are formidable and well-known family, and Olaf is one of the ones that made them famous. Olaf Thorngul took the pirating legacy of his uncle and grandmother and turned it into one of the largest fleets in remembered history, leading over 23 ships and their respective crews over his lifetime, till he eventually passed captaincy over to his daughter, Asa Thorngul. And there's a link to her so we can know about his daughter. Personality: determined, stubborn, awesome. Wild Two Guys said it's very nice art. Yes, it is, because I was saying I really want to know who did this feather. Please, if you are watching this Avalon Arcana, please credit your art, because this is just nice. I just like the layout of this whole world, and it's so enchanting, and the background is even cute. Personality: determined, stubborn, funny. Relationships: his family. And then there's Krell. People say Olaf closely resembles his father, but the resemblance falls skin deep. Krell Thorngul had a strong sense of responsibility and respect for the law, something Olaf rebelled against all through his youth. The resentment Olaf holds for his father after he abandoned him colors every memory he has of the man. The only thing that redeems him in Olaf's mind is the Lumia, the one good thing his father gave him. And I would like to know what the Lumia is. Oh, current boarded vehicle. That's a beautiful, sleek vessel that rolls over the oceans. Oh, wow, cool. Oh, Lumia, here it is. Olaf knew very little of his mother, Lumia Thorngul. Oh, so he named the boat after his mother. But he still deeply loved her far into adulthood. He has few memories of her, but he often recalls her smile and the wordless lullaby she used to sing while she embroidered. Trakim. When Olaf was 9 years old, Trakim Thorngul came and plucked him from his father's home, declaring his father unfit to raise a child. Under his care, Olaf finally set sail and turned to the seas where he belonged. In Olaf's mind, he owes almost everything to Trakim. It was Trakim who taught him how to pirate, how to be a part of a crew. I think it's how to look the part of a crew, or how to be a part, and there would be a space here. Also, Trakim is lowercase, but that's okay. Of a crew, and take responsibility for his actions, as well as fight back against what other people expected and take charge of his own life. Olaf is a pirate because of Trakim. When Trakim finally died, his entire legacy was passed down to Olaf. Asa, his daughter, they have a complicated relationship, because she is just as strong-willed and rebellious as he is. But while he is straightforward, she is devious. They love each other, though, and he is deeply proud of all her accomplishments, even if they seem to go against his wishes. And then there's a thing that says soon to be fleshed out, which is great to have. Just notes like work in progress, soon to be fleshed out. I see they tried to, make it where it wasn't so many gaps, but it was a great job. It says history, and then, it's not really there. His crew is not really there, but this article was a great setup. It was started, and as they said, work in progress, to be fleshed out soon. That's all we need. Already nice. Great. This was probably an article template they already had set up, which is great job during summer camp, because you're not going to be thinking about doing all these things during summer camp a lot of the time. I love the sidebar. It has lots of interesting information about Olaf the character. He's 41 years old. Tells about his parents. Deep set light brown eyes, thinning black with gray around his temples. Hair sunburned and deeply tanned skin. So while there's no portrait, of course, we get a picture of him in our minds from this description. So thank you once again for this article. Beautiful layout. Please do credit the art, though. Tell me who did that. That's quite an enchanting art. But yes, that one was nice. Next we have Queen Nl'thath Mtl'mn, Savior of Monarchy. And this is written by Steelheart. Queen Nl'thath, Savior of Monarchy. Nl'thath, Queen Nl'thath inherited a nation on the verge of revolt, not least because the actions of her all but mad father. HURRAH was on the rise, and the monarchy had lost nearly all its legitimacy. She had very little political power, since both the military and the administrative ministers beneath her believed that they could fare better under a new regime. If she wasn't careful, she would be the last monarch of Wiltoa. Publicly, she vowed to respect the regulations of monarchs past. Quietly, she repealed a slew of legislation to make business viable in Wiltoa. She petitioned her ally, the Kirit King, who petitioned the Kirit legislator. In exchange for the relaxing of certain trade laws and restrictive Wiltoan regulations, Kirit volunteered food and clothing to the nation. The queen distributed them liberally, but required that the communities who needed it address her personally. Under the previous monarchs, this would have required a very lengthy wait in line for the throne room. Queen Nl'thath instead made more trips outside royal grounds and into the more impoverished places of Wiltoa than any other monarch in recent memory. This didn't come without risks, though. One dissident, a member of Wiltoa, charged at the queen and tried to kill her. Nl'thath was wounded, but not mortally. She continued her charitable givings, and her popularity skyrocketed. She redirected her popularity into the Wiltoa royal institutions, consolidating her administration around more loyal subjects. She chose her cousin to be her heir and brought him along in her charitable travels, enshrining royal lineage within her cult of personality. When she died, the monarchy was still assailable, but no longer destined to fall. Monarchists sparred with revolutionaries over the years to come. That debate was only possible through Nl'thath's actions. So, a revolutionary indeed. She wanted to change how things were being done. Very interesting character. I will say, probably, just put like an article block or two here, or a quote from the character, so that the sidebar can be at length with the rest of the body of the text. Other than that, very interesting, short to the point, and an impressive character. The only other thing I would say is please add maybe pronunciation guides, because, you know, I'm not sure how to pronounce some of these things. But thank you so much again to Steelheart for sharing that article. Next, we have Aaron by Irmia. And this will mean that I only have, after this, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4 more articles to do. So yes, let's see about Aaron. General Aaron of Raymore. Quite short article. Opinions on Aaron are sharply conflicted among Kemans. Some believe she was a great leader, perhaps one of the greatest Kema has ever seen. Others believe that she is the cause of Kema's current precarious position. Some worship and honor her memory, while others disparage her name and the organization she represented. Erin was born beneath a full moon in the final month of the year, in a combination considered to be sacred. Her family believed she was blessed by both Dukan, the moon, and the god of dreams, and final month, Skyne. When she turned 16, she moved to Chima's capital city instead to become a scribe with the Historian Society. It was here that she met Shiloh, the sage, and became his apprentice. This set her on a path that eventually led her to the stricken city of Keferd, where she met a number of influential persons who would be instrumental in her fate. Now Erin is imprisoned under a magical curse, locked away by the Artan Keep. Her body is frozen in time, the curse only breakable by the one who set it, though he did so unintentionally. Already mysterious events happening, and I would like to know more about that. Erin's closest friend is Roland, a mage apprentice she met while completing her apprenticeship in Enstead. He joined her in Keferd and became a healer during the ensuing rebellion. When her forces split from Ragnar's to form the Crimson Wing, she made him the head healer of the entire army. Her second closest friend and occasional flame is Ragna, now Empress Ragna. They met when Erin visited Keferd. While the beginnings of their relationship was rocky, it solidified under Cain and Asa's mentorship. The two of them used to be nearly inseparable. Unfortunately, it didn't last long following Cain's death during the revolution. As Ragna descended into madness, Erin withdrew and grew aloof. Their parting was violent, and every meeting since has shared that quality. Oh, okay. This sidebar is almost at length. If you could just maybe tab down some. Like, so if you go into a sidebar type of area, like current location, some of these things, they allow like hair, light brown, curly, short, and then you can actually like tab down or use this BR so that it can come down just a little bit and then be at length with the sidebar, or you can just not care because it's really cool and it's just right. I mean, unless you're gonna add something yourself to it, I mean, it's really not gonna really be a problem. I just am like annoyed by that, but it's really not as annoying as some when the sidebar is all the way up here and the article's all the way down there. But this is quite mashed up. Good one. Nice, interesting article. Nice, interesting art. I don't see credit. I don't know if this it doesn't have credits to the photographs used, so that's another thing. Please do add credits to the photographs used. And then, yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you for sharing that article. Mia. Now, this one by HURRAH is called Gurch. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I think that there is a pronunciation key on the page. Hopefully there is. Gurchuk. Okay, Gurchuk. Got it. Very short article. Let's go. Well, first, I'm going to see the sidebar is very short and nothing's in it. So what you can do is literally go to sections, go to sidebar sections, and then go down and say display article sidebar. Uncheck to override and force the sidebar to not display. Or you can simply just add some descriptions of Gurchuk or some article blocks of some of these that I see are linked. Just put some article blocks there in the side and that will fill things up. Gurchuk is the primary leader and crystal turner of the Risklin people in the Nivicent Wastes and lives of the edge of the Nivicent Wastes oasis. Does it mean he lives on the edge? Or off the edge. It says of the edge right now, so I'm not sure what that means. Gerchuk is a small risklin, standing only 1.3 meters tall, 4 feet. Thank you for translating that too. But his presence will fill a room full of people from almost any race. His attunement to the crystals was not realized until after he went through the risklin tuning ritual. And I see that this is probably these bolded things are probably articles that are not yet done. And by then it was too late. I think you need an extra O here for 2. The crystal he was given during the ritual reacted with those which made him due to an identification failure during his creation. As such, the reaction to the crystals given to him, the ritual caused severe reactions, sucking in magic from surrounding unused crystals. His coming into being was so profound that he would be mistaken for human had his appearance not been that of purple, yellow, and green, heavily crystallized skin. No, heavily crystalled risklin. So, a risklin is the species that he is. Race of humanoids bred from crystals. Interesting. Okay. His intelligence,
Obligatory associate.
Hello, thank you for following. Rando Scorpio says, "While I clicked the link in Discord out of curiosity and didn't expect you to still be going, hope you've been staying hydrated." Thankfully, I have. And this is water. And I'm sleepy. But I only have 5 articles left to read. And then I'm going to turn this off and fall asleep. So, yeah. I chose to believe it's vodka. Nope, I don't think I would be drinking at all, and especially vodka straight up. This is my headcanon and you cannot stop me. Okay. I guess that explains why I'm acting like this. It's because I'm really sleepy, but yes, in your headcanon. Now, where was I? Intelligence nearly as high as the smartest of the Nl'thath, D&D 5th Intelligence 22, which these are some TTRPG stats added in. Charisma is on par with his intelligence, Charisma 23. Attunement to the crystals granted him understanding of magics within the crystals, and after proving himself as a crystal tuner, he was made leader of the Risklin after previous leader recognized Gerchuk's amazing potential and skill as leader and stepped down. The other crystal tuners agreed to his ascension as leader. Gerchuk is a wizard of 12th level and cleric of 9th level and 5th level monk. He's one of the most powerful mortals in the plane of Carinth. He does the standard damage for his level, best of classes, plus an additional 1d12 per punch or kick. Gerchuk does not flaunt his power and is relatively humble. If it comes to combat, Gerchuk is very experienced and will use his magic when needed. So interesting again, Gerchuk. As I said, the sidebar would be the thing that I'm just pointing to. Maybe more descriptions of Gerchuk and maybe a link block or 2. Or maybe you can put some of these stats like that in the sidebar instead to help fill it out. But yes, I can tell some of these are like DM notes, but it's still very interesting for people who aren't playing the game to still learn about your characters. So thank you so much, Lord Rao, for sharing that again. Next we have Esmeralda Filorente, sorry. Probably Esmeralda Filorente by the bonus action. I'm going to put that in the chat for you. Short articles, yes. Oh, cool. It's a little peekaboo codex here. Cool, I like it. Esmeralda Filorente was the first Willmaster of Tiomera. The Tiomeran would not exist if it were not for her leadership and guidance during the early years of the city. Esmeralda was a wizard who had spent most of her life in the city of Capolis. Not much is known of her studies or personal history other than that she had great aptitude for the arcane. She survived the destruction of the city through the cunning use of spells that allowed her to breathe underwater and stay alive in the chaos of the destruction. After being swept out to sea with the rest of the city, she used transmutation magic to fuse floating debris together to make a raft. She encountered more survivors. She continued using this magic to expand the raft and connect others to it, creating the raft city of Teomera. Esmeralda's intellect and skills gathered her the respect of her fellow survivors. Achievements. Apart from the legends of her leadership, the records of Chronica Ratis describe the major achievements of Esmeralda as well. The tome itself was created by her 7 years after the destruction of Capolis, but those early years have been transcribed from public memory and knowledge. According to those pages, she learned a few others spell to create potable water from the salty ocean water, which was instrumental in the survival of the Shimmering Depths ocean. The pages also recount how Esmeralda fought off a gigantic sea serpent that attacked the rafts and how she later used its skin as leather to bind the Chronicaratis in. Later in life, she created the Great Wheel and its rudders to make it possible to navigate the city on the waves of the Shimmering Depths. It was at this point that she was given the title Wheelmaster. The Great Wheel was later encapsulated by the House of the Great Wheel as the city grew and required a more formal leadership. In the end of her days, she spent much time transferring her knowledge onto the next generation. Her teachings and techniques for enchanting, and transmutation are still used by the arcanists of Illan'rdan as a strong base to create new spells and enchantments. Interesting character. Human. Hazel eyes, black hair, black skin. The sidebar as well is very, very close. I feel like something else can be added here to make it, at length, but it's okay how it is. I'm just really nitpicking right now. But thank you so much for sharing this interesting article. Nice CSS. Nice art. Is there... Yes, all graphics and illustrations made by Tim DeRue's bonus action, unless stated otherwise. So this is nice. I like that art there. Thank you so much for sharing. Next we have the last 2 articles. Yes. Savata of Kei by Starlock. Alright. And what did I just do? Okay. Sorry about that. Interesting art already. Savata of Kei. Savata of Kei was born on the southern side of the mountains of Borikin to a small village in the cooler regions of the mountains founded around a beautiful spring. Quite short. Let's go. She grew up in an idyllic environment, swimming in the spring-fed stream in the mountains, hunting and harvesting fruit to take to market. It was here in the forests, hunting, that her imagination and the stories of faraway places gripped her. She began to train as a warrior, which, while not common, is something that the Dainou respect in a woman that gives herself to it. She learned the old ways of the warrior, and by the time she was 16, had earned enough clout and money to get her first sacred tattoo, and an ornate, magical one that makes her even more formidable. And this article is, this art was by Starlock. It probably was Art Breeder or something. There's a slight unevenness to it, but it's still very interesting to see the art, and it gives you a good idea of the character appearance. When she was 18, she went on her first counter raid against the HURRAH and earned a reputation as a skilled tracker as well as a formidable warrior. It was here that she developed a taste for good two-handed sword, which she uses to her advantage with her strength and speed. She was waged several campaigns against the HURRAH, Harrionek, both on the mainland and in the surrounding islands. The Harrionek have come to know and fear her name. While she is considered only average in her appearance, she is amazingly strong and very athletic. Many say she is the strongest person on Borkin. She has taken home prizes from the arena in the city of Puerto Rico several times. She has stepped in the old ways of her people and reflects the best of that tradition in her skills as a warrior, tracker, and hunter. And yet she isn't afraid to embrace new things coming from over the ocean. Like her steel breastplate and enhanced bracers. Furthermore, she vigorously hates the Thomnim, and her adventurers have taken her to ruins against strange beasts that have taught her all she needs to know about their servants. Savata is a hero to many people, especially on the surrounding islands, where she has helped stop the Harrionek. She has earned the respect of many war leaders, and they often seek her out when engaging the Harrionek. She is also highly sought as a guide to the mainland, and she has many connections to the various tribes there, including the peaceful Sisoran tribes. Yet the people that she has the most impact with are the women of the Dainou. She exemplifies the Dainou outlook, being both adaptive while still honoring the traditions of those that came before them and resisted the evils around them since the days of the Great Darkening. Strong, independent, and having the respect of men around her has permanently earned her a place as a hero in the eyes of Dainou women. Vesmasi says this sounds like a solid case of Hollywood plain. Extremely athletic with a face like that. Only average appearance. Yeah. In the Hollywood movies, they say that they're plain and they, but yeah. Very reminiscent. I do see this quote here. It seems like it's making the sidebar longer than the body, and I would think maybe could we move this quote to the body? It will probably even out the sidebar, hopefully. We can read the quote. We were hiding in the bushes from the Harrionek. Though they had fought fiercely, our men had tried and failed to stop them. My daughter was watching as they started to kill the wounded. I put my hand over her mouth so she could not scream. In truth, I might have screamed myself. Suddenly, in a blur, there she was. My word is true. She crossed from the jungle to the edge of the village at one of the fastest sprints I had ever seen, and that sword made a sort of splashing sound. And one of the cannibals was down, then the next, and the next after that. To that day, my young daughter asks me if Savata will come to dinner today, and if she can grow up to be just like her. What a story from a person and their child who saw Savata in action. So, very interesting character. Thank you so much again for sharing, and I believe the art was credited. Banner images are either my original work or sourced from pixbay.com or purchased on stockadobe.com. So, a good blanket crediting. This is probably Pixbay or Stockadobe. It looks like some LARPers. But yes, cool. If you could just move this quote to the body, then it should even out. Thank you so much again to Starlock for sharing. And finally, the last article. It is Billy the Hero by Six Paths Sage. Billy the Hero by Six Paths Sage. Some of these other ones I reached out to and did not get a straight response, and that means I do not want to use their article on stream without permission. If they look and say, what? I did not say yes, so therefore I'm not gonna do it. So that means Billy the Hero is the last article that I'm streaming on these streams. It's almost 7-hour stream now. I can't believe I've been like this. It's like a day at work. Literally. I started at 8 p.m. and now it's like 3 a.m. almost. So This is something that I will think about before I do again and try to plan myself out better. And guess what? Billy the Hero has to be a long article. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Billy the Hero. I will not be able to read your full article. But I do already see. Awesome. There's a sticky sidebar. Very interesting art here. There is pronunciation key, which is weird. It says Balthazar. The legendary hero Balthazar. Oh, Balthazar is also his name. Billy the Hero and Balthazar is the same character. Okay, I was like, how does this mean Balthazar? But thank you for adding pronunciations to it. Sticky sidebar, awesome, because you knew that this article was way too long. And then under that, there is a full width footer with more information and even a family tree. And art. It's a whole, wow, it's a whole little, slideshow. Interesting. Whoa. Very interesting article with lots of imagery, lots of CSS being used. And there's an image gallery down here too. Very interesting. It says a good fight scene with a Zweihander. So I guess that this is one of the weapons mentioned in the article, and they linked even a YouTube video where you can watch stuff. So this is a very interesting and intricate article. Unfortunately, I'm not going to read the whole thing on stream, but I am commenting on the elaborateness of this. Very interesting CSS as well. I appreciate this. 7th Arcane Lord, Balthazar Auraris Skyburner, Frey, first of his name, aka Billy, the 7th Arcane Lord. Billy is the son of Belkith, a powerful mage and stalwart warrior with unrivaled skill and power, a tradition young Skyburner would carry on with his infamous and daring heroic exploits throughout the cosmos, accumulating in the return of the 2 of the 7 sacred seals, an unheard of feat. His actions restored free will to Yggdrasil, releasing the stopwatch the false god had over destiny and fate. A hero by every measure of the word. So already we see the portrait there, probably art breeder. Lord of Fairies, hero of Yggdrasil. Purple Crusader, legendary hero, savior of the realms, Sir, Lord, Arcane Lord, Breaker of Chains, Sword King Billy. And some of these are skipped. I don't know if it's important to have skipped these bullet points or if that was an accident. Born 3 months early, resulting in feeble and weak body. Dark blue, purple eyes. It says blued. I think it means blue. Rich curly dark purple hair, caramel cream skin, 7 feet 2 inches, 169 pounds, quite tall. Then I reject your destiny violently. The past is a lie and the future doesn't exist. All that matters, all that truly matters is right here and right now. And this very moment you have a choice to make. The same as any other. There is always a choice. The real question is, are you strong enough to take it? Interesting. Then there's the little there's the family tree, sorry, where is the mother and father, and then there's him, and then children that he begot. Interesting. Then it says creative sources compile a list of free sites, tools, and links I use for various assets or art in 7 seals. That's awesome. You're sharing your tools so that we can know how we can do things too. That is so sweet of you, 6-page sage. We have proof of courage, lesson in humility. Humility. Why do I keep saying humidity? Identifying characteristics, special abilities. Then it links lots of other articles that are related. Bearer of Sacred Seal. Apparel and accessories. There's more pictures. Specialized equipment. Mental characteristics. Telling about his birth. Education. Master of the Blade. Mental trauma. His mother was killed when he was 16, on his 16th birthday, by a chaos daemon. A grim sight he witnessed with his own eyes. Powerless to aid her, all he could do was run to safety. Very sad. So I guess he went on a personal journey. He was trained by his master to never draw his blade unless he's prepared to use it. The sword can be a weapon with which life can be taken, or a tool by which one lives can be saved. But it is not a form of intimidation or a fear tactic. Billy is a knight. Fear is the tool of the weak and cowardly. Motivation. I know you are afraid, Billy, but you must fight, or you will all that I think it's you will lose all that you have left. Courage isn't acting in the absence of fear, it's acting in spite of it, which is I guess that's a quote from his mentor. It tells more of his history and lore. Vices and personality flaws. Although he never knew his father, he inherited many of his flaws, including the one that got him killed, trying to go alone. As a result of his weak body, he hated the idea of relying on others because he thought he was a burden on them. This led him to try to take on more than he could handle in an attempt to prove his worth or strength, and it was this foolishness that cost him his right arm in his battle with the Green Knight, a painful and permanent reminder to identify and recognize his weakness, and how to know when to lean on others. Interesting. Family ties. Religious views. Then they have his relationships, of course, which is annoying because they have relationships forced to be in the body, but the good thing is there's a sticky sidebar here, and the layout of this article makes it where the relationships aren't that bad. After retiring from the Knights of Valor, he returned to planet Mars, cleansed the demons from it, and restored the world to new glory. The planet was claimed by his wife's clan, House Frey of Stormfall, and he lived the remainder of his years as Lord of Mars. He was a wealthy man, but one who lived by humble means. Great soul. As he is known, the soul of a person grows and is equal to that said person. Interesting lore of this world. So yes, there's very much interesting lore. It says his great soul is plundered by his wayward son Aldric the Tarnished. I guess this one. Who used it to massively boost his own power and abilities. This prevented Billy from making his trip through the 52 dead worlds and reaching Nirvana, where his soul could be dispensed and used to make more souls breathe new life into beings. This was eventually corrected by his firstborn daughter, the Black Knight, who killed the old insane Aldric and finally allowed Bathzar's great soul to make the journey to Nirvana, completing the circle of life. Okay. Interesting lore of the world as well. So very interesting layout, very nice use of CSS, nice design, sticky sidebar. And once again, I will say thank you to Sixth Paths Sage. Did I say Sixth Page Sage the first time? Maybe. I don't know. But thank you to Sixth Paths Sage for allowing me to read this article on your stream. And my stream, I mean. And that is that. I believe that now I am totally done with all the stuff that I would be reading on stream. And I thank everybody who has been hanging out with me for the past about 7 hours. And yeah, let me see. Now I'm seeing. I checked my notifications one more time. And there is a person who just messaged me, I don't know if it was just now, it was probably like 3 hours ago, that said that they wouldn't mind me reading their article, so I might as well just do this one. And that's the only one, so that's good. Cordell Clackowicz. Cordell Clackowicz. Thank you for adding a pronunciation key. Interesting character, short article. AKA Cord. As the CEO of Spaceport, Cord L is responsible for making the day-to-day decisions regarding the direction of the company will take. Did not study to become a CEO and often finds the job challenging. He prides himself on being open-minded and creative, and so has worked to function well in the ever-changing environment. And I did not put the link in the chat because I didn't even find it in the spreadsheet, but I will find it in the spreadsheet in a second. There's the link. Yes, he prides himself on being open-minded and creative, and so has worked to function as well in the ever-changing environment. Blademaster says last name sounds Polish. Yes, maybe. It does look Polish. As the unofficial representative of humanity to the universe, he feels he is in way over his head. If he could see a way out of the job, he might take it, except that he is also acutely aware of the opportunity and power the position gives him to make real change in the world. He often seems to walk around as if he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Only a few people know how accurate that description is. He looks like he's very, like, burdened. Hazel eyes, slightly longer than normal, blonde hair, tan skin, 6'1", 182 pounds. Healthy but not overly muscular, dresses very casually, usually in jeans and a t-shirt. Cordell's family is upper middle class, edging towards upper class. He didn't have to work his way through college. As an intelligent and creative individual, studies came easy for him. He is an avid science fiction and fantasy fan, more likely to be found gaming online or cosplaying with friends at conventions than studying or doing meaningful work. When he asked his father for permission to use the abandoned mall for a fundraiser on Halloween, his father helped make the arrangements in the hopes that it would give him something constructive to do. Interesting. Bachelor's degree in social sciences and history. Cordell founded the spaceport shortly after he graduated from college. The project was intended to be a hobby and amusing diversion. The spaceport became an almost overnight success, with steady growth and potential for global expansion. He is deeply committed to treating people fairly. He embraces diversity and works hard to see the people behind the stereotypes they often choose to present. So thank you so much again to Delana for allowing me to read this article on the stream last minute. And now I can probably say that I'm officially done with all these. If you do, you know, say something to me after this, unfortunately it's too late. I'm not going to I'm not going to stream anymore, unfortunately, because I have to still get through a lot of articles off stream that they did not give me permission to read. What was it? Delana, sorry, I'm doing it wrong. There we are. Rendo Scorpio says, congrats, you made it. Yes, thank you. I am so tired. It's literally just turned 3 a.m. here. And I I'm about to end the stream. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, which is so funny. I feel like I just clocked into work at 8 p.m. But thank you to each and every one of you guys who actually hung in there with me. Surprisingly, I did not know anybody was even going to be watching. And thank you to those who left and came back, and those who left and couldn't stay, and those who are lurking, and those who are watching in the future. Thank you, everybody, for being so cool and hanging out with me as I do this ridiculous task. Vismasi says normally the stream would have been while I was asleep. Yeah. And then it lasts 7 hours. Saw you on at 9 a.m. Yeah. So yeah, I know your time zone is like morning there. It's probably about 8, 9 o'clock there now. I don't know. Where are you at? But anyway, it's time for me to go to sleep. So thanks once again to each and every one of you who are hanging out with me, who let me read your articles on stream. I read 234 articles on stream, give or take, because some of them were multi-passed and some of them said no thanks, don't do it, and that was like 17. So minus 17, I still did over 200 articles, like 227 articles probably. No, not 27, 217 articles I believe. So yeah, doesn't matter. I'm very sleepy. So thank you guys for being so cool and awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I don't know how I'm gonna put this on YouTube. I don't know if they're gonna allow me to upload a 7-hour video on YouTube. I might have to break this up into different parts. I will see, but I think that I'm probably just gonna go to sleep first and then figure that out in the morning. So thanks so much, you guys, for everything. Have a blessed day, a blessed night, a blessed morning, a blessed evening, anything, any time zone, wherever you are, however you are, wherever you are. God bless, and be sure to chill out and drink lots of water and eat food and get rest when it's time for you to get rest, okay? Now, I'm going to follow my own advice. So you guys have a blessed day or night. Thank you so much again. Goodbye.